say what I mean, and everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. Bring me back to me, please. Bring me back to me, please. Bring me back to me, please. It's making me feel so weak. It's making me feel so weak. Bring me back.
And welcome back to another AGE. We're excited to have everyone here and excited to play some new games. We've had a lot of shakeups recently, coming through not only the PQ season, but many things we'll get into of ban lists and more. And well, excited to get into it. Let's talk a little bit.
Wait, who are you?
About who am I? I am Colin Erickson, joined here by my lovely co-caster, Patrick Rubalcava. We're going to be your casters today, and we will be taking you through, talking about the matches, and, you know, just doing a little bit of yapping, right?
Colin, it's a blessing to be here with your colossal stature. We got some short-form flesh and blood here today, but that doesn't mean we can't have just as much fun as we usually do.
Absolutely, yeah. The short-form, quick matches, and some fast formats, as we have, I think, quite a bit of aggro, I've heard. Talk a little bit about some of the things that have been going on the past few weeks. We had a ban list coming up, and this ban list hit a lot of decks, right? Yeah. What were your first impressions of the ban list?
It hit a lot of decks, or it hit a few decks. Some could say it hit one in particular a little too softly. I think you know, we'll have some more to say about that in a minute. And then sent what I view to be the clear best deck in the format, Briar, absolutely into the Shadow Realm, hitting not one, not two, three whole cards, Colin. I think Briar mains, such as myself, felt like we were going to lose one card for sure. I was putting my money on Burn Up Shock or Lightning Press. Didn't imagine it would be both. And adding insult to injury, of course, even the Bracers of Belief.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to remind you guys, for those who don't know, the cards that were banned were Lightning Press, Burn Up Shock, Braces of Belief, all Briar cards gone, Aether Spindle for Wizard, Sirens of Safe Harbor as just a very good generic card that slotted into a lot of decks, and then Steel Blade Shunt to hit off some of those Decimator Great Axe Warriors.
And Colin, being a Decimator enjoyer yourself, I believe you topped calling on Decimator. We're near the top of the calling.
12. Yeah.
Right near there. How do you feel like that is going to impact the deck going forward?
It hurt. It hit some matchups that I think we had game into, like Enigma, and now have a little bit less game into. But honestly, I think the bigger hit for Decimator was actually Sirens of Safe Harbor.
Interesting.
That card is really powerful, and it's really powerful in a lot of unnoticeable ways because Dorinthia, or any of the Warriors to speak of, we also had guys like Olympia doing pretty well. They have this set of equipment called this Unity equipment, where basically you have to block with a card from hand and the Unity equipment, and that usually means you're blocking 5. And when a lot of aggro decks are doing 4/4/4, or even just like a Guardian Hammer for 4, you can't block that cleanly unless you have a 2-block that is going to give you 3 value on defense, and that is where Sirens came in. And that is, I think, in part what made the Briar matchup so winnable, is as against their 4/4/4 on the big Burn Up Shock turns, you're able to go 4/4/4 in response without even tapping into the on the horizons and the like. So with those cards gone, I think Warriors have gotten a pretty big hit. But there's some decks that I think got a little bit less of a hit here. The big dog in the room here, Kayo, no superlative, just Kayo. He was already a pretty dominant deck before. He won our last AGE, and he's been, just winning throughout. And he got off pretty scot-free. He got hit with Sirens, and that does change things. That incidental life gain has saved many a KO in my time. But he's kind of looking to be the dominant aggro deck of the format, and something that I expect today we're going to be looking out for what can contest him.
Yes, certainly, and I don't want to give short shrift to the idea that Sirens wasn't a key part, or at least a part of KO's game plan. Our own Moises Lopez, who won the February Los Angeles AG on KO, just KO, I believe had 4 copies of Sirens in his 55. Between the reds and the yellows. So it's not nothing. It affects Ira, affects a lot of decks, that ban. But I did think that lots of us felt that there was going to be some hit to the consistency of KO, whether it be in the form of a Wild Ride, which maybe would have had some splashback damage onto the Reinars of the format, or even the Beaten Trackers. Something to affect the consistency of the ability to utilize the full 4 or 5 card hand from KO. It does feel like KO is the titan of this format, the definer of this format, that there will be, every deck will be defined by its ability to either interact with KO or be KO. And I'm curious to see how they'll choose to do that. I mean, there are weaknesses in the KO deck. The strengths are obvious. The offensive output is incredible. The equipment, the fridge, very useful, probably the best in the game for that hero, in the format rather. But there are, you play a lot of no blocks still. That is to the extent you can provide some disruption, and although limited, there is disruption in this format. You can punish KO that way, and you can also go under KO. There are decks that are more aggressive than KO is. Think your Mechanologist, and think maybe even Briar in its weakened state.
Absolutely. And Mechanologist brings up a good point. We actually had just recently calling Brisbane, and that had a little showdown along with it that featured some very interesting decks. We had, I believe, OG Dash take it down after going, I think, 7 KOs in a row and winning every single one of them. So if that doesn't convince you, Kayo has some answers. I don't know what will, but man, that is a matchup spread. I feel like after the 5th or 6th KO, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, and it feels a little bit like Classic Constructed, where there's the Dash IO, who's probably the mechanologist that's currently defining Classic Constructed, had a generally, at least in my opinion, favorable matchup into KO Armed and Dangerous, now gone from the format. And you have to wonder, in New England, we have at least 2 very well-known mechanologist players in the room. You have to wonder if they will opt to bring a mechanologist to this event today.
Yes, we do, and I'm excited to see it because we've seen some brews and some interesting cards here. Cards like Penetration Script that gives all your mechanologist attacks +1, and other interesting ways to set up to go over the what we've kind of heard of as like Block Slop, the big Guardian block decks that look to stuff a lot of these aggro decks, and ways to go just to go over it and to go around it with the setup turn. So it'd be very interesting. I think Sage has a lot of kind of niche cards that you could bring in that I think you have a lot more reason to bring in than something like Classic Constructed, where you have this big pool of, let's say, 20 or so Majestics that you can tap into.
Right. Yeah, and it does feel like we are. I mean, obviously, with such a major shakeup, this format is still very, very fresh. But there is a lot of pressure on the players who are going to be approaching the Pro Tour, which is imminent, to be figuring out what their spot is in this meta. Are there going to be, what to the extent there are further changes, how much of a shakeup will those be? And so I'm really excited to see today as the, I guess, first step for a lot of these players who plan to go to the Pro Tour on that path.
Yeah, Pro Tour Yokohama coming up. It's kind of been, it's in the distance, but it's less than a month away. And yeah, Silver Age being a part of that format is very interesting. Something you commented to me before the stream started was like how aggro kind of dominates a meta at the start, and then mid-range comes in as the format settles a little bit. And I wonder if we'll see something similar happening here, where right now I think we're getting pretty much the earliest peak that we can into this post-ban, this format, and how that's going to shape up, because Pro Tour Yokohama is going to be a blast, and it is going to be, I think, a time where everyone's bringing their A game, everyone's competing for a lot of prizing, and that is where all these cool new strategies and decks and archetypes that people maybe keep a little bit hidden before the grand reveal come up, and it's always cool seeing what everyone cooked up.
Exactly, and I think the Pro Tour is really, the distillation of the brightest minds in our game, being the most incentivized to figure these new decks out. Will we see a new deck, a new approach really proliferate at the Pro Tour? We've seen some ingenuity from Tao Chu with his new list back when Briar was still the titan of the metagame. We've recently seen Jacob Clements experimenting with Levia, which we'll speak a little bit more about shortly. I'm really, it doesn't feel like in a post Yokohama world, we are going to be discussing this as a KO or nothing sort of game. I do think there will be some ingenuity there. I think the format is still far too unexplored and far too rich.
I think so too. And I think that we are going to see not only answers to KO, but answers to the answers to KO, and going deep there. I think we've had just a number of decks on the fringes. We've seen, I think, Dromai that's done okay. We've had Rake the Embers unbanned.
Huge fan of that.
Something they didn't mention, unbans, Rake the Embers, Rootbound Carapace, and Amulet of Ice coming back means that maybe some of these decks like Dromai, like Florian, that have done maybe all right before, can really kick it up a notch.
Yeah, we may have given a little short shrift to that. I fully expect in this room today that we will see somebody trying one of those 2 new cards, whether it's in the form of a Dromai, who I think is, the KO matchup needs some work, admittedly. But to the rest of the field, I think Rake the Embers is really assisting with some of those more fatigue-oriented matchups that Dromai was struggling with prior to the unbanning. Rebound Carapace, a lot of times, if you're not playing in Florian, the power of that card is apparent as it gets you halfway to turning online and gives you a nice 4 block along the path. But even in other Earth Heroes, in this format where we don't have our Sync Belows, we don't have our Fate for Saints, just having a 0 for 4 defense reaction is, I think, quite powerful.
I think that's a really good point. We've seen Oldhim in the format, and as much as he is mostly a generic Guardian right now, it's just a couple Earth and Ice cards. Rootbound Carapace can be played in there. The Decompose not doing anything to turn on the hero ability, but you're right. 0 for 4 is pretty good.
Yeah, I was always saying what Oldhim needed was more 0 for 4. So I'm
yeah.
glad that we're working our way towards that.
All right. Well, speaking of working our way towards that, we've got a couple upcoming events we're working our way towards. A couple AGEs that have been planned out. We have one coming up, I believe that is just next weekend in LA that I will be going to over at Top Deck Keep, as well as a couple planned out for, that you can see on screen, LA, St. Louis, and New England, all the way out to May here. Looks like we're still figuring out New England next month, but definitely plan these out, get your tickets early, because if you haven't been, they're a great experience that I can assure you, you're going to have a good time. It's just the perfect distillation of community and competitiveness.
Yeah. Colin steals all the AGE points. I will warn that. I will warn anybody who attends about that. I'm just kidding. Very stiff competition all around. We'll hope to be showcasing that in New England in just a few minutes. St. Louis, our newest circuit this year. We're really excited to welcome them into the fold. I've already seen some really impressive flesh and blood coming from them, from the players that play over there. And of course, here in LA, we've got April 11th and May 23rd. I plan to be there, Colin. Hopefully, will not be paired into you because I've had a bad run recently. Of course, attending all these events, you can get a little bit of a discount if you subscribe to AGE Premium.
AGE Premium, yes. This is our new program. You've heard us yapping about it, but we've got to yap a little bit more because this is, in my opinion, the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood, as you see on screen. It's a lot of stuff. It is articles, we've seen puzzles, and as you mentioned, it is discounts for those AGEs, which if every month, I believe it is 10% discount, it's about $4. That means this is really only costing about $6 a month, and you get you get a lot. The articles are fun. The AGE games that we film on a secondary camera are great. They allow us to just see more games, and I think as a competitive player myself, that is just, I think, such an important part of learning and figuring out just deck strategies and how people play, which I think is an underappreciated part, especially for decks like the ones I play, that you're playing more reactive and have to be comfortable reading opponents.
Absolutely. And even from a more casual point of view, just having this sort of hub for the game to, I want to see what's going on in Flesh and Blood this week. Let's pop over to the AG website. It's a really great way to spend a Monday morning. And we know, of course, peeking behind the curtain, that the hardworking folks here at AG, Justin and Bryce, have been putting in a lot to make sure the consumer, the customer, our beloved audience, you all out there, are getting the most from this experience. And I do believe they have quite a bit more coming under the pipeline.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about what's coming in the pipeline. We have a couple articles out now. The first one, Jacob Clements, as you mentioned, took down Sage ProQuest with Levia. Levia is a deck, I believe we saw it at, what is it, Calling San Diego once, with that Hellhammer tech into, oh gosh, what's the 1 for 7 Levia cards? I'm not a brute player, as you can see. But anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 1 for 7. If you've banished to 6 this turn, you get to play it, and that is a 3-card 13. And if that doesn't get you interested in it, I don't know what will, because this has some cool cards, and it has some high stakes. I believe I've gotten over 20 blood debt in playing Levia, and it can get dangerous, but that's part of the fun, right?
Yeah, and despite failing Colin's pop quiz just then, I have read Jacob's article. In addition to having a really, I think, innovative deck list here, very interesting story to tell from one of the game's best players. Would highly recommend you giving it a read as well.
Absolutely. But we've got a couple more for you, so hang on tight. Ben Dodd talking about value. This is an article. He does some interviews, and it is in some ways a little bit of a response to some of our previous articles about how you value, and are you thinking about it in game, and are you thinking about it in the kind of point goblin-y sense or in the general sense. And I think I don't know. it's another great read. I always love talking about value and how abstract but also distinct it can be. This is, we're in Wraith, but we're also in a very rate-centric game.
Clever. I think, yeah, even for the more, let's say, vibes-based players such as myself, I think it's really hard to turn down the opportunity to read from some of the best players in the game. Thoughts from some of the best players in the game. Mentioned there, Sam Sutherland, Michael Fung, Brody Spurlock, and of course, Ben Dodd. Truly an excellent read.
Absolutely. And finally,
I know this guy.
Absolutely, I know him too, and I know the hero here. Maybe a little bit self-interested, but I do gotta mention we have a Kasai article here, and I can definitely agree. Kasai has legs. Kasai is doing, I think, a lot of cool stuff, a lot of implicit value, as Chris talks about, and he has some good takes. I think he has a new deck list in there as well, and I think I agree. She is still the pick this season.
Yeah, I'm obviously a little biased here. I was there with Chris when he took down the event, and you mentioned the legs. The legs he brought to defeat a Kano in the final there was a Valiant Dynamo. So really fun story there from, I think, one of the most innovative deck builders in our game, and certainly one of the players that I'm most intimidated to sit across from at our weekly or monthly events. So obviously, a lot of reps on Kasai on this team between you and Chris. Couldn't think of two better players who I'd want to pick the brain of if I were interested in taking on Kasai for my ProQuest season.
Absolutely, especially with Chris, who is a known waffler and will not pick decks to the last minute. I think endorsing this deck list is, I think, pretty serious and pretty important. That this is the deck to go to. All right. And with that, it sounds like the event is just about to start, so we'll get to a short break, and then when we'll be back, we'll be back with round one. And welcome back to round one of our feature match coverage. I'm Colin Erickson here, joined by Patrick again, my lovely co-caster, as we will be taking a dive into the games. I think the players are just about ready, but before that, we just have a couple more things to cover. We want to say a quick shout out to Grave Toll Games. They have been sponsoring us, and they have been, of course, hosting us here. They've been just such a great partner. I think it is something that doesn't get quite talked about much, but it is so helpful to have just great people on the ground there that we get to interface with, and we get to help set up and provide these AGEs to you. And they've just done an A+ job on that. And
yeah, and especially bouncing back after a bit of unfortunate fire situation here to be able to pivot and get this going, get us up and running after a little bit of a delay here is really awesome, and I think a testament to how strong the community there is. So very grateful to have them in the AGE family.
Absolutely, yeah. And we saw, I think, such great community support, especially after the fire, coming back. Sort of an ironic art up on screen now with the fire there.
Yeah, but Grave Troll triumphs.
Grave Troll triumphs indeed. All right, and another thing we want to talk about, these players are competing for a couple of prizes today. Of course, this is our prizing that we're going to do at every event. This is $400 for the winner, total of $1,000 prizing overall, and these AGE Open points. These points are going to help cash your ticket into the finals way down in probably about September-ish, where the top 16 get to compete. And let me tell you, as someone who's been in the top 16 before, these points are gained at every single AGE, and they build up. They build up with consistency more than they build up with spikes. We've had players like Brody who have won an AGE, but just due to attendance have not been able to get into top 16. And we've had players who have just been the consistent top 16, and they have made it in through their hard work. But it looks like our players are ready, so let's get down to the feature match area. Go into round one of Dash versus Valda.
I'm very excited to see a Dash here, Colin. Seems to be one of these. Actually, two decks that I would think would try to be an answer to Kayo, who seems to be the titan of this format currently, in two different ways. Dash by going under, and Valda by maybe being a little bit more disruptive.
Absolutely. And it looks like the game has just started here. I believe Dash has just loaded up the gun and passed.
And Daniel Hanson here, starting with a Cartilage Crush in the red variety for 7. Start this turn.
7, yeah. It looks like we have like a staunch response and another block card in hand. I think that indicates the tone of what Valda is trying to do here. Just block out and stop those big turns from Dash.
You have to wonder, too, if this is even an on-hit that Connor is particularly concerned about. I mean, Dash tends to not be too hurting for resources. And yeah, sure enough, Connor, go ahead and taking the 7. His first attack on his next turn will cost 1 extra. Of course, he does have that hyperdriver to insulate his resource base a bit.
Absolutely, yeah. Dash can get a lot of resources here, and sometimes the resources aren't as necessary. As we see with a blue being pitched here, this was 4 resources here. So Connor pretty flush with resources, and that's going to allow him to pay for all sorts of 2-for-6s and 1-for-5s and just these super efficient attacks that the mech class is known for.
Yeah, and that 0 to 60 costing 1 in brackets there, because immediately refunded by that hyperdriver. Basically exactly how you want to be starting with Dash, is seeing your 0 for 60 reds in this opening hand. Daniel, go ahead and block with, I believe, a Crash and Bash, that is, which will be a 4 block value in the corner.
Absolutely. Now, something I want to talk about is Dash's hyperdriver. This is the item of choice that she chooses to start with. We're a little bit limited on items here of what you can start with, but that hyperdriver, importantly, comes in with 3 counters, and you're basically looking to finish the game by the time it ticks down to 0. There are a couple cards that can refund those hyperdriver counters that give you a little bit more reach, but generally it's going to be a fast game, and she's going to be going hard in the paint here.
And Connor following up here with a zipper hit red, pretty much a perfect start from the Dash seat. I would have to think, as you have 2 of your most efficient boost attacks to start.
Absolutely. And I think this hand is going to line up perfectly.
And Connor, again, got another 0 to 60. You are seeing 3 0 to 60s on screen. This one, yellow. So it will just be a head jab for 3.
Yep. And with that last 2 cost in hand, that is, what is it, 4, 5, 3, 12, plus another, I think, 6, 18, and then the gun for another 5 for 23 total if he chooses to send it. And yes, he does.
Connor here ending on a rev up, which will come in for a mighty 6. So, wow, Colin, that's a total of 18 in
18?
just boost attacks.
Plus the gun?
Plus the gun for Connor on his first turn in earnest. This is exactly why you play Dash, I would have to think.
Absolutely. And no wonder he took the damage, because he says, I'm going to win the race. And I think he's right.
Finishing off here with a plasma barrel for shot for 5 here, getting pumped by an extra 1 for each boost on this chain link. That'll be for a total of 4, including the inherent 1.
Absolutely. And this plasma barrel shot, being able to load on your off turns and then send it without using any resources allows him to have these big offensive overlaps. And something that I think Valda is doing in response here is, I think she's going to try and not let Dash get too many turns here, just blocking with armor instead of blocking with cards from hand and trying to preserve the maximum amount of life. I think indicates that Valda is going to try and hit back with some real damage.
Yeah, we'll have to see here what Daniel has saved to cook up. It's another cartilage crush, this time for 7, but critically, Colin, 2 cards between hand and arsenal for Daniel. What do you think that signals?
There's this card that's been floating around Flesh and Blood. It's kind of niche, but it's called Pummel.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. Pummel, very important card to push through on hits against decks that want to block you and against decks that don't want to block you. Just force them off these big 4 and 5 card hands, because I think that is where a lot of this damage tends to leak through.
Yeah, and Connor here has to figure that he's maybe just value blocking or maybe making Daniel have it. And it looks like Daniel does not have a pummel. So he psyched us out. Connor not psyched out, taking just, I believe, 1 off of that cartilage crush, down to 12.
Absolutely. And I think that just goes to show why Connor has been a master of this deck, winning, I believe, calling Montreal on this very own Dash list. I believe it's Dash, the CC, so Dash.io, but nonetheless, a mechanologist man through and through.
Slightly different Dash, but I think Connor here has been able to keep a very efficient hand in that he's got our brand new from the Compendium, Teklo Trebuchet 3000, I believe I'm pronouncing. I don't speak French, but I believe I'm pronouncing that quite right. And it looks like he'll be able to follow it up with effectively what will be a 1-cost boost attack, utilizing the looks like not choosing a different line. He's the expert, I'm not. Just loading the plasma barrel and passing over to Daniel. Going to go ahead and try to set up a 5-card hand that Dash utilizes so effectively.
Absolutely. Now, something I've seen and cannot unsee ever since Evan's article over on the AGE site is that trebuchet is actually a catapult. Not a trebuchet at all here.
Yeah, I don't pretend to know my sort of my military's type weapon system, so I'll have to take your and Evan's word for that one. Daniel here now in the difficult position of trying to convert a 5-card hand as a Guardian player, and sure enough, only going to go ahead and develop an aura and send out a Titan's Fist for 4.
Titan's Fist for 4, potentially threatening Pummel again here. Notably, Daniel, he has his chess piece, Magmatic Carapace, that says whenever you play an aura card, I believe you can pay 1 and tap this to create a Seismic Surge token. And I believe Promising Terrain is an aura card.
I believe that's right.
Choosing not to do that perhaps signals that maybe he could try and push more damage. Maybe he has a use for the resources here. We see Edge of Your Seats being pitched, and those are these instant speed auras that maybe Daniel could be trying to set up a couple of those buffs, and those crush cards are certainly going to hit.
And he is still technically bluffing a pummel, or I guess pummel wouldn't work on Titan's Fist, I guess. But you're right, definitely bluffing something to be able to utilize. He couldn't do it last turn, took an intellect penalty of 1, but here Connor will respect the Titan's Fist and take just 1 damage here on the block for 3.
Now, that card being blocked with, that is another pen card, Speed Demon here. A max card, or at least what I thought was a max card. This is a weird one. It's not a boost card. It's a scrap card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's supposed to have Go Again with Max's ability because you crank the hyperdriver, and then it is a 0 for 4 Go Again that generates you a hyperdriver, and it's great. But I guess what it does in the dash deck here is if you kind of burn out a little bit and you use your hyperdriver, you just play this one. You scrap the hyperdriver from your graveyard and just make a new one and get to keep going for next turn.
I think that likely is the plan. Here, Connor starting with a jumpstart, effectively cost 1, effectively 0 on the back of his hyperdriver, and then following up with a payload. I believe this will be 6 dominate, but no Go Again. Of course, Daniel has already used a lot of his equipment value, so going to be hard to completely cover this up.
Yeah, and Connor, notably, has not used any of his equipment at all. I would have been tempted just to block the Titan's Fist, a couple of the Blade Beckoners, but he says, no, we are going to be saving it for the on-hits and allow us to keep these hands over just cashing in the block as soon as possible here. And I think it's probably going to be paying off for him because with 3 pieces of Blade Beckoner and that middle piece, which is another new card from Penn, it is a base card, although I don't think he's doing any Evos. But otherwise, it is a block 2 Guardwell piece. That means with a total of 5 block, he's going to be able to cover up just about any on hit except maybe a red disable or something of the like.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen any of those yet. We haven't so far from Daniel. The only form of disruption we have had is a cartilage crutch, which, as we mentioned, is maybe not the best when your opponent is starting the game with a hyperdriver in play. So we'll be curious to see if Daniel's able to send something a little bit more disruptive to Connor's game plan on this next turn.
Absolutely. And something I want to mention here, hyperdriver with 2 counters. That is not Connor Bryant making a mistake. He boosted a Big Bertha here, which is one of those featured cards that is going to be able to refund the hyperdriver counters just by boosting, which is what Dash wants to do already, and that is just extra value on top of 0 for 4 Go Agains and 1 for 5 Go Agains.
Yeah, doing a little bit of a max cosplay there. Daniel going to establish some more auras here on his turn, trying to set up maybe a future turn. Notably here, Daniel also is up to a seismic surge count of 4, which means due to Valda's hero ability, his crush attacks will have dominate on this turn.
Absolutely. And additionally, that also means promising terrain's tax is turned on. If you have 3 or more seismic surge tokens, you draw a card and gain a life when this leaves. And that means Daniel's set up. I believe now he can play both of the cards in his hand as well. And he has those instant speed auras that we talked about, Tension in the Air, which is another 4 damage that is soon to come. It is up in the air here, but next turn is going to come crashing down.
And Daniel here just looks like he has a buckling bow. I got to be honest, Colin, not quite the form of disruption I was hoping, I guess, if you're for Daniel fans, he would be able to line up here as you mentioned just a second ago. Connor hasn't even blocked with any of his fridge yet, so there's not a real. Sorry. So I guess this would incentivize Connor to go ahead and use that equipment. So going to be able to effectively lose Connor 1 value on hit here. From that equipment suite that he could have converted elsewhere on one of the Blade Beckoners, perhaps. But you have to wonder if that's really what this game is about at this point. Connor is at 9 points of life still, has a full 5-card grip with a hyperdriver out. You have to imagine Daniel's in a bit of danger.
Absolutely. I think this is, in some ways it's not great, but in some ways it is a bit of a good setup card here because, of course, Connor doesn't want to lose value here, which means he blocks with armor, and that does mean for that next on-hit, he's not going to have the armor, and that means the on-hit is very likely going to come through in full force here. That is, if Daniel can survive this turn here, jumpstart from 9 being a big one.
Yeah, a one cost attack, effectively 0 cost attack for 9. Exactly what Connor wants to see. And here, getting a full 3-card all red from Daniel. You have to wonder if maybe Daniel drew up a dreaded 4 red hand, or maybe just keeping that last blue in case Connor simply passes here. But no, Connor not going to simply just pass, ending on a payload for 6, dominate. And yes, Daniel, maybe for the best that he was able to utilize all 4 cards in his hand for blocking on this turn, because he was not going to be able to do much with that on offense.
Absolutely. But speaking of offense, that means now the offensive potential of tension in the air is unfortunately gone here, unless Daniel has 0 cost in arsenal that he's going to be able to play out, which seems unlikely. I think we spotted a staunch response in there earlier.
Oh, Connor Bryant breaking the Achilles accelerator. You always have to wonder when that's going to come into play in this in these Sage games, and here just cashing it in for a free 2 damage straight to Daniel's life.
Yeah, in Sage, we do not really have a life gain outside of those promising terrains gaining 1, which means that as Daniel takes damage, and I believe he took 2 damage down to 2 here, these breakpoints are going to get more and more annoying. When these 4s, you have to block with 2 cards, or these 5s also 2 cards, and no damage can leak through. It just does not give Daniel space, and it means that he can tend to start kind of bleeding out from all these little bits of chip damage.
So, Connor Bryant here drawing up one of the cards you discussed in our pre-show meeting, penetration script in hand, but starting with a throttle, nice little 6 go again, going to generate 1 resource on the back with hyperdriver.
Very efficient attack. And yeah, absolutely. This penetration script, it's probably for matchups like these. These Guardians like to block, and there we go. Yes, staunch response. Really helping Daniel just to cover up this turn here. But penetration script says that that's fine. Next turn, we're just going to go even harder, and now you've used your defense reaction early.
Yeah, one problem, I guess, about playing penetration script in a non-DO, or in this format, dash database deck, and Connor here following up with a speed demon that we discussed just a minute ago, is that you really are probably only going to be able to get 1 turn of value off of the penetration script, because you're not playing it from the top of the deck. So you're either playing it from hand, you're either going to crank it, or you're just going to set it up and pass. So a little bit less effective here, but maybe just effective enough when your opponent's only at 4 life.
Yeah, and we see, I think that was only coming in for 3, but nonetheless, maybe Daniel just does not want that pummel in arsenal here. Just coming in for 4.
And sure enough, there's the equipment block to use. Connor going to take 2 here. It really seems like this is the turn for Connor to keeping a 5-card hand. Hyperdriver still developed. 1 counter on plasma barrel shot. Does he have enough here to finish off Daniel, who we think may be at 2? It could be the case. Maybe some life got missed there, but Connor starting off with that penetration script.
Yeah, whatever the case, though, this is going to be a big turn here, and this is going to be
data link for 4.
Yeah, and perhaps not too many big turns left here. Something to comment on for those new to the game. Dash with the boost mechanic burns through cards pretty fast. She goes fast, she goes hard, but the decks do run out at some point, and I think Connor knows this and is trying to set up these big turns because he has a limited number of them to be able to make it there.
And Connor, he had a data link for 4 there, so that one bleeding over you were just mentioning, and following up with a 060 yellow, usually for 3, now with penetration script out for 4. Exactly like you drew it up, Colin.
Yeah, and look at this, Daniel at 1. Now this 4 breakpoint, super awkward.
And a zipper hit for 6. That will do it. Connor Bryant showing us what the mechanologist skills that took him to a win at the calling in Montreal.
Wow, and well done there. Well sequenced. And he even had the gun at the end for the last little bit of damage, just in case.
Just in case. In case that absolutely massive penetration script turn wasn't enough to quite get him there.
Absolutely. Wow. That was a great first game. And I think a great showing for 2 decks that are not named Kayo, but also have good game into Kayo.
Absolutely. And you have to wonder, Valda there, not really getting a chance to showcase some of the more disruptive cards. You would have loved to see a boulder drop perhaps get played. Just not quite lining up right. And then, of course, the turn that the tension in the air was going to pop, drawing the all 4 red hand there. Nonetheless, Connor Bryant, excellent mechanologist player. We're going to see if we can get a few words with Mr. Bryant in just a few minutes. But until then, We're going to take another break and be back with you just shortly. And fresh off of a win in calling Montreal, we have Connor Bryant here. Connor, was there any doubt about what hero you were going to bring to this event today?
Yeah, I apparently only own mechanologist cards, so I was like, we'll play OG Dash. I love Dash. Obviously, she's like my original hero. I played a ton, and she's really strong in this format. Hyperdriver is really nice to start and play. Just 3 free resources over the course of the game, and you can do like the turn 0 load plasma barrel shot, and then that big first turn was like 20 something damage or whatever right out the gate, and then you can kind of play a very like a fair like block a little bit, throw a little bit game after that, but. Yeah, I love mech. What can I say?
Yeah, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on mech's place in this meta. Did you view Dash? I mean, hearing you say, I know you're very much in your comfort zone here with mech. Did you view this as a sort of counter pick to Kayo, who I think most people expect to be the sort of big dog of the format?
I think she has a pretty good matchup into Kayo, as good as you can. You know, Kayo can just kind of make any matchup into almost a 50-50 because he's so good aggressively, but you can definitely race. And if you go second, you have a pretty nice advantage. So I like the deck into Kayo, and I think you have a pretty good Kano matchup too, because you have AB3, you have a lot of blues, you make a free resource every turn. And there's the new Arcane Barrier headpiece, which lets you remove a counter from a Hyperdriver to basically Spell Void 1. So you just kind of like have Spell Void 2 or 3 like right off the bat. So I think it's really good in a Kano, and then I think you're pretty good in a Kayo, and then against Guardian you have to kind of figure it out and do your big burst turns. But I love a big burst turn. I know my way around throwing some damage. So
you had some bursts. It really did feel the sort of. I mean, I perceive, and I'd love to hear more about sort of your thoughts on the Guardian matchup specifically in a bit. But I did perceive that as maybe a tougher matchup for you, but it did seem as if the just the amount of damage you're able to present, it almost didn't matter what was across the table from you. And I'm curious to know, given that, why do you think it is that we haven't sort of seen big results from Dash outside of maybe some side events in some of the larger Silver Age events so far?
I think the Briar matchup was a little bit harder just because Briar was so good aggressively, so that you kind of were like pretty coin flipping into the 2 best aggro decks. Where now you kind of have a little bit better matchup into KO than you did into Briar. So I think that helps. And then I think the format getting a little bit wider as well, with like these new unbans and some of the banning some of the more powerful decks. She has a really fast clock, which is just good into most heroes, like you were saying. So I think she did well in Brisbane. I think she won the showdown in Brisbane. That's at least what I had heard. So I think she's starting to pick up, and I think she'll have a place in the metagame long term for sure.
Yeah. And what are your thoughts on, as a fellow mechanologist enjoyer myself, I think what's, it put a lot of cowardice into me that you were able to shed for playing Dashes. I'm just so afraid of the Oldhim and the Guardians in the room. I imagine Plasma Barrel helps a lot with that in those matchups. So what are your thoughts on the guess Oldhim and then Guardian at large?
Oldhim is still scary. You'll still be a little scared. That's the life of a mech player, though. You say, if they're playing Guardian, they might beat me, but we've all beaten Guardian matchups. It's not like it's unwinnable or anything like that. So you know the setups and how to play the games. The Oldhim matchup's a little bit scary. If the format was like 30% Oldhim, I really wouldn't want to play Dash, but I don't think we're in that place. And I think Kano is kind of keeping those Guardian decks down a little bit. So as long as Kano is really good, I think that Guardian will still be a player in the metagame, but not like top dog. And I think we're pretty safe as long as it's not like the best deck in the format, So don't be too sad if you lose into Guardian, but play the games a couple times and you'll find ways to win. And you have the tools, like Recharge is really good into Fatigue, because then you have an extra Hyperdriver counter and bigger power without boosting a card out of your deck. And payload's good, penetration stripped. Like you have tools in the format to attack Fatigue. So I'm not too worried if they block out totally, but you can lose though. It'll happen.
Yeah, and I'd like to in a moment discuss some of the card choices you made, which were at least to me seemed like I saw a couple that I was like, that seems like more of a max card to me, but used to absolutely really effectively by you just now.
Speed Demon is really good in this deck, because once your Hyperdriver dies, your deck obviously gets a lot worse. But now this lets you make an extra Hyperdriver. You can put your Big Bertha or Crankshaft counters on the token Hyperdriver, so you kind of have the whole game where like you'll have like 5 or 6 turns of Hyperdriver in play, which is a ton. That's so much value over the course of a game. So Speed Demon's been great. That was when I was trying to so on the deck, and then I played a couple games with it with Speed Demon, and it's like a total game changer for the hero and Sage. And then you have a lot of other good, like, kind of longer game tools, like I was saying. And then also just the deck has a bunch of 2 for 6s and throttles and rev ups and everything like that. So, like, per card, like, your numbers are pretty big. So, like, as opposed to throwing, like, all your 0 for 3s and kind of smaller attacks, 2 for 6s generally, like, go, like, you can kind of stack 2 of them on the same turn and just do bigger bursts with that style of boost card, as opposed to just playing all 0 costs or whatever.
Yeah, and so hearing that, and knowing about the way that we both know the power of a boom grenade off the top of the deck, right? Was
Yeah.
was Dash database any sort of consideration for you coming in?
Of course. I mean, if you look at my Fabrary, it's just like 50 mechanologist decks of every hero, of every kind of build, and everything like that. So, database, I think, should have a place in the format. The format's a little fast, where if you do stumble and draw a hand that has like a boom grenade or 2, or is a little bit awkward, it can be hard to catch back up. And because you don't have the life total buffer, usually you would just take the damage. You go, oh, whatever, I'll do a bigger burst turn later on. But with 20 life, you don't have that much space to like kind of brick and kind of try to dig around for the better items off the top. Plus, playing Dash without Techno Foundry Heart, like playing Dio without Techno Foundry Heart, it feels a little bit worse, just because you don't have that like auto extra look at the top of your deck and everything. So I think Dio could have a place. I love her. I'll definitely play her on Talishar and just in random games and stuff like that. But for an event where I think there's me Guardian and the Kayo deck is still really good, I think Dash Database might have to wait a little while for her day in the sun.
Yeah.
But she's great in CC though, so if you want to crank boom grenades, go for it. But
Absolutely. And as somebody who also has some various Dash decks on Fabrary with copy on them,
Yeah.
I can relate to that. So it's what I was wondering is, and I've gone through Fabrary looking at some of these Dash lists, and even back to when it was Project Blue, and I've found that some of them had multiple options for the starting item. One in the board, and then usually Hyperdriver in the main. It seems like a lot of your card choices were sort of have a sort of parasitic relationship with the Hyperdriver. So I was wondering, and we hope to see you in top 8, and so I guess it'll be public at that point. But do you have a switch option for another item in the board, and did you consider one at any point?
Yeah, I mean, I considered like Convection Amplifier maybe to help into like more Fatigue deck, and it works good with like Recharge and things like that. But right now, Hyperdriver just gives you too much value, and like you really want your jump starts to cost 1. But I'm playing red and yellow jump start. I'm playing Rev Up, so you want those cards to always have their discount. So you pretty much always start with Hyperdriver in play. But trust me, building Dash decks, I've gone through the list. I've been like, okay, Cognition Nodes. How can I make Cognition Nodes versus the starting item, or Steam Canister, or all these different ones that you can do. But Hyperdriver is just too efficient. It's just too strong right now.
Yeah, and it enables the entire package you have going in that deck. So totally makes sense.
Yeah. And the chest piece armor that just blocks 2 guard well is so good. Just so welcome to have that.
Yeah. It's lovely that we have a format where just having 2 stapled onto a piece of equipment is great. Moving on from Silver Age, I'd love to just talk a bit about, and if we want to hear from you, Connor, we have lots of options to be able to do it. So, but you'll have to humor me a little bit longer here. In the following your huge win, you have in Montreal. You've had tremendous success, tremendous consistency with Dash.io, a hero I also love, and especially in the Max V variant, can be a little bit inconsistent. And so it's always really impressive to me to see players like you find consistency in a deck that has this, to me, inherent inconsistency. How do you view the deck? What do you think has I guess contributed to that consistency, that continued success for you?
I think I mean I've played the deck pretty much since Bright Lights came out, so I've seen every iteration of 2 boom grenades and a blue item that doesn't block and a blue boost attack that sucks. Like every iteration of like crappy hands that you kind of have to work your way out of. But also it's like for every boom grenade off the top, you're going to draw 1 at the wrong time also, so it's a little give and take. But the deck sees so many cards that as long as you're like kind of getting every advantage you can each turn, you'll be able to like outdo whatever like internal inconsistency you have, just because like it's so powerful, and you do actually you pretty much see your whole deck most games, so like it's a weird, like you are consistent, but then it might not be like right on this turn, right now, you have to be consistent. It's like I can't
Right.
guarantee that, but like I'll have like 7 good attacking turns. It might just not be like this one, you know.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to understand the pace of the game and give yourself enough of a life buffer sometimes, like block a little bit earlier sometimes, or give yourself that extra space to make up for like the all item clunky hand or whatever.
Mhm.
But I've also lately I've been experimenting more with Visitronic, the headpiece, the
Mhm.
AB2 headpiece, or whatever.
Mhm.
And that one you can just sometimes you draw a really crappy hand and you're like, oh, I'll activate this and then put my boom grenade back on top and then do all this cool stuff. So you have some ways to smooth it out too. But
Yeah.
I think as long as you feel like you're doing a good job digging through the deck, don't feel too bad if you draw like a couple yellow boom grenades and you're sad. And when you draw a boom grenade, pitch it, get it back in the deck. You're gonna shuffle so you can refind it, you know. So definitely agree for it'll be all right though. DO players, just hang in there. You'll keep winning. Just keep playing. Just keep playing.
And do you think part of that too is like a sort of mental strength there? I mean, because we've all drawn 3 or 4 boom grenades, like in a hand.
Yeah.
I have certainly, and it's sort of like, oh man, how do I feel like I don't just instantly lose this game, or even if I have lost this game, like maybe it was against Syndra or something, then how do I stop that from affecting me the next round or the round after that? Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to have that short-term memory. They say like it's like a quarterback throws an interception, and then get back out there and try don't let that affect you. Don't let it bother you. I've gotten really good. I've played card games for a long time. I've taken my lumps in all these different places, so I've gotten good at riding the ups and the downs of competitive card gaming. So it's definitely one of those things where just don't panic. It'll be all right. And if you lose a match, it's not the end of the world. Just keep playing, and you'll win more down the road. So.
Yeah. Well, Connor, man, thank you so much for your thoughts. Round 2 is
Thanks
about
for
to get
having me.
started, so I'm going to give you a little bit of break here. We hope to see
Perfect.
more from you in the rest of this tournament.
Cool. Thanks. Thank you so much.
All right, we will be back in just a moment.
And welcome back to round 2 of AGE. We're back, me, Colin, and Patrick here as our co-caster. And we came off just a kind of a banger match. It was a fast one, but it was a good one. And I think we got to see some cool things from both the dash side as well as the Valda side. It's very interesting instant speed auras there.
Yeah, Valda, one of those decks that I think lends itself to multiple ways to be built. I guess a lot of decks in Silver Age you could say that about, given how unexplored this format is, and really some interesting ideas in Connor's dash deck that he extrapolated a bit upon in our interview just a few moments ago.
Absolutely. And speaking of these different strategies and stuff, let's see what these players brought to the table today, as we now have a little bit of a metagame for you guys. We'll pull up here. We have, I believe, a total of 25 players here. Surprisingly, Briar at the top. I was expecting Kayo.
My financial investments in Kayo as the top deck are ruined, Colin. Briar, you have to wonder. I'm exceedingly curious as to whether the build that these Briars are they on just a slightly worse version of the sort of 0-for-4 tribal decks that they were before the ban, or is this some sort of new form of a Briar deck?
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, because there have been other Briar decks in the past, maybe not in Silver Age, but just in the classic constructed format, that have gone a little bit slower. We've had guys like Charles Dunn taking down Nationals and LLing Briar in the process with this very slow, grindy, kind of two card 8 value turns that create these embodiments of Earth. And as you discussed with me a little bit, Patrick, maybe that's something that could be emulated here.
Yeah, it's certainly, Briar does have access to a lot of those 2-card 7s and 1-card 8 in the Silver Age format. Looking further down, I'm also interested in, we have one additional dash other than Connor Bryant in our mix, and Ira Crimson Hades, a deck that's very close to my heart. And then, of course, 2 Kano. We expect that to be a titan of this format. Surprised to only see 2. Matching the numbers of a deck that we wondered in the pre-show if any of the assassin enjoyers among us, she really seems like, I don't want to say the only option, but probably the easily the best option in this format.
I think so too. Getting access to the Mystic talent It gives you a lot of options, especially with the new pen card, the new Mystic Illusionist pen card. Oh no, I think we're over 2 on names here, but that just creates a Fang Strike and a Slither, and then also as a banish, it's a starter for new. And we've seen it put up results. We've seen Tao Tao Chu go very far with it in calling San Diego here, and it is something that I think we could definitely see more of here. And I don't know, we've had a lot of these decks that have performed, I would say, well on Talishar in these like 58%, but it kind of, it all changes when the metal hits the road, whatever that saying is.
Yeah, something with the metal.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think we got 2 titans of the format pre-ban, also looking to do something great post-ban in our round 2 feature match. We have Nicholas Brown on Enigma, Cara Shaker on Briar. We'll be really interested to see, as we mentioned, to what extent Cara has had to shift this Briar deck to its previous iteration.
Absolutely. Yeah, these 2 decks have been big metagame contenders, and Enigma especially is a deck that I think hasn't really been hit too hard here. Enigma used a lot of generics, and the generics haven't been hit. And I believe the only card that she could have been running is perhaps the Siren's a safe harbor here.
Right off the bat, Cara Shaker with an interesting loadout here for Briar in the head slot. Oh gosh, what is that? The
Flash of Brilliance?
Flash of Brilliance, a Cilio CC card, not one I'm used to seeing in Briar. We'll be very curious to see what that says about Cara's build.
No, that is very interesting. I wonder, it's got to be an aura, and that also requires those lightning cards in hand, but what aura could it be? It could be, of course, Sigil of Lightning, Sigil of Connectivities, but it's possible it could also be like a Runeblade aura, one of those that makes rune chants or pings for arcane damage. I think Briar has some options here, and even has I believe the lightning aura in pen is a rare as well. That is the ping for arcane that was sort of an Aurora card and would be the perfect Acilio card were it not a Runeblade card.
Nicholas Brown here, starting off with the second tenet of Chi Wind. This will get Go Again on the back of Nicholas Brown's Drop in the Ocean, which will transcend him as he has played a blue in the second tenet of Chi Wind. Interestingly there, opting to do it, it looks like before damage.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you can do that in damage itself, and the Go Again will still resolve. So it's just a little bit of a weird interaction there. Probably not something that comes up too often here. Enigma, known for the weird little interactions that you can do with all the chi cards, with anything from the banishes to responding. We've had several rule reprisals on that sort of stuff here.
And Nicholas Brown doing exactly what you probably want to be doing as Enigma on your first turn, which is transcending right off the bat. We can see he's got those beautiful Marvel cheese, or at least one, in the pitch currently. Cara blocking with a Jack B Nimble may signal that Cara doesn't have a Nimbleism in hand, as that card is functionally just a 3 attack with no Go Again without the Nimbleism. Cara will lead her turn off with a Ravenous Rabble. I fully expect it to come in for 4, as it does, showing a Sprout Strength on the top.
Absolutely. And Ravenous Rabble probably indicating that this Briar list is going to be pretty similar to the Briar list of old, looking to be just that efficient 0-for-4 deck that is able to just pump out damage and go way above rate. And that is something that Enigmas especially can struggle with if they otherwise would try to be building this board state and try to set up these board state and ward state, as we call them, so that she can swing these very, very efficient attacks here.
And Nicholas Brown will react here with a big blue sky. Only going to be blocking for 2 because he hasn't pitched any blue cards. So Ward will take care of 1, as well as the our newest card from Penn that will we'll ward 1 and create a Ponder token on Destruction.
That is a Silken Shroud here.
Shroud.
Silken Shroud has been kind of an all-star in the Illusionist class. Basically, ward 1, draw a card, I would say is just a very powerful piece of equipment here.
Pretty good. And Cara Shaker following up with a Weave Lightning, with an Arcanic Shockwave, looks like in the yellow, to follow up, fusing a Flittering Charge in hand. So this will be for 6, but with 1 ping as well. So importantly, I think here, Cara, it looks like seems to with this ping, will be threatening the creation of an embodiment of Earth.
Yes, something to note on Briar's ability, that is just whenever one of your attacks deals damage. That includes arcane damage here. It's very easy to miss and probably won't end up mattering if Nicholas Brown ends up taking a little bit of this damage here. But those Arcanic Shockwaves do create the embodiments of Earth. And that has been, I think, actually a somewhat important piece of Briar deck building in the 39th and the 40th card here. We've seen cards, I believe, like Arcanic Crackle, that just ping for 1 automatically as that way to guarantee generate 1 and also just be a 0 for 4. And I think that that is something that is showing up here. Perhaps not creating embodiment, but probably be all right. Briar doesn't tend to do a lot of blocking anyway.
Cara here, Weave Lightning conferring Go Again to her Arcanic Shockwave, which means she does still have her action point. She'll be able to pop her Blossom of Spring 2 swing Starfall for 2. Notably, and maybe unfortunately for Cara, missing the embodiment trigger on the ping. And even if you weren't familiar with that interaction, it would have hit on the Arcanic Shockwave damage. So maybe we'll get that cleaned up, or maybe that's a missed trigger. Either way, it looks like Cara's going to be able to follow up with a Flittering Charge red. So quite the damage output. And interestingly to me, Colin, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Nicholas Brown not blocking as much as I might expect. I would expect an Enigma into Briar to immediately be going the fatigue route, but maybe the hand just not blocking in the manner that he wanted.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like there was a Spectral Manifestations in hand, potentially, that he was looking to line up here. But yeah, these ward kind of creatures in the form of this Waning Vengeance, they're good cards, but they are not efficient. That was a 2-card 4, maybe 5 now that he attacks with the Spectral Shield.
I think you count the 5 there.
Yeah, I think you count the 5. And actually potentially more with his Astral Etchings here, up to 4.
As you said it, Colin, Astral Etchings up to 4, pitching a red, so keeping that Spectral Manifestations in the deck should we be going towards a fatigue route. Of course, Nicholas Brown is already down to half his starting life total. Have to wonder the viability of that approach.
Absolutely. And I think that this is why Nicholas Brown is taking this line, is because he had to get that card out of Arsenal and he had to get a Ponder. Ooh, but that is not the card you want to ponder into there.
Well, I missed that.
That was an On the Horizon, a block card.
That's probably one of the very few I have to imagine that are just, not technically unarsenalable, but effectively so.
Right. And here we go. That is Sigil, I believe Sigil of Volthaven.
I believe you are right.
That new card, and perhaps going to be the synergy with Flash of Brilliance here. As it pings for 1 when it enters, pings for 1 when it leaves. And it creates some interesting situations here. Enigma is presenting AB1, but does need that resource to keep it alive. And that means that if, for example, Nicholas Brown decides to block with his entire hand, try to keep the Spectral Shield alive, then what could potentially happen is he could swing with the shield, and Cara could just play the Sigil of Volthaven and ping off the shield. Or, in another situation, if the Sigil of Volthaven's already out, simply block with Flash of Brilliance, bounce it, and that leaves a battlefield trigger, will also ping for 1, and once again, shut down Nicholas Brown's turn. And I think he is seeing the writing on the wall. Oh, especially with 2 Chi cards in hand there. Yeah.
One of the best things about this Briar deck, as we all maybe know, either painfully or positively, is the ability to send Snatch in for a number that is more than 4, often with Go Again. Not here with Go Again, but here, I think Cara plenty happy to see a Snatch for 7.
I agree. Snatch, one of the most powerful generic cards, potentially the most powerful in the format. Just being able to refresh the card here. And oftentimes it can be pretty guaranteed on the Briar side. I've had it come up at me for 16, I believe, with a 4 buffs, Braces of Belief, and Snatch. Fortunately, can't kick quite that high anymore.
Yeah. Just happens to the best of us, folks.
Yeah, happens to the best of us indeed.
As you stated, Nicholas Brown, double transcending here, second being a Stir the Pot, so he will have 2 Chi in hand. Have to wonder how he's going to opt to cover here. Activating Enigma ability will generate another Spectral Shield, Currently only blocking 5, Colin.
Right, taking 2, and it doesn't look like it, but this snatch card draw is going to be relevant because that Sigil of Oldhaven is an instant. And that means that that last card can easily go into Arsenal. I believe you saw either Entwine Lightning or perhaps Captain's Call there.
From your mount to Cara's hand there, playing out the Sigil of Oldhaven as an instant, will end her turn with, it looked like a Captain's Call in hand. So exactly the sort of setup you want to be seeing as a Briar player. Of course, hoping to dodge those dreaded all Runeblade hands of here would be, I guess, all non-attack actions. But what are the odds of that?
Yeah, what are the odds? It could never happen. And something else I want to comment on is Enigma's equipment suite. We have a face down card, which is very likely to be that Uphold Tradition, which is a 1-cost, give a +1 counter to an aura you control and has Ward 1, but also that Blossom of Spring, and that's not a lot of block value there. Ward 1 and then a Ward 1 on the headpiece. That means that the Enigma is essentially starting at maybe 22 life, and I think that's part of the reason why we see Nicholas Brown all the way down at 7 here on, turn 2?
Quite low. And there's Sigil of Oldhaven cleaning up, effective life in the form of Ward Board. Car Shaker opting to block with her Beckoning Gauntlet rather than blocking with a card from hand. That heavily implies to me, Colin, that she's going to be able to convert this entire hand.
I think so.
Starting off with an Arcane Seed's life, which will gain her life and create 2 rune chants on the back end.
Right, and this Briar ability coming in clutch here. Captain's Call has been a card that shifted in and out of the Briar lists. I believe it came out in some of them when Sprout Strength came in and Briar was at full power here. But it has good modality here because if you need the go again, you can play the go again. But importantly, when you play the +2, you're going to get the Embodiment of Lightning, and that's go again anyway.
There, Cara playing out Captain's Call, I believe for the go again, although she would have generated an embodiment of lightning off the playing of the Captain's Call. So either case, it's a blue one. So not quite as much value as you would expect to see off of a red Captain's Call there. Nevertheless, having 2 more cards to follow up this offensive onslaught, Nicholas Brown quickly getting into danger territory.
Right. It looks like the rune chants were caught here, so everything is up to date. But again, with that go again, life total's waning here, and there's no waning moon or other instant speed potential here. The Enigma is going to have to force through that damage all by herself.
And interestingly here, Nicholas Brown only choosing to Arcane Barrier 1 of the rune chants. That implies to me he has some use of the other 2 resources. Arcanic Shockwave coming in for another 1 Arcane there, fusing I believe it was a Lightning Surge in hand. So we'll clean up the rest of his resources with a Waxing, I believe Waxing Vengeance.
I think it's a Waxing Spectre.
Waxing Spectre.
But
apologize.
Yeah, absolutely right. That was a good call on the floating resources here. The floating resources can be very suspicious in Enigma, and it usually, if it's a 1-cost, that is a Waning Vengeance. If it's a cost 2, that is a Waxing Spectre. Occasionally Haze Shelter, but that's perhaps not for this matchup.
And you have to think, if you're Nicholas here, you're sending in your attack for I believe this is 4. You're saying, please block with a card. Because as the Briar player, if a card from hand is not being committed, that typically means, like Cara did last turn and the turn before that, she will be able to convert her entire hand, and Nicholas getting precipitously close to a 0 total for his life force.
Exactly right. And that Lightning Surge in Arsenal is, I think, one of the best cards to put there now that we don't have these big sort of pop-off cards like Burn Up Shock here, because that is unconditional go again, and it is a lightning card. So
Absolutely.
If it could have been a clunky hand, now you also can pitch a card to Starfall, and without any more Blade Beckoners left, that Starfall is almost as good as a real card here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely some brick insulation, as you so astutely mentioned, Colin. Here, Cara leading off with a Nimblism that she did not have earlier when she had her Jack Be Nimble. We'll follow it up with a Lightning Surge for 7, go again, because it was played from Arsenal.
Right, and we see here, I believe, Nicholas Brown with a Chi in hand due to that shuffle ability. These Chi cards, they are powerful, but on their own, not great value. Just block for 1 here.
Yeah, they give it, then they take it away. It looks like Cara's going to be able to have a pretty powerful finish this turn. I see a Weave Lightning and Electrostatic Discharge. I think we are heading towards... I can't see the attack action there. You have to assume it's a 0 for 4.
Yes, I believe that is a Static Shock, which not only is a 0 for 4, but that is a 0 for 4 that additionally has an on-hit of 1 Arcane damage here.
Exactly what you want to see.
That is a lot of damage here, 10, and I don't think Nicholas Brown can cover it up here.
Cara getting a Weave Embodiment of Lightning here will basically be useless, but here comes a Static Shock, as you mentioned, Colin, for 10, effectively 11. A lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Now, importantly, with this being Arcane damage here, Nicholas can prevent it with Silent Stilettos here, and this could keep him alive. That's going to be 3 from the Waning Vengeance, 3 from the Waxing Spectre, 1 from the Preserved Tradition, or Uphold Tradition, pardon me. Oh, but that's for a total of 7, and he can AB the Arcane damage afterwards, but that Spectral Shield does not come up immediately.
Yeah, I think double-checking the math here, players double-checking, and that will do it. Cara Shaker showing the power of Briar, even post-ban, Colin. Didn't look like she missed a step there without her burn-up shocks.
Not at all. That was a beating here, and I think that just goes to show the power of Briar. And I mean, the power of Briar beforehand. Briar before could go even bigger than this, and now that she's reined in, she's still just taking names and dealing out these 20 and 16 damage hands off 4 and 5 cards that I think she's well known for.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if in the Enigma seat there, you're thinking maybe I don't have to pivot to Fatigue like I did in the old world because Briar has been so watered down. There, I think we see the cons of what happens when you don't do that. But interesting here to see another piece of this evolving Sage format. Speaking of this evolving Sage format, Colin.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have an evolution in the Sage format to be sure. This is not the brute everyone's been talking about, but maybe it's the brute that they should with Levia. Levia proving to be perhaps a little bit of a dark horse here. Jacob Clements is going to be talking a lot about it, and we've got an article for you ready to go on AGE Premium for anyone who wants to access it. And just as a reminder, these articles do become free after a month here. So in case you don't want to commit to it now, you can always check it out. And of course, you can always check out some of these articles that have already come out for free here. Just, if you want to get a taste, maybe get a peek behind and see if you want to look a little bit more. But I think this is definitely a fun read for sure. And I mean, it makes a pretty convincing case here. You can do some 2-card 9s, some 3-card 13s, and that's the type of damage that rivals Briar's numbers.
Broken Levia stuff. Definitely an excellent read. Even if, 30 days later, some things change, I think Jacob really does a really good job of laying out his thought process and, I guess his goals in constructing that deck. So a lot of those thoughts will retain over time. And I think, Colin, we're going to be lucky enough to get an interview with our winner just on Briar, Cara Shaker, in just a few moments. If you all will hold just tight, we'll be right back.
and welcome back to AGE here. We just came off a blazing fast round 2, even faster than round 1 here, as Briar came in with quite a showing post ban list. Cara, thank you for being here. That was quite a game. How are you feeling with Briar after these changes?
I will say that losing the lightning press, losing the burn up shock was definitely something that we had to work through with testing to make it feel, just as effective as before. But I feel like she is still a very, very powerful hero.
Absolutely, and I think that was showing the round here. A lot of very high damage turns and very consistent turns. I don't think we really even saw a stumble at all. Just good efficient turns. Not any of those rune blade hands.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And you mentioned testing. Has Briar been the main deck in your site, or have you kind of been waffling between a few decks and Briar just ended up being the one you ended up on?
So for me, I am very lucky because my husband is Jacob Shaker. And so when we, come back from work, we'll eat dinner, we'll sit down and we'll just start testing and see like, oh, well, we were thinking on the team that this is going to do well or this is going to do well. He's been trying a lot of different decks. I've been kind of sticking with Briar just to make sure I really understand the best ways to kind of get around those rain blade hands like you had mentioned. But it's just, we've been doing a lot of the mirror match. We've been doing, a lot more testing, I think, than I was expecting, but it's working, obviously.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, it's bringing you to 2-0 here. That's looking like a
Yeah.
pretty good standing, potentially, going into top 8 here. I don't want to call anything too soon here.
Yeah, don't jinx me yet, please.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But I believe in you. If you can keep this up, you can take down any of them. And I mean, that was pretty convincing. Do you feel like Enigma is a pretty good matchup for you?
I think it really depends on how often they're able to transcend, how many wards that they're able to make. I think that having a lot of arcane, damage throughout my deck is kind of what pushes Briar to, get through a little bit more than maybe she would if we didn't have that. Because every time you're paying for, arcane, then you're losing a card that you could be swinging back with. So that is something that I really do enjoy about this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw quite a few choices for Arcane. Of course, we have like Arcane Seeds Life, but we have that Sigil of Volthaven and that Flash of Brilliance here. Why don't you talk a little bit about that? What's the kind of reasoning behind that, and why that over something? Why like Flash of Brilliance over something like a Blade Beckoner, and why Sigil of Volthaven in the blue slot?
So I really think that the Sigil of Voltaris is something that if you are playing it right with your hands and with the headpiece, you're able to essentially play that card kind of 4 times in a set where you're only able to play it twice physically. The only thing that I don't like about the hat is that you have to discard another lightning card to be able to pick it back up, and it has to already be on the board. I find myself kind of forgetting that sometimes, and I went to go move to grab it. I don't know if you saw it, and then I was like, oh, dang, it's already in my graveyard. But it is just something that will be able to deal damage on someone else's turn in a way that, this deck is not able to do otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that a strat for the aggro matches? Maybe, as you're getting down, play Sigil of Volthaven, ping, flash, bounce it, play it, ping, and kill them?
I think it's really one of the only cards that we've been keeping in the kind of main deck, not even in the sideboard, just because it is such a good card. It works with the cards that require the instants to be able to gain go again. It works to bring someone from, let's say, that 3-point life total that Nick was at. It kind of just helps weasel them a little bit lower. So when I send that big turn, there's no other option.
Absolutely here. And something else I want to talk about is the blues. We saw, I believe, Captain's Call blue and, of course, Sigil of Voltaris. Does that mean that maybe you're on some 3-for-7s like Evergreen in the sideboard?
So that is something that we were toying with, at least for myself. No, because I find that, it's the same thing with regular Rune Blade hands. If you don't have the blue to play it, you've kind of messed up your entire turn. You either got to tank damage and wait to get a card that'll let you play it, or just kind of see where it goes from there. But I'm very happy with the deck I have right now. I feel like I'm really playing the game instead of just consistently being like, all right, here's a 7. Here's another 7. And that's a great way to play it. But I enjoy kind of the ins and outs of the deck that I have right now.
No, absolutely. And I guess that means with no Evergreen, do you have any cards that require pitch at all? Is it just Starfall and the blues, are just good cards?
Yeah, it is. It is pretty much a pitch-free deck.
Yeah. Fair enough.
It's that idea that you want to be able to convert that 4-card hand into 4 things you're attacking with, or at least 3 things you're attacking with, and setting up an arsenal for the next turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, it's working out. The efficient
So far.
hands, efficient hands, good stuff. Would you say, staking your claim on this right now, that Briar's the best deck in the format?
It's what it feels like to me. There's others that I haven't had the opportunity to play against yet, but at least from how it's feeling today, possibly.
Okay. Even over something like Kayo here? I mean, obviously, people have been yapping about Kayo, but I don't know.
I think it really depends on, the luck of the draw. And it kind of depends on whether you're able to go first, able to go second. I feel like Briar is very good at being able to swing the match back in her favor. And that is something that is incredibly valuable in any matchup.
Absolutely. Yeah. There can be hands that are just way above rate. We saw your snatch that was 0 for 4, draw a card. Just some of the best cards in the game there. And yeah, I mean, I'm curious, are there any sneaky choices in the sideboard? Any fun stuff? You have 55 cards here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Something I've been, enjoying using in the past has been the cloud cover. I like that I'm only playing one of the Captain's Call and one of the Jack Be Nimble in my main deck, and then kind of sideboarding those. So if someone's trying to, flip through my graveyard and find out what's going on, it can be a little bit sneaky there. But I just think that this is such a good deck for just pulling through. Even your bad hands, you can make them good hands if you're able to get the embodiments, if you're able to get that go again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's cool. And I feel like we kind of already saw your sneaky tech with the Voltaris and
Yeah.
and the bounce there that worked very well. We were talking about in the casting booth, like if he tries to swing with a spectral shield, you can just end his turn there. Which
yeah, I was debating whether or not I was going to send that last attack with I think it was the Weave Lightning, or if I was going to save that and pitch it to get that Sigil of Voltaris back. But regardless, it worked how I wanted it to.
Yeah, absolutely, it sure did. And I mean, yeah, I suppose killing him is a little bit better than grabbing the Sigil of Voltaris back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, may as well end the game there. But yeah, you mentioned that you're on Team Salt the Wound. If you don't mind talking a little bit about that, what are you guys? Where are you from, and what are you about?
It is a fantastic team from New Hampshire. We do a lot of testing with each other. We're genuinely all very good friends. Actually, most of them were in Jacob and I's wedding party, which was really fun.
Congrats.
But it's just a good group of people. We are constantly able to get online and test. It's good to have a supportive group behind you going into any event, and just knowing that you're always going to have somebody to talk about life and flesh and blood with.
Yeah, 100%, and that's awesome. Here, are you going to Yokohama? And if so, do you think you're going to be bringing Briar?
I wish I was going to Yokohama. Unfortunately, I am back in nurse practitioner school, so I do not have time to go. But something I like about Sage is the matches go by a lot quicker, as you just saw. So when I finish a match, I pull out my textbooks, I start studying. Yeah, I wish I could go to Yokohama.
Yeah, totally understand. We have a teammate, Zachary Wallach, who's also in medical school and going through it right now.
Yeah.
And
good luck.
yeah. I can understand, at least from a secondhand experience, that is a lot, and that's cool that you're pursuing it here.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right. Is there anyone else you want to shout out?
Definitely going to shout out the team Salt the Wound. Mostly going to shout out my husband, because I would not be half the flesh and blood player I would be without him. Thank you, Jacob. And something that I love is, we're married, so I have someone kind of built in the apartment to test with whenever we want to get better at the game, and especially at this Sage type of play. It's been fun.
Yeah, ultimate goal of marriage, Sage testing partner.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And then he drives me to the matches, so.
True. Even better. Yeah. And a carpool buddy.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Cara, and best of luck in your next round. Hope to see you back in top 8 here as we see Briar with lightning speed taking down some more matches here.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll be back in a bit.
can't say what I'm in, and everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. Bring me back to me, please. Bring me back to me, please. Bring me back to me, please. It's making me feel so weak. It's making me feel so weak. Bring me back.
Welcome back to the delayed February iteration of the AG New England Circuit. I'm Patrick R, along with my co-caster Colin Erickson, and we have some exciting updates here as we can move on to see how our players have fared thus far in this AG season. At number 1, a familiar face, a familiar voice, Noah Beygelmn, who took down AG New England January on Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. Colin, I think he might be on a familiar deck here today.
Believe so. I believe the Green Man himself is making a return appearance here, now looking more youthful than ever. As Noah, he's been on a hot streak here, winning not only just this past month as well as last year, and he's on a tear.
Absolutely. The Runaways in general having a very good day. Also have others near the top of the standings in the room in Ka-chan, Elyse Summers. Hoping to see one of them at some point during the day. Without further ado, we'll go ahead and go into our round 3 match. The pre-mentioned Noah Beygelmn on Kayo versus Julian Helgeson on Kano. Only one letter off in name. Quite different in game plan, Colin. How do you see the approach of this matchup for either side?
Very different. Now, this matchup is it's going to be fast but it's not a Briar fast matchup. Kano can surprisingly block pretty well, especially with double blade Beckner as well as this unyielding grip. And Kayo, although he cannot block much, he only has AB1 here. He does have that Spell Void 3, and that extra life buffer does mean that Kano is going to take just a little bit extra time to be able to carve through that.
Noah Beygelmn starting off with a high-pitched howl. Generating a vigor on the back end. Not a bad way to have a turn 0. You probably do, I don't know. I'd be curious to your thoughts. Attack into Kano to prevent them from being able to utilize their full grip with the KO ability. So not a bad turn 0 for Noah Beygelmn. It is a little scary to have no resources floating, though.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely the right move, but kind of making the best of an okay situation here, as we see what I imagine to be a 4-red hand, if I had to guess, with high-pitched howl pitching 2 reds, probably arsenaling a red as well.
And Oh, wow. Julian Helgeson with an absolutely blistering turn 0, going Ether Quickening into, I believe that was a snapback off the top, blocking with his unyielding grip, so only 1 damage will leak over. Meanwhile, Noah Beygelmn already down to just 14, unable to use any resources for Arcane Barrier, given what you have to imagine was a 4 red hand, not what you want on turn 0.
And Kano taking the life lead, not a good sign usually here. Kano, part of his drawback is that he does not have the high life total of other heroes. He has only 75% of it, and yet that's not looking like too much of an issue here.
Julian Helgeson will start off with 2 Kano activations. First hitting what looks to be a red Scalding Rain. Second hitting what looks like a blue no, not
I believe that's blue photon splicing.
Photon splicing, yeah. So Crucible of Aetherweave will pump this Scalding Rain, coming in for 5 damage. Noah Beygelmn taking it all straight to the dome, down to just 9. Follow-up, Photon Splicing will come in for 2 arcane damage. And I got to tell you, Colin, Noah Beygelmn is getting machine gunned down with arcane damage at this point.
Oh, and one more as well, because none of these actually use the action point. That is painful premonition here.
So Noah Beygelmn, in the absence of any Arcane Barrier, and he does have one of my favorite pieces of equipment from the new compendium set in Scara Strapping, available as arm piece. That'll give him a access to Spell Void 3, assuming he pitches to Arcane Barrier with one of his many 6-power attacks in deck. Here, just going to immediately follow up or start off his turn with a Bear Fangs, probably the most powerful card, I would venture to say, in the KO deck. You have to imagine that we're going to see a follow-up Beaten Trackers popped here.
I would agree. This is definitely, it's just the most efficient rate. It is a 2-card 8. It triggers KO to make a Might, so it's essentially a 2-card 9. And Kano's at 15. He has a lot of life. His cards can block, but if I had to imagine that this hand will deal 15 damage, this will be lethal for the Kano, and the Kano will have to act and find some spells to be able to take this one down.
And Scara Strapping is active. So Noah Beygelmn may be at 4, but if Julian wanted to end the game on Noah's turn, he would effectively have to present 7 arcane damage in the absence of Arcane Barrier being utilized. So I think maybe Julian might be pricing us some blocking here. I don't know how feasible that is. I guess it'll remain to be seen.
Yeah, very likely going to have to block just to stay alive here. As another Wild Ride, I mean, this is the hand, right? Bear Fangs Wild Ride. These are the iconic KO cards that just allow him to go wide, go tall, and go down to 1
for Julian. This is getting, I think we're in a race to see what can be the fastest matchup we have on stream. This is going at a blistering pace here, Colin. Noah, I will venture we'll be doing some thinking here, because you have to imagine Julian is not blocking. I don't think this game is going to go an extra turn. I think it's going to end here one way or the other. What do you think, Colin?
Yeah, this is KO's first real turn of the game.
Turn 1. Yeah, it's turn 1 for KO.
Turn 1, popping the resource right now just to maybe stay alive. No, he's tapped out. This is
Zealous Belting. This is obviously presenting lethal when your opponent's at 1. Here just saying, okay, well, survive and Julian, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Blocking with 2 Findal's Fighting Spirits will buffer his life back up to a, shouldn't it be 3?
I believe he took 1 afterwards,
gotcha.
back down to 2.
Gotcha. Okay. My prediction, hastily made, it was incorrect. Julian will see another turn here, opting to start the turn.
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and set a red Reverberate.
Right. And I believe leaving that card on top just because it is blue, importantly for Kano, you don't need the reds, you need them on top. And that means that he wants his next hand to be blue, 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 or maybe blue, blue, blue snapback.
So this is a little underwhelming in the sense that it's, 2-card 3 damage. But at the same time, Noah's only at 4. So he'll go down on 1 here, which means, a sneeze will put him in the danger zone here. He only has AB1. He does have Spell Void 3, so, but you can only utilize that 1 time. So Noah going to ask the question early here. Julian, playing out a red Buckwild, Julian will respond with an activation of his Talismanic Lens, which will let him opt 2.
And 2 to the top. I think this might be curtains.
Julian activating Kano. Looks like a litany of arcane damage coming Noah Beygelmann's way here. He cannot survive even the first of the onslaught, and that will do it. Julian Helgeson on Kano. I got to tell you, Colin, that was one of the fastest games I have, even of Silver Age, that I think I've seen in quite a bit.
Wow, that is 5 minutes? If that? That is incredible. And, I mean, just goes to show the power of Kano.
Kano, obviously getting an ether spindle hit there doesn't seem like it seemed like Julian had plenty of opportunities to opt throughout the game. Went obviously one coming pre-baked with talismanic lens. So I wonder how much Kano's even missing that ether spindle.
Absolutely. And Kano, for all this talk about his low life total here, with the unyielding grip and 2 blade beckoners blocking the total of 7, 22 health. Kayo has Spell Void 3, so essentially 23. Those life totals are pretty neck and neck. And with Kano just being able to have that extra turn, essentially, acting both on Noah's turn and turn 0, as well as then his own turn, and then Noah's turn again, just meant that he was able to get far enough ahead that even if the arcane spells are coming in for a little bit under rate here, he's just doing too much, and Noah can't really stop it and can't really afford to pitch to stop it.
Absolutely. We had a quick round 3. We'll see if we can get our round 3 victor on screen for an interview. But before we go to break, I want to talk to you for a bit about some of our most recent offerings from the AG Premium website. AG Premium, our latest offering on the AG website. Ben Dodd's Value in Theory and in Practice article got some of the best in our game in Sam Sutherland, Michael Fung, and Brody Spurlock. Really sort of a rare insight into the way that they approach this conceptual idea of value in our game, something that seems to me almost impossible to define as it's so contextual. Value changes deck to deck in this extremely complicated game. So it is, the folks who are involved in this article have experienced tremendous success in this game, and I think their viewpoint really informs that. It's really interesting to see the way they view it, and it's definitely some sort of big-brained thinking that is maybe beyond some of my capabilities, but I think Ben does a great job of translating their thoughts into a digestible way, even for those of us like me who are not so inclined. So highly recommend you give it a read. Of course, easily accessible versus the AGE Premium front page, your daily source of flesh and blood offerings, be it news, be it the standings of the AG event. Got Academy coming down the pipeline, got weekly puzzles, event discounts, maybe a boat at some point.
Maybe a boat. We could use a boat.
We got everything over at AG Premium. We're really excited to have you there with us, and thankful to all of you who are already supporting the AG brand. We'll be right back in a moment. We'll see if we can get our round 3 victor up for an interview and hear about, I guess, maybe we'll talk longer than the match actually went.
I think so too there. I think we will not be speed running as much as that Kano game went, as that was fast.
That was fast. And we'll be back even faster. Just one more. Welcome back to the March iteration of the AG New England Open Series. I'm here with Julian Helgeson, who we saw just take down in blistering fashion
Yeah.
a matchup on Kano. Julian, let's. I wanted to briefly talk about this matchup. Maybe we'll talk longer about it than the game actually went. I'd love to get your thoughts
Yeah.
here. So you see immediately on turn 0, Noah's going first. Noah pitches
Yep.
2 reds to send a red. What are your thoughts in that moment?
Well, he's probably saving a card to Arsenal. He's got no free mana unless he wants to go down a whole card. And he like said out loud, he's like, "Oh, this isn't good." And like, our friends, we know what's happening. We're just like, "Well, let's just hope some good cards come off the top." Oh God, I don't even remember the cards I Kano'd. I just remember blocking and just being like, "Man, I just hope there's stuff in here."
Yeah, I don't quite remember the exact cards you played either, but I do remember that Noah ended the turn at 14 life, I think, keeping his arsenal. So
Yeah.
going to your first turn in earnest, are you feeling at that point that the matchup is yours to lose?
I feel okay. It really depends on my drop, and I remember it being a good chunk of blues, and I sent a bunch of arcane damage his way, and Noah essentially just went like, "Yeah, whatever, I'll take it all. I'll kill you with my hand." And we talked about it afterwards, and that hand was a pretty good one if the Bear Fangs hadn't discarded just the other blue in his hand.
Gotcha.
So I think like he made the correct choice. And I think if things go not in my favor and slightly in his favor, I think this is like a very brutal matchup for me.
Okay, so interesting. So I think most of us perceive KO to be the boogeyman of the format, right?
I
And
agree
so
with that.
we all sort of have to think about our decks in relation to that Titan. You're sort of keyed into a fact there that, or a thought there that you maybe feel like this is generally something that you might feel is slightly unfavored. Is that right?
Yeah, I think most of the time I'm not winning this matchup. I think he has to low roll, I have to high roll, and I think we need that scenario of him not presenting good damage on turn 1 and me able to pitch to deal him free damage on turn 1, and then I can draw up a hand of 4 and present him yet again more free damage.
Right. And so okay. So we've mentioned that this deck you've selected. It both has a mix, let's say mixed bag into KO, and then additionally you just got hit with a ban in Ether Spindle. Given those
Yes,
two ideas, oh sorry, go ahead.
Yes and no. Yes, we lost Aether Spindle, but I was talking to the other Kano players in the room, and we think the deck is better now because we aren't playing a bad card.
Okay, interesting. Could you, for those of us less Kano inclined, could you elaborate on why you think Ether Spindle was maybe not optimal?
Yeah, so Aether Spindle's fantastic when you blue pitch, you blast someone for 5 arcane, and some Briar deck says, "Yeah, whatever, I'll take it," and you opt 5, and you set up your top 5. You draw up like 4 cards, and you have the Emeritus on top, and you're like, "I'm gonna blast them next turn." But if you don't opt 5, or even like you don't want to Kano it off the top, it's a terrible card, and you're not blasting someone with the blue for 2 arcane, so you're just it's a fine card. It does arcane damage. It opts, but a lot of the time the amount of opt, especially if it like opts 1, is like entirely useless.
Gotcha. Well, I find that a lot of Kano players are sort of, I don't know, diehards into the at least the wizard class. Would you say that to you, or was this more of a metagame call? Did you feel that KO aside, Kano was well situated?
I love playing Kano, but I am not a die-hard Kano player. In fact, I'm more excited about Blaze than I am about playing Kano. I'd love to be playing Icelander at the moment, but she's having a little trouble. There's some Acilio ideas I've been messing around with. So like, yes, I play Wizard, but I don't play it in CC as much as I play it in 20 life formats.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, we do have the Sage meta is being formed in the sort of on the eve precipice of PT Yokohama. I don't know if you're planning to attend that, or if maybe you're got your thoughts on how the Sage meta will develop, both leading into the PT and maybe after the PT.
I won't be going to Yokohama. I think that KO is still the big boogeyman, but I think a lot of people, especially here today, brought like the anti-KO decks, and so I think depending on if we get some bans before Yokohama, I think there'll be a room sort of like this where yes, there are some KO players, but there's a lot of what they hope to counter KO with, and then I don't think there'll be as many like I just registered Kano because I just want to play the deck players, and so I think we will probably get more of a diverse meta of anti KO decks all fighting each other.
Gotcha. And you said that you enjoyed playing Kano. I assume that was when Kano was involved in was a playable hero in Classic Constructed. In what?
Actually, I did not play him a lot in Classic Constructed. I played him in Blitz a lot.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well then, Blitz, I guess, all but retired format at this point. But
Yeah.
in what ways, maybe Stormstriders aside, does the play style of Kano change between Blitz and Silver Age?
You lose the big turns, like there's no Aether Wildfire, there's no Sonic Boom turns. And oh god, it was the 2-for-5 that made a Ponder token back in the day. Cannot remember, but it was from the Surge set.
Wish I could help you.
You lose the cards like that. But in general, because everyone else's floor is a little lower, you still get to deal arcane damage. They did print a lot of arcane prevention in Compendium, so it's not like a free roll win anymore. It's everyone has like matchup tech tools they can use into you, and arcane polarity is always like a scary thing. That if you're like, all right, I go to kill them and I've already dealt them damage, and now they gain life, and now I can't kill them, and now I'm dying. That's the classic die with Kano on the stack kind of effect.
Yeah. Would you say in the Silver Age format, given how, I guess, prevalent Arcane Polarity is specifically, that it's something that as the Kano player, you're having to constantly evaluate how
it being a
changed?
generic, it being available to everyone, and it being like the sink below of arcane damage is just always on the forefront. The moment my opponent has one card left in hand, I have to really sweat through if they can gain 4 additional life or not.
Right, exactly. Okay, well then, this last question I have about Silver Age.
Yeah.
If given what you've said about KO, is there a specific metagame share or deck in the metagame that you are hoping to prey upon as the Kano?
Everyone who's preying on the KO decks. I'm fantastic into Ira, Oldhim's. Last round I played into a Briar, and they're a lot less painful now. So I think just anything that is fighting KO is what I'm looking for.
Okay. And given moving lastly just to Classic Constructed, you've said already that you haven't you weren't much of a Kano enjoyer back when that was a playable hero. What are you playing in Classic Constructed these days?
Right now, nothing. I've kind of set Classic Constructed aside. I'm going to let it settle out. I mean, we lost KO in Classic Constructed. We're going to lose Verdant soon. I'm just kind of waiting for things to settle out so that I can figure out what to play. I mean, I love Delusionist. I'll play Ziggy when he comes out.
Yeah, interesting idea, because sometimes you hear if somebody is putting a pause on one of the formats between Sage and CC, it's usually Sage they're putting the pause on and enjoying CC. I find you have the opposite. Do you find the Sage format particularly compelling in any way? Like, why do you think you drifted this way?
I'm more excited about it. I like the fast games. You can really jam a bunch of games very quickly. When you just want to, sit down and play games, you could just get through those more quickly. And I'm just notoriously bad at CC.
Well, you're looking really good for Sage. You're in a good position now, up to 3-0, looking really good for top 8. I don't think we had you, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, in the January iteration of the AG Open. Could you just briefly talk about your AG experience thus far?
Yeah, I did a few of them. I think I played Fang and maybe Acilio in a few of them. I think I ended up on stream for one of them. Did not do well. It was, I think, what's her name? Aurora was still legal at the time. Yeah, and I don't think I placed very high in any of them. Like, it's a local event. My friends are nearby. They want to play games. I'll hop in and play games. They said there was a Sage one, and I was like, well, I've been playing a lot of that, so I might as well hop in and join.
Absolutely, and you're off to a great start, Julian. I'm hoping to see you in top 8, hopefully. But for now, I'll go ahead and give you, well, it was a really big break between the end of your game and the next round.
Yeah.
A little bit of a smaller break now, but I'll go ahead and give that to you, and we'll be back with everybody else at the start of round 4 shortly. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the March iteration of AG New England. I'm Patrick R. here with my co-caster, Colin Erickson. We're almost ready to get round 4 going for you, but before we jump into that, a quick word to talk about our sponsor of this month's iteration of the AGE Open Series, Grave Troll Games. We mentioned at the top of the show that Grave Troll recently had a bit of a fire situation they had to deal with. Fortunately, nobody was harmed. No inventory even was spared, but Katie, the owner of Grave Troll Games, showed tremendous leadership in that moment, opened up the store to the folks in the area who were more directly impacted, unfortunately, by the fire to sort of allow them refuge while they dealt with the fallout of that. So really goes beyond the game to that extent, but also just an awesome hub for games themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a wonderful part of the community, and I think it was what helps make this whole experience so special.
Yeah. And we've heard from Katie before, I believe last year on this very stream. An awesome person, awesome pillar of our community. Really glad to have her as part of this. She's all in on the Fab community. Not a magic store anymore. Fully committed to the Flesh and Blood game. It's unprecedented, at least in our area. Everywhere here is investing in Magic, investing in Pokemon, something else to sort of, buttress the sales. But here, this is a Flesh and Blood forward community, and we're so happy to have them in our AGE family.
Yeah, it is wonderful, and it is so cool to have this game just be it. You know, this is what we came for. This is what is being provided, and that's, I don't know. This is our space.
I'm glad to know I'm not the only person who Flesh and Blood just completely takes over their life. So I think we are now ready. We're getting word from our eyes in the skies that we have round 4 ready to go for you. So we'll move on over to that. Just a moment. Elyse Symmes on New versus Ricardo Rua on Oldhim. Colin, any thoughts on this matchup?
I think this is a pretty good matchup for New. New really can help feast on some of these grindier matchups, and I feel like Oldhim is the grindiest of the grindy matchups. As we see, starting off, an Art of Desire body here, looking for red cards. It's going to be a 0 for 3, blocked out by a Clash of Chests here. Clash of Chests, not really going to be relevant in the text. What really matters is going to be that bottom right corner. That is block 4, and that is yellow. Pitches to Sledge, blocks, does just about everything you want to do in the Oldhim deck, except not being Earth or Ice.
Yeah, Colin, I've seen these yellow Clash cards quite a bit, both in Silver Age games and in my Nightmares. They're tremendously effective. And Elyse Symmes there hitting a red boulder drop off of her inducement?
Intimate Inducement.
Intimate Inducement. Should have known better than to say the same word twice. Red Boulder Drop, of course, one of the premier offensive cards for Oldhim. Maybe only slightly preferring that would have been a blue one to eventually be used for new in the late game.
Right. Now, if you look at it, because of New's ability and Art of Desire Body, it will actually get banished, and that does draw a card and gain her a life, which allows her to get a little bit more info on the arsenal, a little bit of life buffer, before she passes over to Oldhim. As we see colors of Aria and pitching, is that a sit?
That looks to be a sit, Colin. That's what we're doing currently. Not every casting booth gets to do that, but we're fortunate to be able to do that here today. Following up with a, so this is just another one of the very good Earth 2-card 7s that it just seems to be available in nearly unlimited numbers for every Earth hero. And of course, in latest edition from Penn.
Absolutely. And blocking with the Mark of the Black Widow here, probably not going to be that relevant in the matchup. Just want to keep some cards here, as she's got a very blinged out deck here. Got a very shiny Spider's Bite. I believe that is gold foil just taken out of the initial casing here, and swinging in with a
excessive blood loss, Colin.
Yeah,
that's one of my
excessive blood
favorite.
loss.
That's probably my favorite card, I would say, or top 3 favorite cards from Compendium. This card has really revitalized I guess Huntsman was a presence before, but really gave Arachne Huntsman in Classic Constructed the edge it needed, and also very powerful in Sage.
Right. Excessive blood loss, going to be looking for red cards when it banishes the top of the deck, and if it is a red card, it's going to do it one more time. When I first read this card, I thought it just kept going, and that would have been very powerful, but just going to be once, but still going to be currently threatening 9 damage with the Fang Strike, threatening to banish 2 cards on top. But a staunch response looks to be answering it, and I believe if it is going to be a pitch 6, that is going to be an extra block of 8, which would cover it up in its entirety.
All the way up to 11. Elyse forced to just arsenal the last card in hand. Didn't get a good look at it, but will at the very least be able to be operating with a 5-card hand on her next turn.
Right, and Oldhim just going to pass the turn, draw up, no cards left, and looks to be probably just on the defensive, as Oldhim is wont to do, and just going to be looking to block. Oldhim presenting 2 block on the headpiece, 2 block on the chest. I believe that was Civic Steps in the boots for another 3, and Blade Beckoner for another 2 for, 9 block, bringing it up to essentially 29 life here, as we see swinging in, Beckoning Mistblade, coming in for 1, go again, and then on hit, it's going to give her next blue card +1 and go again. Very threatening dagger here.
Yeah, this dagger really begs a question, which is, do they have some way to utilize the effect? Elyse hasn't transcended yet, and nor does Ricardo have any blue attacks in the arsenal. I'm sorry, in banish. So that's typically when the Beckoning Mistblade's on hit is the most effective. Here, I think Ricardo, I would say probably correctly assessing, and not correctly assessing, as we do have a follow-up blue, which will have go again for Beckoning Mistblade.
Yes, this is Bond of Attraction. This is a sneakily powerful card. Just is going to come in for 1 in the blue variety. And when it hits a hero, banishes the top card of their deck, and then banishes a card in their graveyard. And what that really allows you to do is you can take any blue card, and that means you can take the staunch responses, you can take any of the blues, and that is going to be put into the banish zone to then be able to be accessed by New's hero ability. And as we see, another intimate inducement here. A lot of News are playing 6 of these, looks at the top 4, 3, or 2 cards. It's going to add 1 defending. And if it is blue, it's not going to defend for anything.
Here, Elyse has her choice of 2 blue cards, got a Fruits of the Forest and an Autumn's Touch. That looking like the selection is the Autumn's Touch, which will block for 0 here.
It will indeed. Now, this will trigger Bonds of Attraction to banish it, but it only gains life if it banishes multiple cards of the same color here.
Here, Elyse, following up with a Passover, will banish a Staunch. This, I believe, is Elise's first transcend of the game. She really wants to get that going, and she will get the Fruits of the Forest. So sort of the illusion of choice there, or I guess it was never hidden from Elyse that this was always going to be the plan, sending Fruits of the Forest for 5.
Yeah, and 5 is a big number. Looks like Oldhim is going to be taking a little bit of damage, 17 to 17 here, looking equal on life totals, but perhaps with a good amount of setup for New. Patrick, how important are these cheese for New's game plan here?
I sort of think of this as one of those matchups that is probably News to lose. Well, that rhymed. And I think she will need to transcend in the late game to send those devastating large blue attacks that Guardian is basically forced to run. We just saw one come in for 5. Um, Maybe she doesn't need to transcend a whole bunch to effectively enact that game plan, but she's already got one off. You have to imagine she's going to be able to get off another one shortly.
Absolutely, yeah. These new decks known to at least run a few of them. What would you say? Maybe to somewhere in the range of like 2 to 4.
That sounds right to me. I was going to say 2 to 4 exactly. And it looks like here, Ricardo's sending Sledge Vandalheim.
Yeah, Sledge Vandalheim for 6. Looks like Elyse is debating on blocks, but interesting card in the pitch zone. We saw Sit as sort of an anti-brute card, but we also see Arcane Polarity here.
That is an Arcane Polarity. I thought my eyes were deceiving me for a second, Colin.
That is a very interesting card here. Now, in Silver Age, if not wrong, you can only bring exactly 40 cards here, so perhaps Oldhim's sideboard is very teched. What do you think about this? What could be the reason for this?
I don't think New has any way to do arcane damage. So I think, and this is essentially, this does heavily suggest to me that Ricardo has used his extra slots, which we don't get that many in Sage, has used his extra slots on equipment, as you're suggesting. Here,
Okay.
we finally see a first swing of that gold foil Spider's Bite. That means Ricardo's blocking ability to the extent its attack action will be significantly reduced here.
Exactly. Now, this just kind of came to be. I wonder what you think about this, Patrick. What if Oldhim took out all of his best blue attacks, all the blue 8s, for these random junk red cards, just so that New couldn't banish them?
That's, now that you say that, Colin, that's why they pay you the big caster bucks. That is almost certainly what's occurred here. Maybe Ricardo making the assessment that Arcane Polarity, basically just being a 1-card 1, is better than just getting abused by one's own blues.
Exactly. And here we go. Following it up with the Winter's Bite here. Ricardo with looks like a pummel in hand, wanting to get that arsenal here, and just to start threatening damage, not trying to play the grindy fatigue race, at least not this turn, just because pummel has potentially such a brutal on hit. But at least it's going to be left with 3 cards, plus an arsenal. And you know what that means? More daggers and more questions for Oldhim.
And at least they're pitching, I believe it was an Inertia Trap to the Winter's Bite. Not a card she really wants. I think probably given the posture of the game, which is her being the offense.
Right. It looks like we have a couple cards pitched here. Double Trouble, Bonds of Attraction here. Just more blue stealth cards. Perhaps in the late game when a couple of these block cards are exhausted here. What do you think about the deck damage aspect of this? Who do you think wins that race?
Well, you have to imagine that New is doing deck damage on at least 4 attack reactions, probably as high as 6 on her intimate inducements, and then additionally, her new hero ability is going to be banishing in the late game. I have to imagine she's strongly favored in that race.
And here we go. Excessive Blood Loss doing what it is being paid to do, hitting that red, and that means it gets another banish. That's 2 cards gone from Oldhim's deck, as well as just 3 damage coming across. Now 15 to 12. New taking the lead, but Ricardo kept a 4-card hand for a reason here.
Boulder Drop, and he's got 3 cards available to him. Didn't block as much as he could have. What is the signal? Could be anything.
Weird, yeah. Really could be anything. Maybe he just forgot to block.
Or attention in the air. The last time I thought it was a bubble, it was attention in the air. So I won't get too cocky. Of course, we know, because Colin has been so astutely observing, that Ricardo does have a pummel in Arsenal. We have to see whether Elyse will attempt to respect that. It looks like a lot of cards are about to go sideways.
Now, something I'm hearing from the little birdie in my ear. Now, these cards, Intimate Inducement, potentially could see the top of the deck, and maybe that means that pummel is not so secret anymore.
It's very possible. I have not been tracking what Elyse has been seeing. It's a little bit... And here Elyse looks like she's going to block 8 on the Bull Drop, which does completely cover it. Have to wonder if she's got a D react available. Not the case. We'll
just
take
taking
3. So pummel will trigger. Elyse will be forced to discard here.
Notably, though, because she blocked 8, the Crush does not trigger, so it's just going to be 1 card discarded, and now 12 to 12. But that is basically all of the armor gone. except for I believe we look in the chest slot. That is one of the graven pieces here.
Yeah.
That can be bought back with silver in case she generates it. New, not just a stealth deck, also potentially a contract deck as well at times.
Those pieces, which are all functionally identical from piece to piece, starts as a 1 block. You buy them back as 2 block. So powerful. We found in Classic Constructed, at the very least, acting as a sort of buffed Valiant Dynamo, if you will. Here in Silver Age, I think silver generation may be a little bit worse, maybe less likely to do so, but nonetheless, a very effective threat.
And here we go. Speaking of effective threats, this is 10 damage as we see, once again, Sit pitched. Instead of that blue being a little less efficient, but being a little bit more conscious of who they're playing against. And 10 damage is not nothing. This is deck damage, this is hand damage, and this is just damage.
You have to wonder if you're, as you so astutely observed on the Arcane polarity, whether Sit is one of those cards that was added to Ricardo's deck really just for Kayo, and he's just made the sort of subjective decision that it is better than a blue that can be used against him. Because in this game against Elyse, it's really just going to always block 2.
I agree. There's no chance that New turns into a brute here all of a sudden. Although there are funny interactions in CC where if Levia actually transforms into Levia Redeemed, she no longer is a brute hero, and all those anti-brute cards no longer work on her. She's now just a shadow hero.
Yeah, maybe a good reason to be playing Jacob Clements' Levia list. Throw in a pitch for that. I guess that's not available.
Maybe, yeah. You couldn't quite transform in Sage, but nonetheless, it is a good list. Maybe Levia and CC will have her day as well. As we see one go again, Art of Desire Mind. This one, again, looking for blue cards. Blue cards, something that New is already looking for, but took a bit of damage to do this. At least down to 8. Just going to get the Civic Steps blocked again, quicken, refreshed, and even more go again, transcending Path Well Traveled, going to turn into an Inner Chi, looking at the top card of the deck, activating with New, does not find it, or at least chooses not to banish it, very likely not a blue, but now gets to pick a litter of exactly what cards she wants to play out here.
And it's an Autumn's Touch with Go Again.
5 go again. Looks like maybe a little bit punished for that Civic Steps block. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Ricardo knows his Guardian. I think this is one of those situations where you kind of just have to hope they don't have the Chi. Of course, Elyse able to punish and perfect. And here we see a Brothers in Arms follow up. Exactly why, Colin, maybe that Sit is in the deck.
Right. 5s and 4s, not the same as 8s or even 8 dominates.
Is that a blue Rootbound Carapace, or did my eyes deceive me?
I believe that is a red here. Going to be recently added to the format and going to be able to block for 4 here.
Yeah.
Thinking about Decomposition. Decomposition, interesting against New. Why is that?
Well, it adds to her ability to be able to recur those blues. So I'm sure Ricardo was very careful here, to the extent he is still playing blue Earth cards, which we know he is, not to choose those on the Decompose. Got to make New earn it as a Guardian.
Right, and here we go. Just another Sledge for 6. Despite all that damage, Ricardo's still staying at 11 here. A pretty comfortable life total against Elyse's 8, and the Sledge coming in for 6. Once again demanding cards here. If we were counting Sledge swings, that is essentially 2 times that Elyse can choose to not block with a card before she's going to have to block every single time.
Yeah, and I've paid a lot of lip service to this idea that this is really Elyse's game to lose as the new player. Ricardo in the life lead at this time. A little hard to tell deck sizes, but nonetheless, acquainting himself well thus far, I think.
Very well, and Sledge taking 2 cards for free is not nothing, as we see. Looks like Elyse trying to fight that back with weapons of her own here. The gold foil Spider's Bite in here, that's got to be worth it. An extra +1 for the gold foilness of it all.
Thankfully not.
And Oldhim activated here. This is another piece that is perhaps not used as often in Silver Age, but that Oldhim ability, when an ice card is pitched for it, Elyse had to put her last card in hand on top of her deck, essentially trading card for card here, but perhaps disrupting some of that go wide or tall potential and just swing in for a double trouble. Currently 3, with onboard reacts, very likely 5 or 6.
Yeah, and Ricardo, I believe that's our first Oldhim activation of the game, unless I've missed one. And the ice part of the Oldhim ability, something we probably see a little bit less, given the way that Oldhim is situated in this metagame, than the Earth React, but always exciting to see that being deployed.
And here we go, Staunch Response. This is the second red Staunch with another blue in hand for backup here, covering 7 and just trading card for card, even with Elyse's activation here. So Ricardo staying at 10, and here comes the sledge.
Staunch Response, more like perfect response for that exact lineup there. So
Ayo.
The numbers on this Oldhim deck, when things line up right, and when it's allowed to do what it wants to do, which is block with a few cards, send sledge, really hard to keep up with, especially for a hero like New, which, although does play at instant speed and you get the benefits attendant to that, is playing a little bit under rate, it should be said.
And here we go, blocking with, I believe that was 2 red Venomous Bites. Those are big reacts here, and those are just going to be blocking for 3. Perhaps a Hiss and a Venomous Bite. Very, very similar cards, but nonetheless providing those buffs on stealth attacks. As we see, our Desired Body just covered up with a Clash of Chests, it looks like, and no Banish because that is a block card. Once again, Arcane Polarity coming in.
doing it. I guess pitching for one multiple times is probably more valuable than gaining 1 life once, given the way this game is proceeding.
Definitely agree. And here we go. That is unmovable. A little bit of different art, but same good effect. Just going to be able to cover up that sledge with 1 card, being very card efficient and allowing Elyse to keep some extra cards in hand. So we come back in with a Beckoning Mistblade, asking for cards and getting respected with that sit, which is not so bad here. You just need to cover 1, and it covers 2.
I was getting used to seeing sit being put in the pitch zone, so I'll be sad to see it go, but effective use there. We're getting to the point where Beckoning Mistblade is very threatening, given the amount of chi given the chi to deck size ratio that Elyse is presenting at this point.
Exactly. Now, looking at the decks here, they look pretty similar, but I believe we've seen this sit before. If I remember correctly.
We've seen it twice, so it's yes.
Right.
It's a little hard to tell, given the color of Ricardo's deck, exactly how many cards there. You could tell me it's as few as like 6 or 8, but I honestly couldn't tell you.
6. It looks like, perhaps to me, if I could speculate, that if about the graveyard and the deck are kind of the same size with a couple cards in Banish, I'd fathom a guess, say about 10, but we'll see. This game is going to keep playing out, and no blocks in the Annihilate the Arm. That is going to be 3.
Ooh.
Arcane Polarity, not an attack action. It's another plus for keeping it in the deck here.
Yeah.
But 3 damage comes across here, and Elyse is retaking the life lead. Now back to 8-7 here.
Yeah. Arcane Polarity there fulfilling its best possible use, which is just being a card in deck.
Absolutely. Second immovable here, 7-on-7 here. Just this disable being answered very cleanly.
That's a lot more than 10 cards, Colin.
That is a lot more than 10 cards. I think I was wrong.
Your youthful eyes deceived you, as did mine.
Indeed. And Desires of Flesh here, once again, looking for attack action cards. Could be good, but just gets answered with that block card, and that is going to be another pass for Elyse. Now, Patrick, talk to me last turn. Ricardo made an interesting play here. He sent Disable for 7 instead of just pitching 2 cards and doing Sledge for 6. Why do you think he might have done that there?
That is an interesting point.
It's 1 more damage.
Yeah, so he had Disable and 2 blues.
And 2 blues.
Yeah, interesting.
Maybe he wants to clear up the arsenal?
That's the only rationale that makes sense. Elyse didn't have an arsenal, so there was no true on hit with Disabled. So it must be that way.
And here we go. Activating New finds the Disable and just gets to play the Staunch Response for free. And 0 cards out of deck, 1 card out of Ricardo's deck, and 5 block on the chain.
We are humming here for Elyse. Seems like things were lining up for Ricardo the last few turns. I think the cards just lining up in a very efficient way for him. We might be at a turning point.
And Beckoning Mistblade once again.
My favorite card. Gone now. Both sits out of the deck.
Best card in deck, blocks Beckoning Mistblade 100% of the time.
Absolutely. It's definitely the best use case there, I think.
I'd agree. It looks like we have another excessive blood loss and a Serpent's Kiss. This is a card we talked about a little bit previously, but when this attacks, it's going to make a Fang Strike or a Hiss, or a Fang Strike or a Slither, pardon. However, if you've, I believe it's either if you've played another blue card or if you've transcended, I don't remember exactly, it's going to make both. But nonetheless, just going to be pitched for another Spider's Bite. And it is transcended this turn, create both. Perhaps a little bit more unlikely now that we're in second cycle and most of the transcends have transcended. But excessive blood loss coming in for another 3, and with Spider's Bite active, those attack actions will be blocking for 1 less. So perhaps likely that this one could connect here.
Yeah, you got to wonder how many reds Ricardo has left in deck at this point. Follow-up is a Hiss. This will go up to, I believe, 6, threatening up to 2 banishes depending on the top card of the deck for Ricardo.
Exactly. And notably, Slither is going to be in hand. That does not have to be played out immediately. It can just get parked in Arsenal for that extra go again. And extra go again on any attack, mind you, including even some of Ricardo's own.
Got to wonder if Ricardo's weighing an Oldhim activation here. He does have a Winner's Bite in hand. That would at least force Elyse to choose between playing out her Slither or, adding it to deck. It's a pretty bad card to have in your deck, I would imagine.
Yeah, it looks like just going to be activating Oldhim ability over pitching here, but notably counting for both activations, both Earth and Ice. So it's going to be preventing 2 damage without losing cards in deck, as well as forcing Elyse to put a card on top of the deck, and just chooses to put the Slither on top, choosing not to play it out instead. And an Oasis Respite here.
Wow.
Very clean.
Very efficient.
Using that extra resource that he got from over pitching here and playing it, sequencing it correctly so that both Oldhim activations occur. I believe he gains a life as well, and additionally, it is going to be covering up completely and discarding Fruits of the Forest. And Ricardo doesn't swing Sledge, but does take the life lead and blocks the crucial on hits from last turn.
Extremely clean play. Heads up to activate Oldhim in a way where you would get all of the upside without any of the downsides. Now, winning the life race, you have to. It's hard again to gauge deck sizes from these angles. I imagine he's probably slightly ahead on that.
Maybe slightly ahead. Once again, Mistblade coming in here. I do also want to comment a little bit on the equipment suite here. Ricardo blocks it pretty early and is essentially out here. That Magmatic Carapace, unlikely to result in any seismic surges here, but Elyse still has access to both the shoes, Undertow Stilettos, to be able to make a Slither token, as well as the Grave Investment, which just blocks 1 and can get recurred, as well as the Prey Spotters. These Prey Spotters, perhaps not as much for this matchup, but instead can be used in conjunction with some of these more anti-aggro cards to mark target opposing hero. There's a couple cards in the Hunted there that I believe care a lot about mark.
Yeah. If this is anything like Tao Tao's list, which was one of the first new lists I saw at least, it's basically just Mark of the Black Widow. Mark of the Black Widow. That is, I think, the only interaction point. But of course, Elyse, along with their teammate Ka-chan, have brought this deck to this tournament. Would be curious to see if they're finding other ways to abuse the mark.
Very likely. I believe we did see a Mark of the Black Widow earlier here, so very likely could get some use out of it. Perhaps Oldhim blocked a little bit too much for it to get value here. And just coming in for the Sledge again, another 6, demanding 2 cards, pitching 2 blues, but the damage is relevant. Elyse can take it, but she can take it once.
Ricardo can't be excited to be seeing Elyse go through his banish zone on his turn, maybe signaling she has a Chi in hand, which we know she does.
Looks like lining up 6 block here, perhaps just wanting to keep that life total high. And looks to be perhaps a Serpent's Kiss and a Double Trouble. Looks like these blues do tend to get a little bit less relevant as the game goes on, turning more into pitch fodder for Mistblades. But nonetheless, blocking 3 each, going to be a clean cover here as Ricardo just passes back. And it's going to be Elyse's turn with a Chi in hand, as well as, I believe, an Annihilate the Arm. That is 6 cards.
Plays 6.
Again, 6.
So Ricardo winning the race by 1 card total, if you count cards that are in play right now. Of course,
New getting activated.
New activation is going to quickly equalize the math. And it's a Thunderquake.
Thunderquake, perhaps the best card to get here. That is 8 points of block. Ultimate React, going to prevent the next 2 damage. That is going to cover up Mistblade. but that banish zone is flush with attacks, and 8 damage for 0 cost here. 1 prevention floating, but that's not going to cover up all 8 of it, and that is threatening a big chunk of Ricardo's life total.
Some good honest flesh and blood here, Colin.
I wouldn't call this honest. I'd call this one of the least honest things. Oh my gosh. Has the Slither, has the undertow stilettos here, goes to 4, and just takes the next one off the pile. Here's 7, here's Disable.
Oh.
Blocks 3, gains 1, Arcane Polarity. Here we go.
Ricardo, I think some of the math got a little updated faster than I could check it, but it looks like surviving at exactly 1. He's on the precipice here, Elyse down to just total of 8 cards in deck. I don't know if he's going to be able to get there, especially as we know Elyse has an access to another chi.
Right, access to another chi. It looks like perhaps the blues in the banish zone are running out.
Oh, there you go.
They're refreshed. We're back. We found one more.
You simply don't miss off of the hero ability to be able to keep the gas going.
Exactly. And here we go. Mistblade again, coming in for 1 here.
I don't know if you know this, Colin, but this is threatening lethal.
This is also threatening lethal. Very important distinction. Oldhim does have the ability to Earth React at times if he had it. Looks like perhaps just choosing to block instead that Winter's Bite here.
And even though it hit the Oldhim is sideways, I believe that's from last turn. There has not yet been an activation on this turn, so Ricardo still has that available to him.
I believe so too. And looks like 1 with the Slither threatening go again, threatening to banish one of the top 1 cards of deck.
Elyse finding a way to effectively Kodachi lock Ricardo here on new.
Yeah, and just choosing to Rootbound Carapace. No Decompose, though. And here's the Slither going again. Chi's been activated, or new has been activated with that Chi, and now can swing in for 6 for free. Blocks in with the Staunch, but that is only 5, and Elyse takes it down on new, heading into 4-0. And very dominant performance. Certainly top 8 locked. Now just fighting for the best seeding possible.
That game was dynamic. I thought, again, I came in thinking this was Elyse's game to lose as the new player, traditionally an abuser of the Guardian class. Ricardo, I thought, found really clean lines, played it optimally. A lot of the interactions he won, a lot of mini interactions. Ultimately, I think the game plan of new, this is why you bring the deck. You know that some of the red line aggro decks are going to be problematic for you, but it's really to be able to take advantage of these sort of, what some would call block slog decks, these big Guardian decks, and to really make them really punish their game plan.
Right. I mean, I will say that Oldhim performance made me doubt a little bit. The Arcane Polarities, the sits, we initially looked quizzically at them, but then I saw the vision,
Yeah.
They helped pitch to Sledge. Sledge, blue plus red. Doesn't matter if it's blue plus red, blue plus blue. You're not playing Terra here. And it pitched. It perhaps stopped a little bit of that new banish. I believe new hit some good stuff there, but I believe left on top at least once, which could be because of those reds. And just, new grounded out the very end of the game. Both players pretty low on deck there. 1 or 2 more sledges, and I think the new may have been out of cards to block with.
Well, I think we mentioned it during the game, but Elyse, one of 2 news in our room, along with her teammate Ka-chan. Again, going back to the metagame breakdown, we've got a lot of Briar in the room despite the bannings. I believe we have at least 1 in the 3-0 bracket. We'll have to see if he was able to take this 4th round. Connor Bryant looking strong on Dash earlier today. Ricardo Rua at now 3-1, but still looking good for top 8 on his Oldhim deck.
And additionally, Kano in there. I believe the other new was doing pretty well. I think 2-1 at that last time we checked here. And just looks to be that the top of the decks and the decks at the top of the meta are performing pretty well here. Although notably, perhaps Kayo not performing as well as some of the
fake demon, perhaps.
Yappers might say.
Yeah.
Not to generalize, but we've heard a lot of Kayo talk here, and just 3 of them performing well. Noah, of course, putting on a performance, not quite getting there, but nonetheless, not a demon, not a demon.
Well, a lot of talk about Kayo, but we'll be happy to talk about a new hero in just a few moments, as we'll have Elyse available for an interview. We'll be right back.
And we are back after round 4. I have with me Elyse Symmes as she performs admirably on new and takes her spot at 4-0. Elyse, how are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, that matchup is pretty one-sided, unfortunately.
I agree.
But that's part of news merit in the format. I think people have to play the good blues in this one because the sideboards are smaller.
Yeah, and
so-
speaking of the sideboard, we saw some interesting sideboard considerations there. Sit and Arcane Polarity. How do you feel about that?
It was silly. He did it so that he wouldn't be playing 1 blue Glacial and 2 blue Machos. And if I play any of those at him, that's pretty bad for him. But putting these red bricks in over that is, I don't know,
Exactly.
dubious.
Have you seen that before? I think that's a new one for me.
Yeah, I've never seen. Nobody's presented sit into me ever.
No,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it
think
makes
I've
sense.
seen
Like, I think,
a sit card ever.
yeah, everybody was saying this is going to be a KO meta, and we have like 1 here, which is whack.
Yeah, definitely very surprising. I think it was 3 total, but
Okay.
something I was, and it sounds like you were as well, like, expecting a lot more of. How do you feel into KO?
It's not like good, but I think it's playable. They kind of fatigue themselves with the bear fangs and all that. And I'm playing unmovables like I played in there, just because I'm trying to block them out. It's not a great plan. There's not a lot of agency into KO. He just kind of unga bunga beats you up, but I think it can work. It's okay.
Oh, okay. So then you're really here trying to take on the matches of all the people trying to answer the KOs, the Guardians looking to block.
I thought there was going to be a lot of Valda because Valda's like the deck that beats KO every time. But not a lot of that either. I did find one in round 2, but yeah, round 2 or 3, I don't recall. But there's a lot of Briar here still, which is weird.
Right, yeah, a lot of Briar. I believe we have 5 in the room today. It's like 20% of the field for what I thought was supposed to be dead.
Yeah, I thought it was done.
Yeah,
Here we are.
Absolutely. I'm curious, how have your matchups been? You mentioned you now face 2 Guardians here. Have the other 2 been clean and easy, or?
Round 1 was a bye, so super easy. And then the other one was Connor on dash, so that was not trivial. It was really close. I did fatigue him. He had 2 off turns that really mattered, because like every off turn he takes, I rip 2 or 3 off the top of his deck, which kind of cuts another turn off the end of the game because he can't go again anymore. So he was just short of killing me. But I think that's just how it goes in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious. I know you're on team Banana Testers here. Is everyone on your team kind of on this new train, or is everyone kind of a little bit more disparate, has some different feelings?
Everybody's kind of doing their own thing. We don't really do the team deck thing so much, but we just test together. Ka is on, I think, the same exact deck. He and I built the new deck yesterday, or like worked on it yesterday. But I think it's just us.
Okay. And yeah, of this new deck, we saw some interesting cards there. Things like the Prey Spotter, something that we don't usually see in new. I imagine, was that for Mark of the Black Widow, or do you have any other synergies for that?
I'm just playing 2 Red Widows. I think I boarded 1 out into Ricardo there. Yeah, it's for the matchups like Connor, the dash. It's really good there because you just rip a card out of their hand. You just need to do it once in the matchups where it matters. So the Prey Spotters is fine.
That makes sense to me. The Prey Spotter is definitely very powerful. We saw the Graven Vestment is extra buyback back block there as well. I'm curious on your choice. Why the chess piece? Is that just the only spot left?
I thought about doing the headpiece and running a chess piece that makes mana to play a free excessive blood loss to like be more in on the contract stuff. But I think I just lose to Dash and Briar if I do this, and perhaps KO also. So I just need to get a card from their hand sometime. Like I just need a little bit of tempo so I can rip cards out of their deck to fatigue them later.
All right.
So I think the Price Bar is required, unfortunately.
Well, it sounds like our next round is about to start up. But before we go, is there anyone else we want to shout out here?
Webway Games in Marlboro is cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I like them.
Cool. Is that your LGS?
Yeah. Sorry,
Nice.
I should say that.
That makes sense. All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much, and good luck in your next rounds. I believe we're going to be seeing you in top 8, so maybe you'll be back in the feature match area shortly. And for
Cool,
everyone
thank
else
you.
at home, thank you for the interview, and we'll be back with round 5 in a bit.
Welcome back to the March iteration of the AG New England Open Series. I'm Patrick R., along here with Colin Erickson. We just heard from Elyse Symmes, who just took down round 4 on new, going up to 4-0. She's locked for top 8. But we got some players who are very much fighting for their lives going into round 5, the final round of Swiss. But before we get into that, just want to bring your attention to some of our offerings on the AG Premium website, including an article on Kasai of the Golden Sand from one of our favorite players in the World Tour race, Chris Scioli. Colin, I know you love this hero as well. What'd you think of the article?
It was a great read. I think Chris is a very, I don't know, he's a very interesting Kasai build because we've seen we've seen some of these like Andrew Rothamel, like 8-draw swords types of lists. I have my own kind of list and vibe that tends to be slower. I used to play like shunts and stuff of that sort. And I feel like Chris has brought some very interesting ideas to the table about the I don't want to spoil too much, but the certain breakpoints and going into how we land like Bloodfall's Blade and even little cards like Sharpened Steel that before Chris brought it up was never on my radar. As Sharpened Steel, for those of you who don't know, is a your next sword attack gets +3 and it's a 0 cost, which is kind of just a nimbleism, but it has its uses. And I feel like Chris justifies his cards, and he goes into a lot of reasons why he and I too think that Kasai is a rock solid pick for this season.
Absolutely, and we both know him very well, and we know he's got those sharp insights. Another plug for the AGE Premium, the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. We hope it can be for you. We've got everything here, Colin. We've got strategy articles. We've got monthly puzzles. We get discounts on these very open series events, as well as extra streamed, or I guess events that weren't commentated on but were recorded that are available for you to review in the after the event has concluded. Colin, how helpful have you found those extra filmed games?
I'd say very helpful. Both, just for me, I quite enjoy watching these stream games. I think when I initially got into this game, I was devouring all the old opens and all of the just whatever I could find. And I think that having these extra just extra games to be able to see different strategies to bring to the table, especially with locals, I feel like everyone has their local that's on their own brew, and a lot of these decks that maybe don't see the limelight or don't see the limelight yet, and you start to spot some of these up and coming strategies earliest in the local scene, and this is another snapshot at the local scene, and that's where we can see them, and it's just been a great help, and it's just been a great thing to put on. I like having a YouTube video in the background, I'll be honest.
And plus, double the stream games means double the opportunities for yourself to be featured on stream if you are an AGE Open. Speaking of going to an AGE Open, Colin, let's talk about what's at stake for each of these events.
Absolutely. This is our traditional pricing structure. We have $1,000 total in pricing divided up among the winner all the way down to top 8, as well as AGE Open points. AGE Open points, of course, being these points that players can collect over the course of the season to be able to enter into the Players' Championships. That is a top 16 entry in total AGE Open points, and these AGE Open points are critical to get month after month because they pile up, and especially when you get back down to it, in the very end, it becomes quite a nail-biter. We've had players sneak in or lose out by a single point at the very end.
And here in New England, still very new. This is only the second event. Lots to play for, lots of room, consistency rewards, as Colin Erickson is just saying. And I think, with that said, we are ready to move down to our round 5, the ultimate round of Swiss. We've got Jesse Harper on Briar versus Neeraj Satav on Ira Crimson Haze.
Yeah, Briar and Ira, two fast aggro decks. You're a bit of a ninja guy yourself. How do you feel about this?
Scary. Well, it was scary. I think in a post burn-up shock lightning press world, this is something that is a lot more manageable. And wow, Neeraj, my eyes are immediately drawn to, is that believe that's that all you got in hand.
That all you got? I think it might be a
Not that all you got.
sizzle.
Sorry, it's gosh,
Uh,
even bigger than that. I got the number of words right, something like that. Which
That you
tends
did.
to be a very specific build. I've seen a lot of Phi decks utilize this card to really allow their turns to go even wider with big attacks. I have not seen this on an Ira deck. Very interesting.
Yeah, perhaps indicates more aggressive build. Looks like Fry coming across, just blocked by a Humble only blocking 2, so 1 damage is going to connect, and that embodiment of Earth is going to be presented, and into a Sizzle plus a Static Shock. This is going to be 7 on hit, 1 Arcane, and that even bigger than that, perhaps a good card, but also blocking 0 here.
Wow, and Jesse just asking the question, can you, I'm just going to send all that I can while arsenaling card, can you block it out? The answer, no. Because of the no block, as mentioned, for Neeraj. So Neeraj starting this game on the back foot, despite being able to go second, which is typically what you want against Briar.
And looks like going to be, I believe those are 2/2 blocks in hand, or now in blocks, Hurl and Smash Up. Hurl, most likely a 0 for 3 go again, although can pay 1 to essentially flick a dagger for 1 semi-unpreventable damage. And Smash Up is the CNC of this format, going to be looking for attack action cards in the arsenal, something that Briar and many other decks frequently do have. It's going to be starting off Kodachi for 1, pitching Silver Talon. It's just a good 0-cost blue block 3. Very unlikely to be played because it can never be Draconic, but nonetheless, going to be able to pay for the gotchis and coming in for 1 go again.
I will say between the Silver Talons and pitch and the Wounded Bull in hand that we see from Neeraj Blue, that implies to me this is not a deck that is playing looking for a scrap.
Perhaps not, although one card it is playing is Pummel.
Pummel. I'm going to go ahead and guess a one of Pummel. A little bit hard to line up in Ira, but I have seen this as a way to sort of be able to really take the tempo back from these aggro decks.
Take the tempo. Not a card I think you can play, but
I wish.
Definitely agree. And here we go. Snatch 4, go again off this even bigger than that. Oh, sorry, 5 off of Ira's ability. Going to be threatening a breakpoint and a card draw as well. And with this Ira deck, looks like the cards are going to be able to be converted.
The rest of Neeraj's hand not looking super intimidating. It's a little bit hard to see whether that 100 wins is blue or red, but otherwise only working with a blue Wounded Bull, not Wounded Bull, attacks for 2.
Wounding Blow.
Wounding Blow, thank you. I was close. So I think this build, likely doing the playing cards that are a little bit higher on rate in the number in the bottom left and trying to sort of make it cohesive with even bigger than that.
Exactly right. And here we go. Kodachi for 1. Previous attack was blocked out, but no defense here. And Jesse Harper is going to be just falling to 18, following up by another 100 wins. 3 go again.
And it is red, Colin. So suddenly this offensive output looking a lot more impressive.
That's looking good. 1 into 5 into 1 to 3. That's 10 damage. The Wounding Blow. That's a 4-card 12 that also demanded some blocks.
Yeah, really gelled up by the even bigger than that, finding a snatch. And in this format, I think anytime you can play any deck that can play a snatch with go again is going to find itself very well situated.
Definitely. Briar, though, 3 cards left. Going to be able to play it. Looks like a Weave Lightning and a Sprout Strength. Going to be potentially converting an embodiment of Lightning, but just going to be following up with a Lightning Surge first. Going to be 7 go again because it was played out of the arsenal.
Perhaps notably, Jesse Harper playing Flash of Brilliance in the head spot, just like the last Briar we saw. You have to wonder if that's going to become the ubiquitous headpiece that Briar relies on these days in a post. I guess not even. Yeah, I guess nothing's really changed in that regard. I think maybe just choosing that over Blade Beckoner.
Right. It is also possible that with certain decks like Dorinthia out of the format, these Blade Beckoners lose a little bit of value here, but 7 block, just going to be blocked with equipment here, taking 4 damage, Embodiment of Earth created. All that armor is now going to be used up on the block side, but now ready to use on the attack side here. And Sprout Strength into Snatch.
Ooh.
You talked about it. 7 go again.
Beautiful. That's the way. That's really the way you. Neeraj here not blocking at all thus far, except for the equipment, which I presume he's going to use offensively on his next turn. That's typically when you block, implying he has a hand that converts really well. Seeing a snatch, even if you didn't want to block, seeing a snatch for 7 is one of the few things that may require you to act non-optimally in that way and block when you otherwise would not have.
Now, it looks like the hand blue Flusterfist, smash up even bigger than that, potentially in the blue? Maybe that's red. And then that pummel here.
No targets on the pummel.
No, certainly not. Although Ira is known to play some 2 costs, so it could come up here. And I don't know if this hand even blocks the 7. I guess it does if you block everything.
Everything.
Smash up, pummel, blue, and just take a reset.
Yeah, Neeraj, if he does take this in full, not only are you conceding a draw here, always scary, but you would critically be going down to 4, which means that if Jesse draws one of the many 0 for 4s he has in his deck, that's going to force him to give a card whether he likes it or not, whether that be his mask, which would then destroy his future potential life of the party synergy, which maybe we'll get to see that. And here comes a draw.
It didn't quite get to see the draw.
I think it's a
Looks like
fry.
maybe it is a fry. And here we go, positioning the dice here. Probably not going to be 10, but just just debating on the attacks here.
Yeah, Briar is still broken if Briar can send another 10. And I think Jesse, maybe unable to threaten lethal here, is just going to keep this fry for the arsenal. Oh no!
Garland of Spring.
Here's a cheeky play, realizing that he can threaten lethal with the Starfall.
And now Mask of Many Faces won't even cover it because this is going to be 2 into presumably 3 damage if that is indeed a fry.
So like it or not, Neeraj is going to have to give a real card at some point this turn.
Gives up the pummel.
The pummel. The optimistic pummel, I'll call it. It's a little bit hard to get lined up, but when it does line up, boy, is it strong. A lot of times I think also your opponent is not expecting this to be a possibility in Ira.
Oh, I would definitely agree. I was not expecting pummel.
As somebody who has tried to make this work, I maybe would have been on the lookout for it, but as we see here, Neeraj with no clear path to make it line up.
However, as we look at Jesse's Harper's hand, Sigil of Voltaris, pinging for 1, Sigil of Suffering, pinging for 1. If he has the lightning card, Flash of Brilliance will pick up Sigil of Voltaris to ping for 1, and then Sigil of Voltaris.
Critically, Colin, critically, Jesse rewarded to the 9s for keeping that fry in arsenal, because if they had not, this would have been a paradigmatic Runeblade hand with only non-attack actions and reactions in hand.
Oh no, that is very smart here. And even bigger than that, finding what it needs to, creating that quicken token, drawing that card, just replacing itself. Going to be finding a Torrent of Tempo. 5 on hit go again, but also could have go again by itself with the quicken.
Oh, this is brilliant. Now Neeraj going to be able to follow up with a Torrent of Tempo, as you said, but in hand, he has a smash up remaining. That means in Jesse's arsenal, his fry, the key to his entire offensive turn next turn, is going to be threatened. If he's playing astutely, he will have to sort of let the damage leak through on this first attack to save those blocks for the smash up that is impending.
Now, am I wrong, or does Jesse have lethal here? Perhaps I've miscounted here. That Sigil of Suffering plus Voltaris plus Flash of Brilliance combo, I think would do the 4. Maybe he's worried about an Arcane Polarity or the like.
So maybe it's... So here it is, Sigil of Voltaris. This will be
Pings
a
for
ping.
1, down to 3.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, Neeraj not on any arcane barrier.
Blocking with the Flash of Brilliance, allowing him to discard a lightning card, which I believe that Sigil is a lightning card, to pick up this Sigil of Voltaris. And this Sigil of Voltaris, like many other sigils before it, is an enter or leaves. Does not matter that it gets destroyed by itself. Picking for 1 again.
A heads up play. This is going to present lethal.
And the Sigil of Suffering. And Jesse Harper takes it down.
On Briar, a very nice line that our own Colin Erickson also able to identify. A little bit risky to the extent that Neeraj did have an Arcane Polarity in hand, but maybe at the spot where you just go for it and you say, if you've got it, you've got it. Jesse Harper rewarded for that.
And that was a quick one. Again, 2 turns. We're just counting it out. We had 1 turn. Ira got to send the snatch, did good damage, but by the 2nd turn, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Too much had been taken. And the arcane damage just came in clutch here.
Mm-hmm. And maybe the conceit of the even bigger than that's the cohesiveness they add to your game plan. We saw the cost there. We saw Neeraj having to leak a bunch of damage on turn 0 that could have been preserved if that even bigger than that was just a card that blocked for 3.
Exactly. The Ira deck, some of the lowest blocks I've seen. Even bigger than that, Pummel is a 2-block. A lot of the attacks are 2 blocks. Really just the blues that block 3 and a couple of the torrent of tempos and the like.
Exactly. And I don't think we even saw a card that lined up with the Pummel at that point. The game didn't really go long. You have to imagine there were maybe at least 4. I guess we saw a Humble that was blocked with in the first turn. But in any case, not being able to utilize that offensively, you would have really loved to see the Pummel on Neeraj's turn 1 playing with the full grip.
I agree. And here we go. That is Briar into 3 and 2. But if you want to get in on the fun here, we have some upcoming events here for you all the way from March to May. We have our next 3 Los Angeles ones scheduled. So if you're in LA, you are hooked up. We are ready to go here. And we also have some of our next events, both for St. Louis and New England. So keep your eyes out for them at Fantasy Books and Games. And then once again, Grave Troll Games in New England.
Yeah, and important to mention, these all schedules thus far, all classic constructed. This is going to be our last look on the AG circuit at Silver Age, leading into Pro Tour Yokohama. So very excited. We have a top 8 brewing up here. Going to see which of these decks is going to really take the forefront of at least our little tournament, maybe at the metagame as it leads into the Pro Tour. But before that, Colin, we have to do a nice interview with the winner of our round 5 match, Jesse Harper on Briar. We'll be back shortly just for that. New Sage format, same old Briar. Jesse Harper taking round 5 and believe locking your place in top 8 on Briar. Jesse, what are your thoughts on Briar in this new metagame?
I think a lot of people are writing Briar off maybe a little too soon. So I think the deck's still good, as you see, and then you just present like a lethal range from 4 to 6 typically in most games. So I don't know how most decks are going to win the game when they start at 14.
Exactly. And Jesse, we of course in the AG family know you very well. You were one of our techs over there at Grave Troll Games. What can you just talk a little bit about your relationship with the store and with AG? I believe you've been in quite a few Open Series events by now.
Not as many as I would like. I'm definitely willing to only play 50% of the events if it means the AG circuit takes off here in New England. Grave Troll is my local store. I live maybe 10 minutes down the street. Katie's been nothing but amazing since the store's open. She's been very accommodating to all the Fab players, and then obviously you guys over at AG are more than willing to accommodate things, and it's just been an awesome experience to see this all come together.
Absolutely, and we're very glad to have you. I can't help but notice looking at your T-shirt there.
Yeah,
looks like you've experienced some success perhaps recently. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So I won my first Sage PQ that I played in the first week of the format on Briar. Not to this Briar, actually. This Briar iteration came after the fact. And so then I won week 1, and the table pit was selling shirts that say I'm barred from PQs, and I thought it was hilarious. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to go buy me one and then wear it to this AGE for the meme. But
yeah, a bit of a victory cigar there. Well,
yeah, exactly.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about Briar. I was somebody who was also playing Briar in the pre-ban format, and it definitely felt like we were playing with something that was about to be banned. Did the extent to which Briar was hit with bans surprise you, or did you feel like that was about right?
It both surprised me and didn't at the same time. I don't know. It's like I'm very surprised that Sigil of Suffering didn't get banned. That card's insane. I don't think it should be allowed to exist in the format. And like Burn Up Shock, yeah, they probably need to go. Braces of Belief is a weird one. That was a little shocking. And then Lightning Press, it's fine, right? Like most decks don't get a crazy ton of D-reacts in the format. I think it's fine. You just want to just take it down a little bit. But they left Sigil, and then now we have this other Sigil of Voltaris that we can just, blink in, blink out. Here's 4 Arcane, figure it out.
Absolutely. And can you take me into, you mentioned during the break that you've been working with your team Salt the Wound, on this Briar list. What was your process in the immediate aftermath of the bans? Did any part of you think it was time to move off of Briar? And then what was the process of returning to this deck and finding this new form?
So, like I said, I won week 1 on Briar, and I played like the very traditional, like, yellow and blue flourishes, bramble sparks, that kind of Briar week 1. But in my way to the event, I couldn't find all the cards, so I was like panicking and just looking for everything. And I just go, Flash of Brilliance. Wait, Sigil of Voltaris. Is this good enough to like be replacements if I need them? It didn't end up mattering for that event, but I mentioned it to my teammate, Jacob Shaker, who was also in attendance there. And we talked about it. And then maybe 2-3 days later, Jacob just pops up in the Discord and he's like, I have the sauce. I was like, oh, okay. And then immediately, like, testing games, it was crazy. We were rocking like a 75 to 80% win rate into like every deck in the format, essentially. Like Kayo didn't matter because they just started at 12 because they can't afford to play the AB. And if they play the AB, they go -2 every time the AB. So
absolutely. Yeah. What are your thoughts on, because I guess the boogeyman from a Briar perspective is the Oldhims in the room. And we know for a fact there were two Oldhims in the room today, one of which will be in top 8 almost assuredly. What are your thoughts and what's your approach to that matchup, given you're slightly, I would say, different than the sort of like the Bartosz Ziemba list that became really popular in the wake of Calling London? Do you think your approach differs from that one? And to what extent is that matchup salvageable in a post Burn Up Shock world?
Um, I think it's ultimately going to depend on how they sideboard, what their game plan is, because traditionally, like back in CC, it wasn't really the Oldhim's job to kill you; it was your job to kill the Oldhim. So it's more about setting up, finding those turns to go over their defensive capability, and really applying pressure when you need to.
Absolutely. Jesse, I'm told that you were a big enthusiast of a Lexi Talishar deck in the Blitz format, back when the Blitz format was not essentially retired. Do you have some sort of affinity for these smaller life formats, or what do you think draws you to them?
So the Lexi deck has a funny origin. So back during that U.S. national season where Cheerios Briar was taken off, there was a gentleman who was a part of the Attack Action podcast at the time, Isaac Jessen, and he played Lexi to that thing, and he top aided, and then he just like 3 of a kind didn't find an arrow, and then died. I'm sitting there watching this and going, this deck looks really fun, but I hate the math on bows. I don't like every card in my hand costing an additional resource from what is printed on the card. So I'm sitting there and I look at Talishar that's just randomly on my desk and I go, huh. Look at Lexi, it says any attack, and I go, huh. Look at an Icequake and I go, oh, this is just Winter's Well, but bigger. So I played it in CC originally, and I was just like, okay, maybe I just like don't have enough in CC to make this deck real. I shifted it over to Blitz and immediately took off and it started winning games, and I was like, oh no, it's crazy what happens when you don't have 20 extra life and a million cards to block with every turn.
Absolutely. Well, so we are on the precipice here of Pro Tour Yokohama. So Sage is really in the limelight, I think, and it seems like you and your teammates have found an interesting approach to Briar, one of the previous boogeymen who I think a lot of people expect to be taking a major step down. Seems like you don't agree, but how do you view the Sage metagame, sort of from a general eagle eye view?
I think there's still exploration to be done. I don't want to write off the whole format right now, because even when people were saying Blitz was a bad format, I was still in there just like, okay, what can I tweak? Like, what's currently in the meta? What are the edges I can gain in deck building before I even ever sit down to play a game? And I don't think enough people are actively testing that way right now. And people are just defaulting to Kayo is the best deck. Let's just play Kayo. It has the best numbers. It has the best matchup spread. Let's focus on shoring up the wider metagame in CC. But I do think Sage probably needs another round of bans to make the format like really healthy. What those are, I can't say. That's not my job. I'm not gonna put words in anybody's mouth.
Sure.
But I could definitely see a world in which Sigil of Suffering leaves the format.
Yeah. Your position on Sigil of Suffering will be mark it today from when Sigil of Suffering gets banned, Jesse. And Jesse, I do want to give you a break before we go to top 8, which I think you're looking real good for at this point. But we mentioned this. We've been talking about it during the stream. You mentioned at the top your relationship with Grave Troll, and we think it's really an astounding story, the way the store was able to bounce back after the fire, and then the way they were able to support the community both in Flesh and Blood and outside of it. Could you just, from your perspective, tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So I was actually like in the store when the fire alarms and everything went off, so it was kind of a funny story. I think I was just like helping set up for something. I don't remember if it was for AGE or if it was for another event that we were trying to run. But we're getting ready to walk out for the night, and all the fire alarms go off. And then the store gets closed, everything. But we do the next day, we do basically like a donation drive for the people in the apartment buildings that lost pretty much everything. And there's a couple of other stores in the building that got hit with water damage and things like that. So Katie pretty much was the driving force on that. She's the store owner here, and like I said, she's an amazing community member and is just an overall great human being. But bouncing back was kind of tough for a while. I think the whole store moved to like an online model in the times that they were closed. So
yeah, well, definitely echo how incredible Katie is for the community and for helping lead the ship through this. we also obviously we love you here at Team AG. We're glad that you're doing well today, and we'll be rooting for you. Hopefully, in the top 8, that will remain to be seen. So we're gonna take a quick break
Job's
now.
not
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break now, and we'll be back with the top 8 announcement. Everybody, hang on tight.
And welcome back to the March AGE Open. We just had quite a shocking finale in the Briar versus Ira game. And we're back in as we lead into top 8. I'm back here, of course, Colin Erickson with my co-caster Patrick R. As we take a look at what decks feasted and what decks didn't quite get there. I have heard through the wire that unfortunately our Ira did bubble out at 9th seed, but we do have Briar in along with quite a few others, so let's go check that out now and see exactly who made it in. And it looks like first seed, Elyse Symmes, 5-0 on New. She is undefeated on a hot streak, but now has to face against Noah Beygelmn, who has been on a hot streak of his own overall, winning both the January Open as well as, of course, last year on his favorite hero, Kayo. Looking down, we've got Dash and Briar, the Oldhim mirror, that's going to be a fun one, and a long one, as well as Briar and Kano. Pretty diverse spread, few less Kanos, or KOs than I expected here.
Definitely so. The only one in the room, or at least the only one that's a top 8, Noah Beygelmn, our champion last season of AG New England, our winner of the January AG New England Open Series. You have to see, I'm a little bit less experienced on this matchup of New versus KO, and we have two excellent players who will be able to give a perfect showcase for us on that matchup. Maybe even that'll be the one we take a look into. Maybe. The other matchups, as you mentioned, Oldhim, they might still be playing this time tomorrow, the Oldhim mirror, but the remaining matchups involving Jesse Harper, Jacob Shaker, both members of Team Salt the Wound, on their unique and to me at least inventive Briar list. We'll have to see how they handle what is ostensibly two aggro mirrors.
Absolutely. Now, something we'll note: Connor Bryant does have AB built in, and so that means that those Arcane ping finales might not be quite as guaranteed here. So, be interesting to see how that shakes out. But let's talk a little bit about what these guys are playing for here. We're already in the top 8, so guaranteed cash prizing here, but it goes only up from there, up $50, all the way up to $400 from the winner, as well as a whole heaping of AGE points here. Any of these is going to greatly increase your chances here, especially for someone like Noah Beygelmn, who win the last AG Open already at 30 points here. I believe last year when we looked at it, it was about 60 or 70 points total to be able to get into that top 16 for the year. So these heaps of points here are going to be a very solid chunk of that, and I think this is just a very solid standing for any of these players who has managed to make it in here today.
Yeah, Noah Beygelmn and Elyse Symmes definitely fighting, I think, for this number 1 seed at the top of the potentially at the top. They're only, I believe, 5 points apart from each other. The winner here will get at least a 5-point difference, potentially more. So we'll have to see who's at the top dog after this event concludes.
Absolutely, and it sounds like that may be the feature match that we are about to get into here in just a moment. Oh, it sounds like that moment is now, as we are going to start heading down to New, not Alluring Desire, just New, against Kayo. Elyse versus Noah. New getting first seed, meaning she's getting to turn order decisions. And we will see, it looks like the players are just waiting to go, and we will head down in a second. The fist bump is extended, and the game is started.
Have to imagine Elyse chose to go second, but I guess we will see here.
Very likely. It looks like Noah is posturing to make some cards, discarding that agile windup here.
That will
Do a little
generate
setup.
an agility and a might on his turn 0. Basically, the dream, I think, or pretty close to the best you could hope for as the Kayo player.
Yeah, and looking at the equipment suites here, seen some very similar stuff to what we've seen beforehand. Of course, Noah no longer needing to run AB here, does have the knucklehead, does have the blade back in our gauntlets, but at least still with those prey spotters, something we haven't quite seen just yet, but may soon come to pass here.
Elyse leading off with an Art of the Desire body, relatively live to threaten a card draw here off of Noah Beygelmn.
Yeah, KO decks do run a lot of reds here, and this is, in my opinion, one of the best on hits the deck like a New has. Just being able to draw cards, gain life, banish cards, everything you want here. And this is even more cards out of the deck right here.
Absolutely, Elyse Symmes with an Intimate Inducement on top. Looks to be red. That will pump her attack by, well, just 1, but it does mean as she's currently looking at Noah Beygelmann's top 4 cards of the deck, to add 1 to the combat chain. It appears to be a Bear Hug, which will block for 0. Additionally, is that a second copy of Intimate Inducement for Elyse Symmes? This time adding a Savage Feast to the combat chain.
Now, this one will block, but it will get banished. And I believe that's going to be 2 triggers, up to 21, and then the new trigger.
So quite a successful first interaction of the game for Elyse Symmes so far. Probably exactly what you wanted to be seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just taking a little bit of tempo here. Noah still keeping cards in hand, though.
Passing over, Noah Beygelmn has the agility token, will lead with I believe that is a
Rough up?
Rough up, thank you. I was about to say soup up. I was like, that's not a 4 go again mechanologist card. Coming in 4/8 because Noah Beygelmn has a Wrecker Romp in pitch. That is one of the very few natural blue 6s that Kayo runs in this deck. Of course, many blue 5s. Elyse blocking a total of 8 here. Complete blockout on the rough up.
Yeah,
Noah, still 3 cards to play with.
Giving a lot of respect here. Somewhat to be expected. New does like these games to go long, so of course, blocking gives her that opportunity and gives her opportunity to make use of the banishes here. But I mean, this is a bread and butter KO turn, right?
Absolutely. Follow up. Mandible Claw, not banned in Sage. 3 go again. Elyse taking 3 down to 17. Noah going to follow it up with another discard and agile windup. Going to go ahead and have another full offensive attack on the next turn, finishing off with a run roughshod for 5.
And I believe it looks like the life totals may not be quite updated yet, but because of the 2 life gain that New gained, I believe she will still be at 19 after this claw swing. Perhaps looking to keep a couple cards for those extra banishes here. Grave Investment can get bought back, so that armor is able to be discarded somewhat at will here.
And sure enough, we have life totals updated. Elyse going to block just the 1, going down to taking 4 more damage down to 15. her chess piece will be available for repurchase in the event she's able to generate some silver.
Yeah, and something to note, the KO deck, it's a lot of damage, but it is mostly just that raw damage. And what that's going to mean is that Elyse has a decent amount of freedom to block with its armor early and to give it up. Looks like Prey Spotters may have accidentally gone to Graveyard here. I don't believe they were activated. Not actually sure where they went.
Graveyard's a good guess.
Probably Graveyard.
Elyse Symmes leading with Spider's Bite, which is very effective against Noah Beygelmann's deck of all attack actions, following up with excessive blood loss, the bread and butter of this new deck, of the Arachne deck in Classic Constructed, threatening what is potentially going to be 2 cards from Noah Beygelmann's deck.
Man, I've been seeing so much Huntsman on stream with Pablo Pintor and the like that I was expecting her to grab the top card of the deck and look at it.
It's always a little bit surprising when the Huntsman opponent reaches over to your deck for the first time and you have to mentally adjust to that being a thing for the next hour. Noah here, thinking on blocks. Again, Spider's Bite is active, so if this is going to be blocked, it's officially going to have to be with equipment.
And it looks like maybe that is a decision. Noah only gets a few times to actually cash in this equipment, but clearly valuing it here. 2 banishes is basically the most that Elyse can do on any one card. So I could see this definitely being a very reasonable one to block with.
Interestingly there, Noah choosing to block with Blade Beckoner Gauntlets instead of Beaten Trackers, maybe implying that he has no use for Beaten Trackers on this turn at the very least. Makes sense given that he has an agility in play, which is popped now.
Right. Something else with these Blade Beckoner Gauntlets, the perhaps optimal use case for them is not the Spider's Bite, but rather the Beckoning Mistblade. And what that means, since it doesn't have piercing, is you really only need 1 block here. So by blocking with them, he's now set up and ready to block exactly 1 on a Beckoning Mistblade and prevent Nu from doing her usual shenanigans with blues and go again.
So Zealous Belting for Noah Beygelmn. 6 go again. Bread and butter for this KO deck. I guess not bread and butter. It's a little atypical, but the 6 go again certainly is. Got to imagine he's going to have a tall follow-up behind this.
Right. Zealous Belting, something that I feel like I've been seeing kind of cropping up in these KO lists. Just extra go again. It's Wild Ride, but what if it was a little bit worse, but just extra copies?
I hope you like Zealous Belting because we have another Zealous Belting to follow up the Zealous Belting. 6 into 5. No might generated on this turn.
That's a lot of zealous.
Little overzealous, perhaps?
A little overzealous.
That was a layup. Elyse here thinking on blocks. Looks like at least 1 card will be getting added to the combat chain, potentially 2. She's at 14. Still got a decent life buffer, but she wants this game to go long, so it's very possible she will block here. And, of course, utilizing Unmovable, that'll be a full block, following up with a Mandible Claw for 3, utilizing the entire hand and taking no damage on this turn.
Yep. That's impressive. That is still, despite it all, 14 damage there. A little bit of go again gone though. This is going to be a slower matchup, and the amount of go again that Noah can present is going to be relevant. And that is a premier go again card right there.
It's our first wild ride of the game, Colin. Noah Beygelmn not being punished yet for not being forced into a position where he has to use his beaten trackers, finding the natural sources of go again, establishing his agile wind-up agility tokens. Looking good so far.
And there we go. Found the Prey Spotters. They're back in the game.
They have been spotted. 6 go again for Noah Beygelmn. My generated on the back.
Right. Now, I imagine we'll look to see Elyse probably blocking some more and likely looking to have these efficient 1-card hands like Our Desire Body, which can act like a snatch in some respects, or even that Mark of the Black Widow that you discussed when Nu was on stream earlier that could potentially rip that card out of Noah's hand or force him to block and turn the coveted 4-card KO hand into just a 3-card hand, which usually just means send 6 to 8 and then set up.
Noah Beygelmn following up with a Mandible Claw. On the last chain link, Elyse Symmes blocked with one of her power cards, excessive blood loss, taking 3 damage on the leak. A little bit curious to see that one added to the combat chain. May just be a function of her hand texture.
Yeah, it looks to be an unmovable in her hand as well as an intimate inducement.
3 more block for Elyse Symmes, following up with a Bear Hug for 7 in the red variety. I believe she fully blocked that out. A little quick for me there. Elyse at 11 life, despite the barrage Noah Beygelmn has been able to put forth, saying above her middle life total. I mean, surely I think at this point, when you fully conceded tempo to the KO, you're just hoping they will have a bricked hand. Of course, insulated from that with beaten trackers. You have to wonder if Noah will opt to pop it here without the block.
It is a once per game use, though, and notably, Noah, because he chose to set up those blade back in our gauntlets, has not gotten the block on beaten trackers yet.
Absolutely. And here, Noah in the tank about that very decision. This bear, either way, this Bear Fangs will be coming in for 9, not an insignificant number in this 20 health format.
No, however, if Noah chooses not to pop beaten trackers and just to set up here, I do spot an inertia trap in Elyse's hand, and that could mean that Noah's attempts to set up a 5-card hand and arsenal a good card are going to be completely rebuffed here, as he's just going to be forced to put those to the bottom of his deck.
And there he is. He realized it did not like that. And of course, he had Noah opting not to use the beaten trackers on the discard. It had to have been then. It can't be once you know you have the inertia. So losing a ton of value there. Well played. Some unfortunate lining up there for Noah, but astute play by Elyse. Starting her turn with a Spider's Bite, which again, very effective into Kayo, who plays a deck of exclusively, some will try the one of Pummel, but exclusively attack actions.
And Double Trouble, this is another one that can banish 2 cards off the top of the deck. Very efficient here.
And with one resource floating, Elyse is threatening to give Double Trouble that extra text with either her legs or her arms.
Right. Still a little bit behind in the life race, but I do wonder a little bit about the deck race here. Bear Fangs drew and discarded a card. Wild Ride drew and discarded a card. And she's now banished. This is going to be, 5 cards off the top of the deck? 3 from previous banishes, and then 2 more here.
Activating a Rousing Wave here that will create a Fang Strike in her hand, pumping up the Double Trouble. Noah Beygelmn descending down to just 11 points of life.
And that's the second Wild Ride banished. Second red Wild Ride, that is.
And speaking of Wild Ride, we have a yellow one to start off. So popping the beaten trackers will not be a necessity for Noah necessarily here. And on the discard, a red Bear Fangs. That's got to be a little painful to see hit the discard.
That is definitely a big one here. And perhaps that's why we just see Elyse blocking. That's now 3 Wild Rides gone. And as well as the Zealous Beltings and actually both Agile windups as well. We're kind of winding down on some of this go again potential. Still the beaten trackers, though, for when he needs it.
Elyse blocking with all but 1 card in hand. You have to wonder if this is a form of disruption. And there it is, Colin. We've been talking about it all day. The one of Mark of the Black Widow threatening a very evasive on-hit here, because if Noah blocks with a card, Elyse simply chooses to let that go, and then she's traded a card for a card. But if Noah does not, Elyse in reactions can activate Prey Spotters to get the banish effect on the Mark of the Black Widow text.
And that is really important, because that means if Elyse then plays another Mark of the Black Widow because they blocked out the first one, then these Prey Spotters are still alive. These Prey Spotters almost guaranteeing to rip a card at some point, or at least force blocks on every single Mark of the Black Widow.
And there Noah choosing to respect and starting his turn with another yellow Wild Ride, getting a bit of deja vu from the last turn. This one should be coming in for 6. Go again. Discarding a Savage Feast. That's one of the cards you probably want to be seeing when you still have your beaten trackers available to you. So maybe Noah may be a little disappointed to see that one gone.
Maybe. It does sort of force the beaten trackers here, but nonetheless, it is another red card gone, and just going to be another attack. No claw.
Strongest survive. A nice 2-card 7 with some extra text stapled on. To the extent Elyse isn't already incentivized to utilize her entire hand blocking. She will block 6. And finally, Noah will leak through a little damage, taking Elyse down to 10.
Now, one card that has been in and out of these deck lists is Pulping. Okay, well, there it is.
And that's a pummel. That's a pummel I see with the Pulping. You have to wonder here, if you're in Noah Beygelmn's seat, do you take this risk? Do you play out the Pulping without pitching your pummel to it?
That could be dangerous. But maybe that's what he needs.
If he goes for it, his Pulping will be coming in for 7-11 dominate. It's an attractive proposition, Colin.
It is attractive, but if he whiffs, that is 7 no dominate. At least just has to block with 2 cards, and that is Noah's turn over, and he can't even pop beaten trackers because he has not discarded a 6 power card. He discarded that pummel.
He does have a Mighty Windup in hand, so it's possible he could use it to to buy back his bean trackers, and he looks like he's going for it. He's got a 2/3 chance, Colin. It's not as scary as it seems.
Here we go. The game could be decided on this. Rolling a 1.
It's not the pummel. It's not
safe.
the pummel. So pulping is going to be coming in here for 7. Go again. Elyse knows she's taking at least 4 here, assuming she gives a card from hand, but she does not know what's coming. And frankly, I wouldn't expect what's about to come.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, Pummel has been pitching a pummel.
Pummel
Pitching a
pitching
pummel to a
pummel.
pummel. He had 2/3 chance to just not get anything right here, and he finds the discard here.
That is unbelievable. He had what we assumed was a 67% chance to hit, for things to go his way, was actually only a 33% chance. And sometimes, look, when you play a deck like Kayo, you're playing it to win more than you're playing it not to lose. And an excellent example there from Noah Beygelmn.
I mean, live by the discard, die by the discard, and Noah forces Elyse to discard here and chunks her life total a ton.
So she should be down to 3 if I'm not mistaken there, because that pulping came in for 7. She was at 10. I'm sorry, for 11, and she blocked 3. So that would be 7 damage leading over. So I believe she's at 3. Left with 2 cards on her own hand. Going to lead off here with a Beckoning Mistblade for 1.
Beckoning Mistblade, interesting here. She's been leading off the Spider's Bite, but it's possible that last card in her hand is a blue, and she just wants to guarantee that this dagger is going to guarantee 2 points of value. Here we go, though. A little bit of a deck count.
Look to be about somewhere between 12 to 14 cards would be my guess for Noah Beygelmn there. Looking pretty good now that he was able to line up his pummel and get Elyse all the way down to 2.
Pretty good. Notably also keeping that extra pummel in deck, and now that means as we get into second and third cycle, that pummel is going to be a sword hanging over Elyse for the rest of the game.
Excellent metaphor from my co-caster. Of course, this Beckoning Mistblade could be blocked off with this Blade Beckoner Gauntlet that still has 1 block value left for equipment. You have to wonder if this is something you even care about, given the texture of her hand. Even meaning she cannot utilize the go again that this would confer. So, but nevertheless, an interesting decision to swing Beckoning Mistblade instead of Spider's Bite here.
Very interesting. It's got to just be a blue here, and just it's +1 power. Noah's not going to block anyway, so the Spider's Bite is likely less relevant here, if I had to guess. Now, we've talked about this pummel being an issue, but Elyse is running Intimate Inducements, and Intimate Inducements can, if Elyse keeps a couple cards, especially when she knows the pummel is going to be coming up, can take it out of the deck before Noah even has access to it. And
Elyse, the follow-up, an excessive blood loss in the blue variety, that will, the extra +1, as you pointed out, Colin, will take that to a break point. So an astute play by Elyse, hitting a blue off the top, so no extra deck damage there, as excessive blood loss looks for a red.
Not at all. But here we go. Here's another onslaught.
Noah Beygelmn leading off with Mandible Claw for 4. Currently no go again, so I guess that means his turn is just going to end here. There's no way to confer go again to this Mandible Claw. Oh, wait.
No second Mighty Windup.
It looks like an Agile Windup. You were wrong, Colin.
I was wrong.
And that will confer go again to the Mandible Claw, generating a might and agility on the back end.
We have seen this in some number of lists, running both the blue and the yellow Agile Windups just to increase not only the density of go again, but also the density of turn 0 plays and ways to just get value out. Although this is, I would say, not the ideal follow-up.
We have reached the pitch stack, it appears, with Pack Call for 5 coming in as the closing. At least comfortably able to cover that. No damage conferred here on this turn. I was starting to think, Colin, that Noah Beygelmn has at least too low for the fatigue to be a real concern. How are you evaluating this?
At this point, it's possible. You see here, looks like about 8 cards in deck.
About 8, yeah. And this Plunder the Poor, threatening another banish for the top card of deck.
Additionally, though, it is threatening damage. It's not super relevant, but it is not irrelevant here, especially if Noah continues to take it and Elyse can send these very efficient 1-card plays. It could potentially allow her to force Noah to start blocking with cards from hand as well as losing cards from the top of the deck.
A good shout, Colin, is an unblocked Plunder the Poor here would bring Noah Beygelmn down to 2, equalizing life totals. I think here I've been one would be keen to be focusing on mostly deck damage when dealing with a new opponent. But here, Noah Beygelmn deciding just to take the damage, going down 2-2. We're getting very close to lethal range on nearly any attack.
And drawing up, looks like just a bunch of 3 blocks, but maybe that's going to do it.
Rough.
This is the rough break point.
Coming in for 7, go again. Or, sorry, 8 go again because of the Might token. So, Elyse going to have to give all 3 cards here. The follow-up for Noah Beygelmn, a high-pitched towel. That will finish the game. Noah Beygelmn, the power of Kayo, the power of pummel, the power of luck on your side, Colin.
And that was a good showing, but that was a good showing for New as well. If Kayo hadn't hit had hit one of the 2 pummels, for example, or hadn't quite gotten a couple of those wild ride turns to line up, that easily could have been New's game to win. And Elyse was worried about the matchup, but I don't know. That was good. That was tight.
She acquitted herself well. A good day overall, ending Swiss 5-0. Unfortunately, falling victim to the first seed curse in top 8. But sometimes the die roll does not go your way, as we saw just there with hitting her die choosing to hit anything but a pummel on the turn she really needed it to be a pummel. Yep. We are going to assess if we can get Noah available for an interview just shortly. In the meantime, we will be back in just a bit.
welcome back to the stream. I'm here with Noah Beygelmn. And Noah, can we talk about that pummel play?
Yeah, that was, I don't know if you could hear anything. Sorry, I just bumped the table. I had a pulping, 2 blues, and a pummel. So I was like thinking for a second, there's really no good option here. If I underpitch the pummel and just throw the pulping, I'm left with a 3-cost blue that I can't do anything with. So I just decided to YOLO it, pray that I draw, discard a random card off the top. I keep the blue, I can pummel the pulping and claw after. And then I drew the second pummel. I was like, well, I know at least I'm going to cast one of these pummels. I can't possibly discard both. So there's going to be an interesting stream moment for sure.
You sure are. And you got the 1 and 3. We got the dominate. You got the pummel. Everything you wanted. That's, I mean, I guess that's a risk with the deck, right? Risk. I assume you have to take here. Do you feel like pressured into variance, or is it just like it's such a good card that we just can't not play it?
I was just really scared of a lot of people bringing Kayo hater decks, like the Guardians, or I don't know if Elyse was targeting Kayo with that new strategy, but I think there's a relative lack of 0 for 4 defense reactions that can cleanly cover up a pummel. And if decks are trying to block with 3 cards, for example, and do like a 1-card play, I think the pummel is like extremely disruptive into that, and it's one of the ways I can go over the top of these defensive decks that are looking to target KO. So that's why I chose to include it. Obviously, it's a big risk, but I've whiffed on so many wild rides and bear fangs in my days playing KO that just whatever at this point. I'm a bit numb to it.
Just par for the course there. I imagine those are your only 2 misses, right? You're not playing any other sneaky cards in there.
Nope. And when I was playing this deck in London, I was playing, since Briar was more prominent, instead of the pummels, I would swap out for the Test of Agility, the 4 block card from heavy hitters. Gives me additional ability to cover up some of the breakpoints. But for this tournament, just the pummels is the only miss.
That's interesting. Why Test of Agility over Test of Might? I feel like we've seen other lists that that's tended to run Test of Might for the value. Was it just Go Again is just so necessary for the deck?
Yeah, it was just at the time I was thinking if I want to block with 1 card and have it convert to the highest high roll possible, that would be Test of Agility, where I could have something like a Savage Feast set, or I could have a Bear Fang set, and effectively just let me play at higher rate than something like a Wild Ride. When I'm not using my trackers. So effectively I'd have like a Test of Agility turn where I'm just blocking with that, and then I'd have the shoes turn. But also this is someone talking who didn't even make day 2, so maybe it was just a terrible idea.
I mean, you're performing pretty well here. You're kind of on a hot streak here. You've won, obviously, the Players' Championship. You've won January, all on your boy Kayo, now a little bit older. And again, Kayo here. I mean, he sounds like he's the man for you, right?
Yeah, there's some high I feel. I draw the 4 cards after my opponent blocks out. It's Wild Ride, 2 blues, and a 2-cost. I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go. I don't know, just nothing escapes that feeling of just, I don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but I know something good is very likely to happen, and my opponent will be sad.
And does the high increase when you see the pummel and the miss? Or do you want to, you like the clean hands, and I send 6, and I send 3, and I send 8?
Yeah, I much prefer the clean hands. One card that I don't know if other KOs are playing is Zealous Belting as well. That was a card that I included just to try to have like those clean, like, okay, I know how this turn starts, I know how it's going to end. But I just felt like with Sage being so potentially volatile, like there being Kanos in the room, stuff like that, I wanted to lean into a little bit of the high roll and include some misses.
For sure. And I mean, there were Kanos in the room there. We had you on stream a little bit earlier against Julian, and that was a tough game here. How did you feel on your end?
I drew my first 4 cards. I looked down at them. I looked at my opponent and I said I lost the game because it's 4 reds. And what am I going to do? I can't just pass on Arsenal card, keep 3 reds in my hand. I'm going to take 1,000,000 damage. I have to try to attack and just pray that he also has reds so he can't chip me on turn 0. As you can see, that was not the case. I took 1,000,000, and then my next turn I discarded the blue as well. So I just it was basically doomed from the opening hand, but you still have to try. I mean, there's always a chance that he hits a Fighting Spirit or Absorbent Aether off the top, and I could win.
Yeah. Do you usually feel like the match was pretty good, and it was just like variance?
Yeah, I faced one in round 1 of Swiss as well, and that one went pretty smoothly. I would say that was also a matchup where I didn't draw particularly well, but it was still the simple hands of just actual put blues in the pitch zone and put reds on the combat chain. I think it's an effective strategy, and if I can just do that on most turns, I think I'm pretty fine into Kano. It's just really hard for them to combo off with the Spell Void 3 and the short clock.
And how are you feeling about Sage as a whole? We've heard some complaints about Kayo, some various talks about the format as a whole. You feel it's healthy? You feel like Kayo's good, or just the best deck?
So after Bryce calling me out to not play Kayo in the middle of playing my PQ yesterday, I was like, but Kayo is just so nice. Like, it's a deck that I'm good at, and it's actually the best deck. I felt like there was a dichotomy of like Bryce versus the world, where like people would be chirping me incessantly if I don't sub Kayo when I think he's the best deck in Sage, like you said. But then also Bryce is trying to, encourage me to innovate. So sorry to disappoint him, but I think Kayo in general is just annoying to be the strongest deck in the game. I would have liked there to be some kind of hit. Ideally, it's actually a hit of just some of the consistency to the deck. I typically don't like these types of hits in card games because then it just feels like even more high roll. But I think just getting less people to register him. I mean, there was like 31% of the showdown today was Kayo. So I think any way to like get less people to register him and is a net positive for the format, because it's really hard to interact with just a big number.
Yeah, for sure.
Long-winded, but
I mean, yeah, definitely have people going, there he is doing the KO thing. And you're like, good old KO. I mean, nothing beats that,
Yeah,
do the thing.
exactly.
Yeah. What would you say would be your ban of choice if you were to hit the consistency?
Oh, you have to ban the beaten trackers. Like when I have beaten trackers on the board, I know they weren't like crazy in that game on the stream, but in some matchups, it's just like, okay, I can full keep this 4 or 5 card hand that starts with a Savage Feast or a Bare Fangs, and I think if you're not able to do that, cards like Buck Wild are much more awkward in Silver Age, just because there's nothing really to do with that 3-cost curve. So I think having to include more of those cards as ways of converting full hands would make the deck much more manageable. And the strategy decks can pivot to of just like, I'm going to block 12 and wait for you to whiff a turn of go again is more viable when there's no beaten tracker. So if you want to just target one card, I would say that. But I wouldn't mind just like a decent amount of hits to Bare Fangs, Wild Ride, those kind of cards too. Just really like reinvent the deck, force you to play it differently than just the traditional, 2-cost claw, 2-cost kind of game plan.
Yeah, that makes sense. Were you even running Buck Wild, by the way?
I do play it in my deck. I just didn't sub it in this matchup. I figured having a red 2-block that forces me to draw 2 blues in order to convert it, or like blue and yellow, is a little bit dubious. I wasn't sure of Elyse's exact list. I just saw that she was playing Prey Spotters. So I wasn't sure if there was going to be more of those mark effects with disruption and stuff. So I didn't want to be caught with red 2 blocks that kind of demand me to have a large hand to do something with.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, man. Well, I mean, you get to keep going, I believe you're against Dash next as well. Feeling good about that? Or...
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
It's always fun to play games
Okay.
against Connor. That was actually the deck. If I was a little bit less lazy last night and wanted to dig through all my mech bulk, I was thinking about playing that one as well. Just like a really cool concept where you get to play Talishar, or you get to play the I forget the name of it, the barrel shot.
Plasma barrel shot? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, both of those being like pretty strong above rate weapons, and you just have like you don't have to worry about having go again, right? You're playing a mech, so you just boost, and you have some pretty solid chain enders as well as the hyper drivers, kind of giving you the free resources. So I actually think his deck is really cool, and it'll be an interesting match for sure.
For sure. All right, man. Well, it sounds like the Oldhim here has finally wrapped up. So I'm going to send you off and send the stream onto a little bit of short break. So thank you for being with us. Stay with us, and we'll be right back for more Flesh and Blood after this. welcome back to the stream as we saw Noah just refusing to lose and his deck refusing to lose with him here. No pummels discarded on his watch. All sixes all the time.
He had a 33% chance, but you got a 100% chance of more AGE top 4 action coming your way shortly.
Absolutely. Now, let's take a little look at the bracket and see exactly who moved on here. Of course, we have Noah Beygelmn, along with Connor Bryant, going to be Kayo versus Dash, and on the other side, Oldhim versus Kano. That's going to be a slow one, and the Dash one is going to be anything but.
Quite different dynamics in these two matchups. So thus far, I mean, we had this sort of Oldhims having a grudge match with only one to proceed. You have to wonder if you know, there's a bit of fatigue carrying over, both literally and figuratively, from the Oldhim mirror onto yet another slog of a game. On the other side, we just saw Noah Beygelmn having kind of a long game for a KO. I don't expect that will be the case for this one, though.
No, not at all. Now, I will say, I did hear in Swiss that the Oldhim did beat a Kano. And so it is possible, even if the Kano's arcane damage can be a tough sell, even for the most staunch of defenses. But I believe that we're going to be able to go over to the KO versus Dash game. But before we do, I want to talk just a little bit more about AGE Premium, our front page for competitive Flesh and Blood. It's got everything. It's got articles. It's got AGE games you can watch. It's got event discounts. We've had puzzles and just everything, even Academy on the way. And just it's a great space, and it is a great hub, recently redesigned to be just as useful and as cool as possible. There's like stats everywhere. You can see exactly who your matchups were and who your biggest grudge you should hold with is. The players you've lost most to, players you won most with. And it's a fun time. At least check out the site. It's got a lot for everyone involved. But it sounds like the players may be ready. So let's head on down as we get KO versus Dash in the feature match area.
Two of my favorite decks, Colin.
Two of your favorite decks. Who are you rooting for?
Well, these are both cool guys. I like them both a lot. My heart will always be partial to Dash, but it's hard to say. It's hard to be sad when you see Noah Beygelmn continuing his just historic run in this circuit.
I'm rooting for Noah, too. He put Pummel in his deck and had no fear.
Yes. As somebody consumed by fear, I can't relate. And
Oh
Noah
my
Beygelmn with the
gosh.
dream start. Connor Bryant had turn selection and I guess chose to go second. A little bit atypical for Dash, but maybe makes sense in an aggro mirror.
Yeah, I believe this type of Dash build doesn't really have the item setup. Of course, it doesn't have like Spark of Genius. So the turn one or turn zero, as it were, is not going to be quite as relevant as we see something like Dio in Classic Constructed here that sets up 4 items, and that's an interesting
Connor
block.
Bryant, yeah, probably the best block he could have had, which is a firewall, and revealing yet another firewall, which will go to the bottom there, as firewall is looking for, I guess it would be an Evo. Otherwise, every other card goes to the bottom.
Yeah, probably unlikely to play in Evos. Notably could, actually. I believe that chess piece of the Embryo set, they're all base equipment, so we could play Evos, but I highly doubt, if I had to guess, that is just a good 4-block that is going to lead Dash and Connor to run the most efficient numbers possible.
Noah Beygelmn ending his turn with an Angel wind-up discard. Probably the dream start. Pretty close if you could craft your own hand for Noah Beygelmn, depending on what he was able to arsenal there. Connor Bryant, he's going to have the chance now to assert some more aggression on the way back.
I think this might be an all-red hand, though. This could be tough.
2 of them are Speed Demon 2, Colin, which will not boost. I think the problem here for Connor is he needs to get an initial boost off to trigger the hyperdriver, which would then shut up his resources. But it looks like his only option is Rev Up, which is a 2 cost. It's 3, but it costs 1 less with the hyperdriver. So instead, opting not even to do it, set up for next turn, and just send a payload, no dominate, 3 card 6, not where you want to be.
No, looks to be likely the payload because he could not make use of the hyperdrive resources, and it's 6 or 6 anyway. And the dominate is probably going to be a little bit less relevant in this matchup, especially not on turn 0. Actually, another reason why him going to turn 0 could have been good, but you take the odds here, right, that you're going to have a good aggro hand.
Noah Beygelmn leading off with a Savage Feast on his first turn. We'll have go again from the agility token.
I mean, this is premium. We talked about AGE premium, but man, agile lineup discard, pulping, Arsenal to Savage Feast draws. Everything's going right here.
It's all coming up Beygelmn at the moment. Coming at Connor for 7. Go again.
And this is going to be a lot of damage. This is 2 float. I believe Noah has another 2 cards in hand, or maybe even 3 cards in hand. Not sure exactly, but nonetheless, going to be able to do that bread and butter KO turn. Attack, claw, attack.
Connor taking 1 down to 17. Noah following up with a Mandible Claw. Connor will take this opportunity to cash in a 2 block on his Blade Beckoner Gauntlets. So 1 damage will leak over. Noah Beygelmn ahead on the life race with all the tempo.
Looks to be just deciding what card to play. Oh, this was Zealous. Noah talked about it a little bit here, where it's a consistency piece, and it is a piece that is go again, that does not change the hand here. This could actually allow him to go 4 wide. He has the predatory plating, and he does have a 6 in the combat chain with that Savage Feast. So he could go even wider here.
Connor Bryant taking 5, going all the way down to 11, and just like as you say, Colin, going Noah Beygelmn activating predatory plating, getting the extra 2 he needed to follow up with a pack hunt, which will intimidate Connor Bryant. If he was incentivized to block, maybe a little bit less incentivized now. 6 damage coming through.
Likely not going to block too much, although I do want to draw your attention to at least one of these blocks, which is blocking with at least 1 Blade Beckoner piece here. And this is actually very important here because the claw comes in for 3 and because there's going to be relatively few turns left on the clock. It's very important to get the maximum value out of Blade Beckoners. And that means now, the next time Noah comes in with a claw, Connor is going to be entirely ready to just block 3 with the remaining Blade Beckoner pieces.
Connor taking 3 there on the pack hunt. So I believe should be at 8 unless I'm missing something here. Going to bleed off his turn with a rev up boosting. Rev up again costs 3 technically, but down to 2 with a hyperdriver, which will then refund his resource. Effectively a 1 costs 6 go again.
And that is efficient here. We could even see essentially a 2-card 10 rev up into Talishar and arsenaling another 2 for 6. I mean, Noah's off to a good start, but this is efficiency here.
Noah Beygelmn down to 11. The follow-up, Talishar, you only get 3 of these swings, utilizing 1 now, sending it in 2 cost, 4 damage on the weapon.
Right, and maybe this speaks to Connor's game plan as a whole here with these firewalls as well, just to be even more efficient with that starting hyperdriver than Noah can be, especially if he is relying more on consistency with cards like Zealous Belting that are good cards, but are technically a little bit below rate as a 2 for 5.
Absolutely. And Noah Beygelmn here starting with a Wild Ride. Again, all very smooth hands thus far for Noah Beygelmn. You have to imagine this is going to be the turn where Connor knows he's going to have to block with probably at least 2 cards from hand to stay alive. So maybe doing that math now. 7 go again coming Connor's way.
This could be tough here. I think if I had to guess, my ideal game plan in Connor's eyes is Noah sends a bit of damage. I get to send 6 into 4 and keep 1 more card to be able to send 6 into 4 next turn off just 1 blue and block with 3 more cards.
Noah following up with the Savage Feast just for 6, opts not to pop the Beaten Trackers. Connor could opt to not block this at all and go down to 1, as Noah's turn will end here.
And actually, that could mean Connor threatens lethal now. He does have a 2 for 6, and he has a 2 for 6 in Arsenal, essentially 2 for 6. And the hyperdriver does mean that he can pay for it in its entirety here. But I mean, going to 1 is tough.
Could get hit with an unexpected backhand ping on a clash. Haven't seen those from Noah yet today, but it's possible it's somewhere in the list. I wonder if that's going through Connor Bryant's mind.
It's very possible. I don't believe we've seen one. So it's possible that he just valued the consistency of other options here, choosing instead to block out, just valuing the life total, maybe relying on Noah to stumble a little bit.
Maybe figuring that he can't quite get the offensive output he would need in order to justify the 6 block value and going down to 1. Maybe hoping for a stumble here, but then again, well, that's certainly not a stumble, Colin. Wild Ride red.
No, but there was a little bit of a stumble there. It looks like he drew that Rally the Coast Guard off the Savage piece and actually chose not to arsenal it.
So not everything going Connor's way or Noah's way. Maybe that was part of the choice for Connor to. Well, I guess he wouldn't have known that when he had chose to block out. But nevertheless, 7 damage, 6 block, 1 damage leaking through. It looks like Connor is committing to this block out until Noah stumbles play path.
Here we go. Now we want to see if potentially Noah has that blue. I can't quite see it. No, he does not. Looks to be a Zealous Belting pitched here.
Following for a Mandible Claw for 3, and as you astutely pointed out last time, Connor able to just block it out with all of his equipment. But Connor's equipment spent now. Any block value that Connor asserts for the rest of the game will have to come from his hand.
I think that's all right. Is that a red 0 to 60 I see in his hand?
Probably the best card in Connor's
this
deck.
Threatens lethal.
Red 0 to 60, boosting another red 0 to 60. Hate to see that for Connor, but that will generate a resource on the back end.
So it looks to be, I guess, 14 this turn. That's going to be big. I don't know if Noah expects it, but now everything is going to be face up, and now Noah's going to have to figure out what he's going to do to win this game, whether it is going to be through damage or it is going to be through that evasion, perhaps even with a pummel. I don't know if he sided it in this matchup, but maybe.
So Noah's going to have to give one card from hand here and either Knucklehead or another card from hand to be able to survive, if my math is right.
I believe it is. Now, going to 1 is dangerous, though. Talishar by itself comes in at a break point.
Mm-hmm.
And even beyond that, cards like 0 to 60, cards like Zipper Hit at times as well, can be really tough on hits.
But Noah taking first, I believe it was 3, and then, 2, and then followed up with the 4, going down to 1, not heeding Colin Erickson's advice there. Taking the rest, and it's because he's got the pummel to finish this game off, assuming he doesn't miss. He was playing pummels last round.
Now, what he did discuss in the interview, he did say it was to hate against some of the decks that were trying to hate on Kayo, so it's possible he feels he does not need the reach here, but pulping, guaranteeing damage here. Connor is going down, minimum 2?
Going down to, he will go down to 2, so definitely putting him into the dangers and making himself look quite smart for blocking so aggressively just a few turns ago. That's why he's the expert, and we're in the booth, Colin.
Absolutely. And something I do want to comment on, Noah is at 1. Breakpoints suck, but you're never going to have to worry about a breakpoint again if Connor can never keep cards.
Here, Connor going to be forced to give at least 2 cards. I mean, all the cards in hand block 3. It looks like none of them are 0 costs except for 0 to 60. So if he wants to have an offensive turn, I think the play would be to keep the 0 to 60 and block with the other 2. But
he can just swing Talishar.
And he could just swing Talishar. That's another good point. So here, Connor blocking 6, going down to 1. This Talishar is going to demand 2 cards from Noah Beygelmn. But importantly, Colin, that would be the last of the Talishar for the game.
That it would. And giving up Talishar is a real cost here. This is actually an efficient weapon. It's a little bit of a silly weapon. It blows itself up, which is not what you want weapons to do usually. But 2 for 4 is good rate. It's better rate than the Claw. And when Dash has all the go again in the world, that means that now but the 7 breakpoints. It's all about breakpoints.
Breakpoints. On the good news for Connor, this does mean that there's no might generated on the back end. However, given the texture of his hand, I think Connor here forced just Arsenal past Noah, hoping that Noah has no way to go wide. Probably a little bit less likely with the beaten tracker still alive.
I spy a pummel. Do you spy a pummel?
I did not see the pummel. Let's take a peek here at Noah's hand.
Is that 2
That
pummels?
appears to be a pummel. There comes the Bear Fangs. Wow, what a risk here from Noah. I mean, if he has 2 pummels, it's not really a risk, I suppose, because then he's losing value. And if sure enough does hit a pummel, he's excited.
That is a pummel.
Maybe he won't be
maybe
excited
that's
for
the
much
fake
longer.
out. Maybe that's it. Connor blocks 6 here, thinks he's fine, and Noah pummels him for lethal. I just want to look at this. I think you can see he gave a little smile there. He's looking down. He's trying not to reveal it. Yeah, just taking a look at the hand. Nothing to see here. Couldn't be another one. He only plays 1.
We've seen 2 already. Of course, Colin, our eagle-eyed observer, has already witnessed the other one from Noah. And there it is. Connor.
Just
Not beating
tosses
that.
it out.
Noah Beygelmn up to the finals of AGE March, AGE New England March, just like he took down the January iteration of this very event.
Can anyone stop him?
When the draws he's had thus far on KO, even when he steps wrong, he steps right. So you got to give it to him. KO humming on all cylinders.
And that was just an impressive showing by him. Like everything he wanted to do, he was able to do, and that's why you play the deck, right? I mean, as he said, like KO is just a good deck. He's gonna bring it, and now into the finals here, facing off against either an Oldhim or a Kano here. He could get a revenge on Kano. He said it's usually pretty good. I don't know how he feels about Oldhim, but maybe that one's more tough. So perhaps hoping that the wizardry shines through here and he gets to face him in the finals here. But while we have you here, we'd like to just give a few thank yous to the people that help make this a possibility. Grave Troll Games, official sponsor of the AGE Open Series, and also the ones hosting this event right now, and also just great people helping to recover after the fire and helping to just create a great space that is flesh and blood like focused, not magic, not Pokemon, just here for the flesh and blood community, and we are here for them. So thank you so much to them, and we're glad to have you here, and we're glad to have you here again for more opens, which we'll talk about, because we have them back on May 9th and April 11th as well. May 9th is going to be right back at Grave Troll Games here, but we have upcoming events all over Los Angeles, New England, St. Louis, you name it. Actually, in the time between the last time we talked about the upcoming events, another one has been added, the April 11th one in New England.
And it's notable to mention that if your April 11th is the weekend of Pro Tour Yokohama, so a little bit of a scheduling notice there for those of us who are planning to go to that event. And that will, of course, be at the as stated on the screen, at the Battle Standard, as opposed to at Grave Troll, who we do appreciate so much.
Absolutely. But hey, that means that for everyone who's a bit more casual, not going to the Pro Tour or just can't go to the Pro Tour, that means you still have competitive flesh and blood right at your fingertips.
That would be me, Colin. I would be up in there.
Yeah. Fortunately, we'll be at Yokohama.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I'm sure it'll be a good fight.
Yeah. Well, has today helped you in your preparation for maybe selecting the deck that you'll be taking to the Pro Tour?
I think so. I think that, I mean, as much as Dash didn't win here, that was an incredible showing. I mean, Dash had an incredible showing. I think Briar showing she has legs even after this format. At least in my mind, I was like, she's done. That was the best aggro deck is gone, and I'm not so sure now.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we've seen a lot of solid contenders, as well as Kano showing that Spindle's maybe not much of an issue anymore. It sounds like the other matchup, by the way, is done, so we're going to be able to see exactly who is in the finals here. Yep, Noah Beygelmn. Never mind, still Oldhim Kano dueling it out. It's a bit of a grind here. It is Kano racing to see if his deck can deliver 20 damage, and it looks like it did.
Did just that.
Yep, 20 damage. Oldhim, the staunchest defense, cannot hold fast against the fiery Arcane of Kano and 6 Emeritus Scoldings.
And this is actually a rematch of our round 2, I believe it was round 2 feature match between Noah Beygelmn and Julian Helgeson, where Julian Helgeson just completely blew him up with the 4-ran opening start. You have to think this is a chance for Noah Beygelmn to rectify the situation and get some revenge.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, I'm sure everyone wants to see it, but before we do, we're just going to cut to a little bit of a short break, and we'll be back for more Flesh and Blood after this.
We're nearly at the end of the AGE March Open Series event, and we're soon going to find out if whether it's Kayo or Kano that brings it all the way down. But before we do that, just want to give a quick reminder for everybody to check out the offerings we've got on the AG website, available to premium users. Jacob Clements and his Levia Sage ProQuest tournament report. Jacob Clements, of course, won a calling on one of the heroes that we will be seeing shortly, Kano, in our final match of the day here today. I think Jacob makes an excellent case for a dark horse hero in this very much developing Sage metagame, and maybe one worth considering as we go, those of us who are going to Pro Tour Yokohama, like Mr. Colin Erickson to my left, maybe one to consider.
Yeah, and I mean, he has the results to back it up. He won his very own ProQuest on Levia with her signature Hellhammer here, and I mean, it's a good deck. We didn't quite see it today. Maybe they haven't read the article yet. Maybe this will change some minds.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it will, and I think that could be something, especially if you are going to Yokohama, to at least read up on, to familiarize yourself with, because this could be a deck I could see people pro players being convinced to bring.
Certainly, and I think as maybe we'll reach the point where Levia is a real meta contender. In this room, however, it is more or less gone, or at least in the finals, gone with two known top dogs of the format in Kano versus Kayo. We have seen these two players play already in round 2 of this event. It did not go Noah Beygelmann's way. One of the few things to not go his way this entire tournament series. Will he be able to get revenge? We'll see right now. We're going down to the feature match area. Julian Helgeson, the winner of the round 2 matchup between these very two players, against Noah Beygelmn on KO. Noah yawning, but it was an exciting last game.
That was. I mean, I was on the edge of my seat here, and this is probably going to be equally fast. I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know. I was rooting for Noah last round. I think I'm rooting for Julian this time. He put on quite a blast, I would say, last game.
Julian opting to go first here in the Kano seat and showing quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, looks to be discarding Arcane Twining, amping with Crucible of Aetherweave. Each of these is going to be amp 2, and a Voltic Bolt in the red is going to be 5 + 1 for a total of 7 here. And this time, I think this is a switch up from last time. Noah is now presenting AB2 Spell Void 3, when I believe previously it was AB1.
Yeah, and Predator planning, that's exactly right. Noah Beygelmn leading off with Savage Feast. You have to imagine that a Beaten Tracker's Pop is going to follow from here. We didn't see any attack actions from Julian Helgeson in the first matchup between these two, so potentially not going to be able to get value from there anyway for the Beaten Trackers.
I believe actually he did block with Fjendahl's Fighting Spears, but he
right.
didn't send any. But either way, this is going to be 6 damage coming across. Savage Feast. Noah Beygelmn was already down to 15, and Julian perhaps smells blood. Sintering Foresight. You can, if it is not your turn, you can play it as an instant. It's always going to be an instant if you play it like that, and it's going to amp 1, essentially amp 1, and you get to opt 3 to set up that perfect Kano stack. And he has some heaters here, especially Emeritus, providing essentially above rate damage here. Savage Feast is a 1 for 6. With this could be a 2 for 7.
And Julian Helgeson playing with the speed of a player that doesn't know that he's got endless time to work through this this untimed round. KO activation.
Yeah, just looks to be a painful premonition here. That is a 0 for 3 if it deals damage. Create a Sigil of Fate token. Sigil of Fate, for those who are unaware, is a sigil that at the start of your action phase gets destroyed, and when it leaves the arena, you get to opt 1, which just helps you set up for more Kanoing.
And Julian Helgeson, he was, during our interview, very candid about his dislike for Ether Spindle, maybe choosing to use these Sigil of Fate tokens as his opt method of choice.
Right. Now, Sigil of Fate, a little bit weird here, purely because it opts on your turn and not on your opponent's turn, but nonetheless does not deter him, and 0 for 3 is decent value. You see, Run Roughshod pitched, Beaten Trackers popped, Noah Beygelmn ready to go, and just an Aether Quickening block. So Julian Helgeson going down to 12 here.
So notably, Julian still has a Sintering Foresight amp going, as well as a Painful Premonition ready to be used, presumably once Noah Beygelmn has emptied out the resources he has available for this turn.
And Bear Hug for 7 going to be coming in here. Going to be a decent chunk of damage. Absorbent Aether helping to cover it up. That is another amp 2. Crucible is another amp 1. A total of 4 amp and 4 block here. Just 3 leaking over. Choosing not to use the Unyielding Grip, notably. And 4 amp, 1 + 1 + 2 + 4. That is another 7 damage. And just like that, life totals back in Julian's favor. 9 against 8. But no Scarab Strapping popped here.
Interesting there from Noah. Yes, as you noted, did have a chance to pop his Scarab Strapping. Opting against it, maybe looking for a juicier target to be using that Spell Void. But we are going to get to a point where maybe you don't want to be in the position where you are forced to pitch into Arcane Barrier 2 just for the purpose of getting that Spell Void 3 out of it.
Right. And that is something I want to talk about. Neither hero using equipment this early, maybe just because they don't want to be they don't want to be caught unawares and unable to act against other on hits. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, for Julian, it's a safe assumption that he's going to have plenty of opportunities to make use of it. Really playing from I think this game is sort of not implying anything about anybody's odds, but really Julian's in the driver's seat for how this game goes, and to a certain extent at the mercy of his deck. But Noah sort of cast in the role of just converting his hand to the best of his ability every single turn.
Right, and here we see a really good converting card, Wild Ride, 7 go again, going to be blocked against 7. That is a red Emeritus and a blue Voltic Volt. Red Emeritus, usually something you want to see on top of the deck, but not quite cooperating with Julian here. So just blocked out, saving some life, keeping him alive, and keeping him above his opponent's life total.
Buying himself more time. Noah Beygelmn is at 8. Eventually, he will succumb to pings, from whatever arcane, small arcane damage Julian is able to send across on multiple turns.
All right, choosing just to block the Blade Beckoner plating, getting its value, very fair. Going to block 2 against this Mandible Claw because it does get that +1 defending a weapon attack. Now Noah Beygelmn 2 floating, and looks to be either 2 in the hand or perhaps 2 in the hand. I thought he might have been thumbing his life pad there. Just perhaps deciding which one to swing here.
Looks to be a run rough shot and an agile wind up yellow. So here I think Noah sensibly sending the run rough shot for 5, going to end his turn with an agile wind up discard to be able to go wide again on the following turn.
No, it just chooses to arsenal it looks like.
Mm.
Run rough shot is connecting. Julian says no blocks. Going to keep the hand here, or keep what's left of the hand, just 1 or 2 cards actually.
Maybe Noah there insulating himself from some end of turn chicanery from Julian to be able to at least provide 2 arcane barrier.
That's very possible. And here we see Amp of the Crucible into Emeritus Scolding for 5 here. Emeritus Scolding, good card off the top. Still an okay card here. Converting 2 cards to 5. Not exactly the highest rate, but 2 card 5 is more than half of Noah's life total as we see Julian trying to equalize it.
Yeah, and again, Noah can't quite just ignore these. And here, yep, in the position where looks like he's just utilizing AB1, not the Scara strapping yet there, maybe unable to make use of that Celtis Beltane. Oh, and no, it looks like a dreaded all-red hand from Noah Beygelmn there. That's gotta hurt.
No. Maybe making him a little scared?
You said that like
Yeah.
it was a pun, but I'm not sure what you're playing it off of.
Scara strapping? Scared?
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank
yeah.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
Thank you.
right.
No. It was good. It was good.
Okay.
Noah coming in for 8 here, right?
Yeah, actually, I believe 9 damage off the Bear Fangs, thanks to the Might being popped. Cindering Foresight here, going to be played out, opting 3, amping 1, and choosing to block with Unyielding Grip plus Scalding Rain to attempt to keep him alive here. Does this keep him alive? Going to be sending Photon Splicing for 5, nonetheless. With the Scara Scrapping, 2 is going to be leaked over. And with the Might here, Noah Beygelmn gesturing to it, I believe we do have 9 on 6. And with 5 in the Photon Splicing, Noah stays alive here.
And I think has Julian put himself in a position where he thought he had lethal and then now is going to lose to this Bear Fang that's on the active chain link? Looks like we have a judge call here to sort out this sticky situation.
Yeah. Very, very pivotal moment in the game
It
here.
may have been a situation where maybe Noah forgot, or maybe but didn't mention that the Might token was active, and Julian blocked on the presumption that Bear Fangs was coming in for 8 as opposed to 9. Obviously, sort of a difficult situation. I'm sure the judge here is going to get this cleaned up. In the meantime, Colin,
Sounds
what do you? I mean, I don't know how much of this Kano matchup you'd watched going into this. For me, it was relatively not as much. What thoughts are you forming about this matchup?
This matchup, it feels to me a bit KO favored.
Mm-hmm.
I find that, especially when Sirens was still legal, when I was testing with more on the Kano side, I found that the KO's pressure to be able to just send damage and send very efficient damage and convert hands was very high. And with AB2 Spell Void 3, of course, keeping the trackers, because trackers are just incredible here, as they are in every matchup. It means that Kano has a high bar to surpass to be able to make it through.
Mm-hmm. That being said, we've seen Noah Beygelmn fall victim to the dreaded 4-red hand into Kano. That seems to be an issue that sort of permeates the Silver Age format, is the games are so truncated that if you draw those complete stumble hands, it can sometimes be incredibly backbreaking. We saw Elyse Symmes draw one up at a time where she wanted, I believe it was Elyse Symmes, wanted to be blocking anyway. That's sort of the best case scenario. Here, where your block is really just blocking for 1, it's absolutely brutal. So I actually think, and it could be a little bit of poor variance here. I actually wonder if you want to be on the Kano side of this to be exploiting those chances to be able to put yourself in a favorable position.
Yeah, it's very possible, especially depending on exactly how many blues and resource cards these KO decks are running. They're running, especially on this 2-cost curve, you ideally tend to want 2 blues, 2 reds to go Wild Ride, discard the extra card, and to claw, swing another 2-cost.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the ideal curve, especially for something like Noah Beygelmn's list, which has Buck Wilds. I don't believe he's running them in these matchups, at least not the ones we've seen on stream here,
Mm-hmm.
but generally very 2-cost focused and just has a couple 7s like Strongest Survive and Buck Wild when necessary, just because the effects are very good.
Yeah, and an interesting question you're raising is, I agree with you that I don't think Noah would have brought Buck Wilds into this matchup. Maybe I'll be proven to be wrong, but it just seems a little bit too resource hungry. I wonder if this is a matchup where you bring in the Pummel It's two. We haven't seen them yet in either game.
No, we have not. I'm not so sure about the pummel. It's a red, so it does only pitch for one. It is a miss. And Kano, unlike other heroes, has the ability to make use of extra cards in his hand if he realizes that he's no longer going to have access to them.
Very true.
So it is very possible that if Kano, for example, goes no blocks and Noah decides to react to the pummel, assuming that the Kano is not just dead here, then the Kano can then pitch their hand, try to Kano a bunch, and even if the damage is maybe slightly less efficient, perhaps they hit just a 1 for 4, maybe they hit a blue, is still nonetheless more efficient than having to discard the card anyway, and that means that the pummel has somewhat reduced effect.
That's absolutely true. And you add into the fact that Kano's one of the few decks that does run a 4-blocking D-React. Looks like we're back at our matchup now. The judge appears to have cleared up any ambiguities. 9 damage on the board. Currently
6 block here. I believe currently Julian is taking lethal at this point, unless there is a little bit of a rewind. Photon splicing did come out, was absorbed by that Scarus trapping, which brought Noah down to 2. So the arcane damage is resolved. We are just looking at the Bear Fangs damage at this point, which has currently yet to be.
And players, maybe again discussing some unwinding, as you said. All right.
Very possible. Looks like they're still dealing with it for a moment there.
But yeah, as I was saying, Kano, you've convinced me. Hand flexibility there, one of the inherently powerful things about this hero, especially with unyielding grip. As I think in that unyielding grip in Kano is maybe one of the best pieces of equipment in any hero in this format. And throwing on top too that we have the is it Absorbent Ether?
Absorbent Ether
as a sort of natural response to Pummel 2. You've fully convinced me.
Okay.
I'm getting word that our judge is still working through the clarification of how the turn proceeded immediately that we're in the middle of is proceeding in order to perhaps do some unwinding. In the meantime, as we know, our local, I would say one of our local champions here, Colin Erickson, is planning to go to attend Pro Tour Yokohama. We were hoping to use this event to sort of impact some of your thoughts on this new metagame, given how, I guess, fresh it is and untested it is. Why don't you give me like 3 decks that you're thinking about in light of the things that you've learned today that you will at least consider and test leading up to Pro Tour Yokohama?
Okay. First one definitely is Kayo. Noah Beygelmn is put on a show, and I think Pummel is, as much as it is a variance card, it is a good card against a lot of matchups and against especially KO hate decks that a lot of times will have the answers for the traditional KO game plan, so you use a pivot and get around them. So I thought that was very interesting. I thought the new deck performed very well. Everything lined up, having access to both the boots and the arms to make slithers and fang strikes to turn on all your double troubles. The graven vestment in the chest slot made a lot of sense. It reduces a little bit of your aggro potential, but the buyback is very important. And then the prey spotters, I think, are a necessary piece of interaction. And I feel like just all of that, the intimate inducements, it all felt very clean, and it felt like something that could tackle the format and could be just a very reasonable pick, especially into a lot of these decks that are looking to counter KO. But another deck that countered KO that I had heard about, and we saw a couple today, but didn't really get to see any of the feature match, was Valda. Because I think coming into this event, that was like, this is the KO answer. People are going to be bringing Valda. This is going to be it. And well, maybe this event is not entirely determinative of the community at large. We didn't see too much Valda. I believe we had 2 today overall, and not as much of an answer. And perhaps that is because she's had some weaker matchups into some of the other decks, like Briar, and maybe that's why she didn't convert quite so well.
I think that's precisely it, Colin. I think maybe Valda's suffering from, the deck that beats the best deck and not much else problem. That space of the metagame where, we haven't reviewed the records to see how many times have Valda played a KO today, if at all. I assume you would, as the Valda player, would feel comfortable in that matchup. The rest of the spread, maybe not so much. And I think maybe we saw that borne out in the results today. My take. deck list will also be available for all the decks, including the two that we are watching currently on stream in Kano versus Kayo, and everything. If you want to take a look at the Valdas too as well, on the AG website. In a matter of a few days, probably.
Yeah, usually a pretty quick turnaround. I would say about tomorrow here, and that is just on the AGE website for anyone to access. So go on there, check it out, and while you're at it, explore. But it is going to be it's a great resource, and it is, I would say, as prepping for PT Yokohama, a place to start for deck lists and a place to peek into these players. And these teams, I mean, Noah Beygelmn is, of course, like a champion here at AGE, but is also just a player that you might expect to see. These runaways guys, these decks. And that's kind of a peek into team mentality and how they're feeling, as well as player mentality, and maybe something that you can look at and copy, especially for your starting points, to be able to see where you want to go with this format, where you want to go with the decks, and also to provide good decks to test against. That is something that has come up a bit, especially in prepping for other events, where it's like, okay, well, we were ready, we prepped against the stock list, but these guys just aren't running the stock list, and now suddenly the matchup's different, suddenly they're playing it differently.
And I mean, very curious to see the interesting tech that we've got in there. I mean, as we had quite a laugh about earlier today, we'll see some sits in some deck lists. I'm personally very interested in seeing the Briar, the full Briar list that was developed by Team Salt the Wound. So that I personally have been looking for ways to play Briar. I mentioned to you before we started recording today that I've been trying out this 2-card 7 heavy Briar list that has all of these just really efficient earth cards to be utilizing. Maybe I didn't give enough thought to just keeping up the same old game plan with Briar, and what is dead may never die for Briar.
Exactly, and it did perform there. I believe the two Briars did end up losing in the top 8, but those are some rough matches. The Briar got faced against, I believe, a Kano, which is tough for Briar. Kano brought in as one of the matchups that really does answer this aggro deck, because the Briar simply cannot pitch, or has distinct trouble pitching. Can pitch, but doesn't go well. And nonetheless, maybe if the brackets were shuffled around a little bit, that the Briars could be seeing more success. So I definitely think that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, it definitely does appear as if, even if Briar is playing more blues, perhaps your Sigil of Oldhim type cards. Typically, Briar lists are only playing Arcane Barrier 1, so even then you're sort of at the mercy of very tall Arcane being sent your way from the Kano. That being said, I'll be very curious to review the deck lists that will be available on the AG Premium website in order to determine how that team at least is approached. Maybe we can figure out some way that we would approach it as well. Colin, I know you were also, I believe you finished 16th, was it, in San Diego?
12th.
12th.
Yep.
So my
Top 16.
apologies. You brought a deck there that we completely did not see at all today during the metagame, and that's Decimator. I believe you were on Dory.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on the Decimator archetype post-ban?
So the Decimator archetype was, I think, a very skill expressive deck, as much as it was 0 for 4, just to swing axe all the time. And it was a powerful deck that I believe didn't quite have the bad matchups like a Briar versus Kano can have. And had good matchups into Briar, good matchups into Kano, and I believe that was why I brought it. And I think were I to do that event again in the same meta game, I think that it would be the right choice again. And I think it is still a deck, but it did lose power. It did lose that Sirens of Safe Harbor, which as a defensive deck I think was more important than ever, and it did lose Shunts, which is just such a natural way to convert the hand. As much as the deck did use, I believe I was on 22 blues at this point, it did actually like the fact that that Shunt was only a 1 cost and not a 3. It allowed to unclunk a lot of hands and keep the blue to be able to send the axe. And it also helped into matchups like Enigma, which when previously was 6 shunts, could frequently shut down turns. I've shunted many an Enigma ward in my life, and it is very satisfying, but also just very powerful and something that the Enigma has to play around. And it is not there anymore, because without the shunts, the damage profile on the Dorinthia deck is just a little bit lowered, as it were, against these tough matchups. So now I would say it's been downshifted to more of a meta pick.
Gotcha. And just a quick update on our match down on the floor. We're getting a word down there that the judge call is being elevated to an L2. So it's going to take a little bit more time to get this sorted out before we can proceed to the crescendo of this matchup. Colin, myself, in approaching this new meta, we've had a great day. We've had a lot of interesting decks. I'm actually been very enthralled with Briar, seeing this almost Phoenix-like rebirth of Briar, which I had assumed was more or less sort of dead. Very excited it's not. One thing I'm a little bit disappointed by, not a single Dromai in the room. It's a deck that I thought would definitely find new wings, no pun intended, with the unbanning of Rake Over the Coals.
Rake the Embers?
Rake the Embers. Did I say Rake Over the Coals?
Rake of the Coals is the draconic
Yeah.
one. You're fang-pilled.
Yeah. Rake the Embers, which does, add a bunch of Ash Wings to be able to shore up some of, maybe the popper-heavy, grindier matchups. Not one in the room. I'm a little disappointed.
Not one in the room. I think it was because of the KOs, and not just because of the KOs, but just because of the assumption of the KOs. And it looks like we have a resolution here. It'll be right back down to the feature match area. It did get clarified. It looks like they are allowing a rewind, and that means the Cindering did have to get played, but now Julian is going to be able to block 9 here.
Okay, and importantly, just as a note for all of us watching, that means no Scare Strapping is gone. Noah Beygelmn still at 5. So obviously, under the previous board state, Julian, I think, would have been dead on board. Here, the game's still going, but you have to, how are you feeling about Noah's position?
I think it's good. I mean, 5 life, it's always dangerous against the Kanos. However, AB2 plus Scare Strapping, that's at minimum 10 life. And as we see, Julian just passing back, and Noah with the Might Token popped, correctly shown this time, going to be coming in the Claw for 4, and the Talismanic Lens maybe forcing Julian to just go for it, and that's a lot of pitch left in hand.
And Noah here likely to follow it up, but notably when he discards here, it's almost certainly going to be a blue or a yellow card being discarded. Those are important pitch cards for purposes of pitching Arcane Barrier.
Absolutely. And here we go. Kano, and Kano's going to send an Aether Quickening, notably not using the Crucible of Aether Weave here, but just 4 damage.
And notably not needing to go again. Noah Beygelmn, it looks like, will just be using Arcane Barrier 2, taking 2 damage, down to 3.
Oh, and snapback. This creates kind of a bind here. You see, like, it's 3 into 3, but if you pop Scare Strapping on 1, then you still need another one. This is nonetheless 10 damage on his opponent's turn. Claw still on the stack, waiting to be resolved. And additionally, with that unyielding grip and the blade back in her boots, Julian's not going to be dead.
So how this will resolve is Noah will survive at 1 and then have no cards in hand and no go again on his claw. Is that correct?
I believe so, actually.
Assuming he has a yellow to pitch, I guess.
1 card in hand. Does have the pitch. Is going to be A being 2. There's going to be 1 leaking through here. So Noah Beygelmn down to 2. Scare Strapping gone. And Julian lives, and Julian gets another turn. And suddenly, I thought this was good for Noah. I was like, great, this is effective. This is what Noah wants to be doing here. But Noah just can't find the resources and has to pass. And Julian gets another turn here. I mean,
Run Roughshod would have won the game there.
Run Roughshod would have won the game. You're right.
Full turn for Noah here. It looks as if Julian probably just needs to hit some arcane of an amount above 4 to be able to put this game to bed.
4 would do it.
4 or above, sorry.
4 would do it. And that is any 1 cost or any 2 cost.
And he's going to have to do it now.
And here we go. Bear Hug being pitched. Mites were popped. That is pulping. And that means a dead Julian unless Noah can kill him on top.
I think Noah has a pulping in hand, right? Or a pummel in hand.
That he does. And there, Kano activated, Scalding Rain, left on left on top.
That was an ether. That was the. Sorry.
That was the D-React. That was
Absorbing
absorbent ether. Amp, but discards the photon splicing. Scalding Rain is going to be coming in. Amp by 1, Amp by 1. Scalding Rain for 4. And that is it. Julian Helgeson takes it down on Kano, taking down what we thought could not be defeated. Noah Beygelmn, pummel left in hand, not going to be used.
Pummel giveth, pummel taketh away. Although I guess there it was more so just all red hand on a turn. You needed to not have an all red hand taketh away. But nevertheless, Julian Helgeson showing the strength of Kano into this matchup that we thought could present a huge problem for Kano. Nonetheless, Kayo getting it done.
Kano?
Kano,
Yeah.
Yeah, you know which one I meant.
That's the one.
We saw it. We all waited here.
Yeah, the guy.
We're going to see if we can get Julian available here for an interview just shortly in a moment. Till then, please hang tight. Oh, sorry. Before we go to break here, we're just going to quickly remind you of the upcoming events coming up here. We have the next one is AG Open Series Los Angeles over at Top Deck Keep, March 21st, which I believe is next weekend. I'll be there. Colin will unfortunately be there taking away my AGE points. And April 11th, we'll be back in New England, not at Grave Troll, but at the Battle Standard, playing some Classic Constructed. And on that same day, which is a Pro Tour weekend, we will be at back in AG LA. I guess you'll have to miss that one, won't you?
I would have to miss that
Oh,
one.
wow. It looks
Maybe
like
you
it's
can
a
get
time
your AGE points.
It looks like everything's coming up Patrick at that point. April 25th, back in St. Louis, our newest member of the AG circuit. Very happy to have them. And then back in May 9th, we're here at one of our favorite places to be, Grave Troll Games in New England, before finishing up the month of May back in LA, Top Deck Keep. Colin Erickson will be there bullying me.
Absolutely. And more events to come here. This is not the end of the AGE season, but this is the end of the upcoming events that we have secured here and that we have for you.
We reserve the right to schedule more during this period.
We do. And we will. We got to finish out the season.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
What else can we do? And now, jumped a little too ahead of myself a minute ago. Now we will take a break, and we'll be back shortly with our winner of the whole thing on Kano. Be right back.
Bring it back to me. It's making me feel so weak. Feeling like a puppet controlled by some strings. It's killing me 'cause I just can't say what I mean. And everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is.
And we are back with our AGE March Open champion, Julian Helgeson. Julian, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Kano, as a deck, we were on a roller coaster of emotions there, back and forth, and the claw for 4, and you find enough spells to strip his hand and then block and then back in one more turn with the even absorbent Aether on top there. Like that,
Yeah,
that was close. How are you feeling there?
It's Noah's a friend. I'm not a huge fan of the end state of that, but the rest of the event was fantastic. I think we all had a blast, and we were joking the entire time. It's card games. Sometimes things happen like that, but a lot of the top 8 was a lot of very jovial, just back and forth of like, all right, these are card games. This is fun.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. How'd you feel about Kano as a whole here?
I felt pretty good. I think KO is my worst matchup, and I think I need to just get that turn 1 into turn 2 I had, where I just pre-arcane damage, start Noah at 15, stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, that's what you're there to do. When you're taking Kano to the event, what are you looking to see? Is it the Guardians? Is it the aggro?
It is the mid-range decks. I'm looking for Iras. I'm looking for a little aggressive Starvos, some Guardians that want to throw attacks at me and don't want to AB5 and push hammer the entire time.
Starvos.
Flattering Showman. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like small Starvo, right? He's like dominate.
Small Starvo, not 9 dominate go again into a non-frosty 4 to make a balance for Silver Age.
Not go again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But absolutely, and I mean, I think that could be a good meta call. We saw quite a few decks try and crop up to try and answer the call here. We saw a couple of Valdas. We saw we did see a couple Iras. Saw stuff like New as well here, and I mean, hey, a good meta call, and I mean a good win here, and yeah, I mean, are you going to PT Yokohama?
No, I'm not. Did not make it into it. I was aiming for. I'll be at PT Vegas though.
No, totally fair. So then this is your big Silver Age event for the day. I mean, post ban list, you've only had that a couple weeks ago. How did you feel? Was Kano the only choice? Were there other stuff you're considering? Was the Aether Spindle ban big?
The Aether Spindle wasn't huge for us. I was talking with one of my other local Kanos, and we think the deck became better because we're not running Aether Spindle.
Okay.
And then I think when heroes get bans, players expect the hero to be unplayable at that point. And so, like, there was a lot of Briars at this event. There was a lot of, there's still a good chunk of Kanos, and people just assume those decks are dead, even though they're just down a good card.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that surprised Patrick and I as well. Is just like, wait, Briar's still doing the thing. Your Kano's still doing the thing. All these decks. I mean, especially on one card.
My semifinals top 8 was into a Oldhim that Manoj, who did not tech for the matchup, and was bringing red staunch response because you just didn't have enough cards to have a full sideboard.
Oh wow, yeah, that could be tough there. Red staunch, not known for being a good anti-Kano card there. Is that how you feel like you sneak in Oldhim matchup wins? Is through like their lack of sideboarding? You feel like you can push through?
No, that one's a stack matchup. You got to set up your potions. I wish I had Potion of Deja Vu with me today. That's like my biggest regret of the day. But besides that, you just got to set up like absorb Aether into spin whatever the +3 is. You can play your next wizard.
Yeah, Stir the Aether Winds.
Stir the Aether Wind. There we go. Into Emeritus for like 11 Arcane when they don't have cards in hand, and just like come back down to my level kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you put Potion of Deja Vu, and what would you be taking out then?
That's a really good question. I don't know, maybe Absorb an Aether. It's been really disappointing, but if I see more Kanos, then maybe I need it back again. It's maybe only one Fiendl's Fighting Spirit. It's that's not one. I'll have to spend some time thinking about that.
No, absolutely. We did see the attack package. We didn't really get to see it on stream very much. I assume that's more for like Kanos and other decks you want to like strip hands. Maybe
I ran into Noah the first game on stream because I remember blocking for 4 and gaining 2 life, and then I did. Oh, I didn't side it in this time because I was worried that if I just start gambling off the top, I'm gonna hit it like the absorb, and I want to just make sure that I have the ability to not die.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, 2 card 8 is good, but when they can block, it's
Yeah.
less good. Totally understandable. That's cool, man. Are you part of a team or any other
Yeah.
testing group?
Yeah. The banana testers, Ricardo, Elyse, I'm sure they've been on stream before.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, man.
those are my teammates.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that was a good showing today. I believe Ka bubbled, but then of course Ricardo made it in.
And Ricardo and Elyse both made
And Elyse,
top
yeah.
8 with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty incredible showing, right? I mean, that's what 3 out of 4 making it into top 8 out of a 25-person event. I mean,
Yeah. It's
pretty happy. Imagine a successful weekend here. And
Yeah.
I believe that this also puts you pretty high on the point scale. Of course, Noah 30 plus 25 is I think still going to be on top.
Noah will
Yeah.
fully pass me in a little while. As long as there's CC events, I will not do well at them. So might not be making it to the player event.
Is just because there's no Kano or no wizard, or are you feeling like it's just more?
like
more of a
I'm
break?
just better at 20 life formats.
Okay.
I like the down to the wireness of like an attack react could kill me at any moment.
For sure. Yeah. Definitely. They do come down to the wire, and these are fast games here. We've had the first couple games on stream were like just faster and faster until they were like sub 5 minutes, and I suppose Kano is part of that. I mean,
most of my games were the under 5 minutes. It was just I just walked around the store and relaxed between rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the benefit of playing an aggro deck, right? Or at least a deck that can be aggro. I mean,
the classic mono red burn, just win fast, lose fast.
Yeah, exactly. 2 ships passing the night, and you ship faster.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
that turn's my turn. I get an additional turn. It's a
that's fair. Absolutely. Is there anyone who want to shout out, by the way?
Just my teammates. I'm happy Ricardo and Elyse made top 8. I'm hoping Ka will make top 8 again. It's just good to hang out with friends and play games.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Do you think you'd take Kano to another one?
As long as all his cards are legal, yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, man. Well, congratulations on your win and on your prizing as well. 30 points, cash, everything. And I mean, we hope to see you back again, as you're proven to be one of the formidable opponents, and hope to see you in the top 16 Players Championship. Thanks so much, Julian. And with that, we are reaching the end of our stream here as we're winding down. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. It has been a pleasure here. And I just want to thank, of course, my co-caster, Patrick, as well as the producer behind the scenes, Justin, as well as Bryce, for helping us out. Bryce Platts, Justin Lewag, of course, running the AGE overall, and just providing this great experience to everyone. And thank you to you as well for seeing and for joining us and for watching. And we hope to see you back soon, coming back next week. Don't miss it for another AGE down in Los Angeles. We'll be with you there. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.